By the Member of Parliament for Hastings, Lennox Naddington.
Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras c'est porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Amen. Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The Honourable Member from Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend I had the pleasure of hosting Vesak Day on Parliament Hill, celebrating Buddha Day along with hundreds of Buddhist Canadians. Vesak, also known as Buddha Jayanti, Buddha Purnima, and Buddha Day, is one of the most important Buddhist festivals. The festival commemorates the birth, enlightenment, and passing of Gautam Buddha. I would like to recognize and thank the spiritual leaders of Pho Guan Shan Buddhist Temple, Ottawa Amitabha Buddhist Society of Canada, Hilda Javardhana Ramaya Buddhist Monastery for participating and blessing the gathering. Thanks to the artistic performances by groups from Sinhalese Buddhist Congress of Canada and Bangladesh Canadian community. Also thanks to children from Buddha Light Dharma Drum Team Association and the choir group of Buddha Light Association for their wonderful performance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Souris, Moose Mountain.
Speaker, last night Candace Barda-Bonk was presented with the Knight's Cross of the Order of Merit of Hungary by the Hungarian Ambassador of Canada. This honour is given in recognition of Canada's value-creating activities in order to preserve the identity of Hungarians in Canada and to strengthen their cultural, linguistic, and spiritual community, as well as their dedicated work to strengthen bilateral relations. Candace, a fourth-generation Hungarian Canadian, grew up in Moosomin and Kipling, Saskatchewan, where her family settled after immigrating in 1880s. In 2021, Candace was given the role of Hungarian Honorary Consul in Saskatchewan, and she continues to promote and celebrate her heritage and traditions through a variety of initiatives. She was instrumental in the restoration of the Bekevar Hungarian Reformed Church, a local landmark in Kipling area that helps to preserve the legacy of the historic Hungarian community. Congratulations to you, Candace, for this achievement, and thank you for all that you continue to do on behalf of Hungarians in Saskatchewan.
L'honorable député de Vimy.
Mr. Speaker, on the 19th of May, we commemorate the Pontic Genocide, a day of remembrance on which we pay tribute to the 350,000 lives lost and the hundreds of thousands more deported, a tragedy that was systematically imposed by Turkey from 1914 to 1923. A population of 700,000 people disappeared, Pontic families massacred, a community that had been in existence for 2,600 years wiped out, Pontic children, Pontic women, and Pontic elders murdered. This is genocide.
This genocide was part of the broader Greek genocide and was conducted in parallel to the Armenian genocide as part of Turkey's effort to cleanse it of non-Turkish inhabitants. It is our moral obligation to stand in solidarity with the survivors and their descendants, to bear witness to their suffering, and to ensure that the truth of these atrocities is never obscured or denied. The recognition of Pontic Genocide Remembrance Day reaffirms our commitment to truth, accountability, and justice. I appeal to all Canadians to sign House of Commons petition E4929 to...
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the name Luc Sabourin has echoed several times in this chamber. He is synonymous with integrity, courage, and humanity. Luc saw his professional life and health destroyed after choosing to do the right thing, denounce wrongdoing within the federal government. Unfortunately, instead of punishing the guilty parties, the system punished him. Him, like so many others. A disgrace, Mr. Speaker, that should scandalise this House. Over the past year, in support of my Bill C-290, Luc has given powerful testimony in order to better protect whistleblowers. But a few days ago, Luc was presented with the prestigious Peter Bryce Award by the Centre for Free Expression, a distinction that is awarded annually to recognise and honour an individual who has served the common good by denouncing breaches of trust towards the public and the taxpayer. Mr. Speaker, I invite this House to join me in congratulating Luc and honouring whistleblowers. Thank you. You are the heroes of democracy, and we will not give up for you.
The Honourable Member from Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, May 18, last Saturday, was Tamil Genocide Awareness Day, le journée commémorative.
Tamil Genocide Commemoration Day. 15 years before, on the same day, there was a massive massacre.
Were tragically killed. This despite the fact that the Sri Lankan government declared no-fly zones. Till today, many Tamils remain missing and displaced. In a day and age where 120 armed conflicts are currently ongoing in 35 countries, recognizing the Tamil genocide is absolutely essential. To bring peace and stability, we need justice. It's for this reason that we recognize the Tamil genocide. It's for this reason that Canada last year applied 6 strict sanctions against Sri Lankan officials. We all hope for a day where we have peace and security, where all live free of war. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Kyriakis Vogiatsakis, Kiri for short, owned the Cork and Flame restaurant in St. James. He loved his customers, and they loved him. He always greeted them with a smile. He loved going from table to table just to chat. At the end of lunch or dinner, a tray of desserts would often show up, compliments of the house. Every Christmas, he donated hundreds of food hampers to families in need. He loved the community, and they loved him back. Tragically, on January 24th, Kiri was murdered in cold blood at his restaurant. His assailant was on probation with a record including court order breaches, drug possession, possession of a weapon, uttering threats, and obstructing or resisting a peace officer. His death is a symptom of all that is wrong with our revolving door criminal justice system. We will miss you, Kiri. My condolences to his family. May his memory be a blessing.
The Honourable Member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize a local hero. On April 10th, Chris Evans was on his way to work in Squamish when he detected smoke in the distance. As he got closer, he saw a house on fire with a car in the driveway. Fearing that meant someone may be inside the house, he knocked on the door. Hearing no response, he quickly jumped into action, breaking down the door to search the home to see if his suspicions were true. He found 9-year-old Armin Constantin sleeping on the second floor. Chris was able to wake up a disoriented Armin and evacuate him out of the burning building. And perhaps it is a coincidence that Chris Evans shares the name with the actor who played the Marvel superhero Captain America, because that day his actions were heroic. Armand almost certainly would have died if not for Chris's selfless bravery. I hope all members of this House will join me in applauding this extraordinary act that gives new meaning to being a good Samaritan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, held annually on May 25th, World Africa Day celebrates the continent's diversity, rich heritage, and culture. At the same time, World Africa Day provides an opportunity to reflect on the challenges that many regions in Africa face and how we can help. Harnessing the humanizing power of art to be a catalyst for change, Heather Haynes founded The Art of Courage, creating a platform for storytelling through art to create awareness, educate, and advocate to raise funds to change lives. Heather operates through her art and heart, and today the organization has grown to support over 1,000 people, primarily women and children, in Goma, Democratic Republic of Congo. Today, we welcome Heather Haynes and the Art of Courage to Parliament Hill on display in the Speakers Gallery from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. I encourage all members to stop by and learn of the incredible work Heather and her colleagues have been participating in for over 15 years.
Here, here. The honourable member from Thornhill.
The application by the ICC chief prosecutor to elect Israel's democratically elected leaders for protecting their country from terrorism, simply put, is outrageous. The false equivalency drawn between the elected leaders of a democracy and the dictatorial, genocidal Hamas terrorists should be a wake-up call to all Western countries as a willful distortion of history. Conservatives unequivocally reject it. What is even more appalling is that the Prime Minister opted against taking a clear stance in rejecting it. By playing both sides, the Prime Minister is allowing terrorism to win and enabling the violence that is rampant in our streets and the chaos that is happening on our campuses. The arrest warrant is based on a falsehood that is trying to invert history, and the Prime Minister should for once, just once, take a clear position. He should have the courage to denounce the warrant and state unequivocally what side Canada is on. I know that he can't do it, and now everyone else does too.
That's right.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent.
2019, Greeks across Canada and around the world commemorated the 105th anniversary of the Pontic Genocide. The Pontic Genocide, which was part of the Greek Genocide, was a deliberate and systematic destruction of the indigenous Greek community in the Pontus region and was the result of an Ottoman government-issued decree that led to the systematic annihilation and brutal extermination of over 353 Pontic Greek men, women, and children between 1914 and 1923. I would like to thank the Pontian Association of Montreal, the Hellenic Canadian Congress, the Hellenic Congress of Quebec, and all other associations who have been working hard to ensure that we never forget. I'd like to thank the Canadian Hellenic Congress for initiating the petition to have the Greek genocide officially recognized by the Government of Canada, and I encourage all Greek Canadians to sign it to have your voices heard. Today I rise in the House to pay tribute to the victims, survivors, and families of the Pontian Genocide. Que leur mémoire soit
May their memories be eternal.
Aeonia imnimitus.
The honourable member from Kenora.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are having to cancel their summer vacation as the price of a simple road trip is now unaffordable. Mr. Speaker, this government's inflationary deficits and high tax agenda have driven up fuel costs nearly 50%. And now they are planning to quadruple the carbon tax and make everything even more expensive. But common sense Conservatives are calling for this government to give Canadians a break. Mr. Speaker, we're calling on the government to axe the carbon tax, the federal fuel tax, and the GST on gas and diesel until Labor Day. And that would save Ontario families $592 this summer and allow for more people to be able to take a family trip. We already know that the Canadians cannot afford this costly coalition and their carbon tax, and we know that only Conservatives will bring home lower prices for all Canadians by axing the tax for everyone, everywhere, for good.
The honourable member from Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are struggling just to put food on the table. Food insecurity continues to worsen across this country, and today, Food Bank Canada's poverty report card confirms it. Nearly 50% of Canadians feel financially worse off than last year. 25% of Canadians are going hungry, and food banks have seen a 50% increase since 2021. And Mr. Speaker, it's this Prime Minister's record. This NDP Liberal government's inflationary spending and taxes are driving up the cost of living, and his plan is just to keep hiking up the carbon tax, making gas, heating, and groceries even more expensive. Canadians are desperate, and the Prime Minister is not listening. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. Only common sense Conservatives will cap the spending, axe the carbon tax, and bring home lower prices for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, on the occasion of the 221st anniversary of the creation of the flag of Haiti, I had the high honor of decorating 21 personalities of Haitian origin here in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having done us the honor of participating in this ceremony with other dignitaries. And thanks to these people who have exceptionally contributed over the past 60 years to our country, I'd like to list their names.
René Amilcar, Dominique Anglade, Nicole Baptiste, Carla Beauvais, Yvette Bonny, Fabienne Collat, Simone Métellus, Claudie Maupoint, Ruth Pierre-Paul, Dorothy Rowe, Marjorie Villefranche, hommage aux compatriotes, aux messieurs Angelo Cadet, Jean-Claude Icard, Fayol Jean, Sacha Wilkie Mérazil, Jérôme Métellus, Harry Max Prophète, Franz Saint-Elmy, Dickens Saint-Ville et Wilson Sanon.
Thank you to them all.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Abortion rights are human rights, but the Liberals continue to deny equal access to that right. In New Brunswick, the Prime Minister has done nothing to address the total absence of abortion clinics throughout the province. And in Manitoba, we are at risk of losing our only abortion clinic. A right is only as good as the ability to access it, but this is merely a dream in many rural and remote areas. Meanwhile, Conservatives, including the Conservative leader, voted in favor of backdoor legislation to threaten abortion rights, while other Conservatives have tabled anti-choice petitions and have spoken at anti-choice rallies. The Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada has listed every Conservative MP as anti-choice after they unanimously supported Bill C-311. When abortion rights are under attack, words are not enough. The government must act to ensure everyone who needs a safe, trauma-informed abortion has access to receive one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Montcalm. In February of 2023, the Joint Committee recommended through a large majority that people suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's should be able to emit an advance directive for medical assistance in dying, even though 83% of Canadians support this kind of request. The various ministers of health and justice are conspicuous by their lack of political courage and their total lack of understanding of the issue. They are once again waiting for afflicted patients to be forced to bear the burden of winning their case in courts. Today, with the support of the Collège des Médecins du Québec, the Quebec Bar, the Chambre des Notaires du Québec, and a number of associations, we are once again calling upon the government to allow Quebec and any other province that wishes to do so to go ahead with advanced directives. To the people who are suffering and to Ms. de Montigny, we shall not abandon you. Never will we abandon you.
The honourable member from Peterborough, Kawartha.
Today's report from Food Banks Canada is shocking, jaw-dropping, and sad. Almost 44% of the population are spending more than 30% of their income on housing. The Liberal NDP government is failing Canadians. When that much of your income is going to housing, if you can even find housing, there is barely anything left for other necessities like food. 2 million people a month are accessing food banks in Canada. 1 in 3 of those visitors are children. Canadians are doing everything that is asked for them. They're going to work. They're paying outrageous taxes, but they still can't get ahead. Why? Because that Prime Minister spends, and then gaslights Canadians, tells them that Canada isn't broken and that everything is great. Canada and Canadians deserve housing and food they can afford. Conservatives will restore that grade from an F to an A, and we will bring it home so that everybody can afford to live. Yeah.
The honourable member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the honour of attending the high-level meeting on antimicrobial resistance at the United Nations in New York. as a director of Unite, an international parliamentary organization for global health public. Antimicrobial resistance on AMR is one of the top 10 global public health threats to humanity and causes more than 5 million deaths per year. Political leadership is essential for raising public awareness. It must work together to combat AMR. This is why the Government of Canada established a PHEC AMR task force and provided an important multi-year funding commitment of over $28 million in 2021. This government recognized the need to continue supporting research efforts in budget 2024 by allocating $1.8 billion to core research grant funding. I encourage everyone to work together for global public health in Canada and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After 9 years of debt, taxes, and inflation from this Prime Minister and the Bloc, Canadians are hungry, literally. According to the Food Bank Report of Canada, 50% of Canadians say that they are in a worse situation than last year. 1/4 of Canadians have to use food banks for young people. How come the PM is forcing Canadians to feed their obese government when they can't even feed themselves? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, it'd be more credible from the Leader of the Opposition if he wasn't opposed to our food school program that will help 400,000 children across the country to eat better with school programs. We are here to invest and to help families, while the Conservatives are only offering cuts and austerity, Mr. Speaker. It's the same thing in terms of our investment in dental care that have allowed almost 100,000 seniors to have access to dental care free of charge. And the Conservatives continue to be opposed to this. We are here to help with affordability.
Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, his plan for the full school program has provided no meals, 0 meals. It has just created red tape and not helped children. And in terms of austerity is what the 25% of young Canadians that have had to use food banks over the past 3 years are already experiencing. The 50% of Canadians who are worse off than last year are also experiencing this. And the 25% of them that are in food insecurity know what austerity is. It's austerity for Canadians. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, once again, we see that the Conservatives are just trying to benefit from challenges that Canadians are facing. They're trying to score political points. But when it's time to vote on investments that will help families, like our school food program, or more daycare spots, or $10 daycare across the country, or dental care programs for seniors, they vote against these programs, Mr. Speaker. They are proposing government austerity and not investing in Canadians who are in need. We believe in economic growth and investment in families in need.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister's taxes, debt, inflation, and promises, Canadians are hungry. Literally, according to the Food Banks Canada report, 50% of Canadians say they're worse off than a year ago. 25% are in food insecurity, and 1/4 of young adults went to a food bank in 3 months alone this year. Why is it that Canadians who can't feed themselves have to keep feeding his morbidly obese government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, it would be slightly more credible to hear the Conservatives concerned about the challenges Canadians are facing if they hadn't stood and voted against more spaces in childcare, voted against our dental care program that 2 million seniors have signed up for and has now delivered close to 100,000 dental appointments for seniors in just 22 days, Mr. Speaker. They've also stood against our school foods program that's going to help 400,000 more kids across the country have full bellies as they start their school day. These are investments that they're opposed to, that we are there to help Canadians with.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's a school food program that has not served a single solitary meal, even though it was promised 3 years ago. What he's feeding is bureaucracy, not children. And if all of his spending were working, then why is it that Food Banks Canada reports today that 25% of young adults had to go to a food bank in 3 months alone, and 2 million Canadians are lined up every month? Mr. Speaker, with so many empty stomachs, isn't it just a little bit wacko to be raising carbon taxes on farmers and food?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we announced the National Food School program in the budget, and just after question period today, the Conservatives have an opportunity to vote in favour of that National School Food program and other initiatives that are going to help hundreds of thousands of kids across this country and indeed millions of Canadians with the high cost of living. But he's going to stand there and vote against it, Mr. Speaker, to prevent it from delivering the help Canadians need. We will keep going on delivering support for Canadians, and we will keep going on putting more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians with our price on pollution that supports Canadian families and successfully fights climate change.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's been making exactly these same promises for 9 long years, and yet his NDP Liberal government has doubled housing costs, doubled the debt, increased the size of the bureaucracy by 50%. Now he wants to quadruple the carbon tax, all to deliver 2 million people to a food bank every single month. Mr. Speaker, if government programs were really going to solve the problem he caused, then why are Canadians so hungry?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, here's a perfect example of where the Conservatives stand. They stood and voted against our Dental Care for Seniors program. As of today, over 2 million seniors have signed up, and in the 22 days since May 1st, close to 100,000 seniors have gotten free dental care. That's in just 22 days. On a program that he voted against and that he campaigned against across the country over the past number of months. We will be there to invest in supporting Canadians with a national school food program, with dental care, with more childcare spaces, despite him voting against.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals say they're interested in French in Quebec and in Canada, but the Liberals are gradually paying for the disappearance of French in Western Canada. Moreover, they're mobilizing hundreds of unilingual Anglophone members to protect their Liberal colleague. Does the Prime Minister really want Francophones to believe that it's out of love for the French language that they are flooding the Association of Francophone Parliamentarians? Mr. Speaker, Francophones across our country, including those in Quebec, know full well that the Bloc is not interested in the future of French outside of Quebec. That's why they want to make Quebec their own country to protect French. But we understand that the best way to protect French in Quebec and across Canada is by investing in all communities who speak French across the country. To protect French in Quebec, yes, we're there to do that, but also to continue to stand up to protect Francophone minorities across this country, and we're going to continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. That's not true, Mr. Speaker, but the best thing that could happen to French in Quebec and in Canada and across the world would be an independent Quebec. However, Mr. Speaker, What did the Prime Minister say during the English debate in 2021 when I was the only one who wanted to talk about Francophones outside of Quebec in English, and I was told I wasn't allowed to talk about French in English at the English debate in his country? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, in that debate, like in all debates and all possible opportunities, I always stand up to defend the French fact in Canada and to defend Francophone communities across this country. I've always done so, and I'm going to continue to do so. Defend linguistic duality and both official languages in this country, across this country, is what I've done. It's the Liberal Party of Canada, and for our Liberal government, we're going to continue to do so at every opportunity we have.
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
Loblaws isn't content just ripping off Canadians when they buy their groceries. Now they're teaming up with Rogers and Bell.
Just gonna, colleagues. Colleagues, it's important that we are able to hear the questions that are being asked as well as the answers. The honourable member from Burnaby South on the top, please.
Sure. I know the Conservatives don't like when I take on corporate greed, but Loblaws isn't content just ripping off Canadians when it comes to their groceries. Now Loblaws is teaming up with Rogers and Bell to rip off Canadians with their cell phone prices. We know they're going to limit choices, and limiting choices means higher prices for Canadians. The Prime Minister promised to lower cell phone fees. They're sky high. He promised to lower grocery fees. They're sky high. When will the Prime Minister finally stop greedy CEOs from ripping off Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've actually seen cell phone bills decrease across the country by 25% over the past number of years, and we're going to continue to stand up for Canadian consumers. And indeed, I know the Minister is looking into the Competition Act to see if there needs to be referred on a number of things that are come forward. But we're going to continue to stand up for the middle class and people working hard to join it, which is why we raised corporate taxes, why we asked the wealthiest Canadians to pay a little more so we can invest more in younger Canadians, why we're continuing to step up on creating fairness for every generation with this budget, with the investments we're making, and with further investments as well.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Power to stop these greedy CEOs, but you do.
It's not enough to be ripping people off at the grocery store. Today we've learned that Loblaws is teaming up.
I know it's Wednesday and everybody is a little bit more primed for action, but it's really important for us to hear the questions and hear the answers.
The honourable member for Burnaby South. From the top, please.
Power to stop these greedy CEOs, but you do. I know the Conservatives don't like it, but we got to take on corporate greed.
It's not enough for Loblaws to be ripping people off at the grocery store. Today we've learned that Loblaws is teaming up with Rogers and Bell to block competition from other companies in their stores. This means less choice and higher cell phone bills. The Liberals are sitting on their hands. Will the Prime Minister finally stand up to the CEOs and support a full investigation into these allegations? I'd like to benefit from this opportunity to remind all members that when they will be asking questions and there are answers, that they go through the chair, please. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member knows full well that we did make improvements to give more power to the Competition Bureau because we know that it's by ensuring competition amongst the various companies that Canadians will have better results and prices. And we also know that's important to continue to do follow-ups on these issues, and that's why the Minister is asking the Competition Bureau to look at what's happening in terms of cell phone packages and Loblaws, it's a challenge we're always going to take seriously.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, normally the NDP leader is well worth ignoring, but I just can't help myself. He says that the Prime Minister acts like he has no power to stop all of these greedy CEOs from ripping off consumers. Who else has the power? Well, the guy that joined the government 2 years ago. He's been in power during the worst food price inflation in over 4 decades. Will the Prime Minister agree with me that his carbon tax coalition is nothing more than an anti-competitive price-fixing scheme that is costing Canadians at the grocery store?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see that the Conservative Party's opposition to the price on pollution is ideological and not concrete, because their opposition to the price on pollution means they don't care about fighting against climate change. Even as wildfires are already raging in different parts of the country, they have no plan to fight against climate change. And they do it in the name of affordability while ignoring that the Parliamentary Budget Officer actually showed that 8 out of 10 Canadian families do better with the money put in their pockets from the Canada Carbon Rebate than it costs them with the price on pollution.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has concluded that 60% of Canadians pay more in carbon tax costs than they get back in the phony rebates. 100% of middle-class Canadians pay more than they get back in the phony rebates. And now the Prime Minister wants to quadruple the tax, all at a time when he's preparing to hand over power to carbon tax Carney. Will the Prime Minister confirm if carbon tax Carney will follow through on his plan to hike the tax to 61 cents a litre?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that 8 out of 10 Canadian families in jurisdictions where the carbon price federal backstop applies do better off with more money in their pockets through the Canada Carbon Rebate checks that land in their bank accounts 4 times a year. That's money in their pockets that goes to the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of everything they need to raise their families. That is money in their pockets that the Leader of the Opposition would take away because of its ideological crusade against climate action.
Then I have Shefton.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister's wacko carbon tax obsession is costing Canadians not just at the pump, but it raises the cost of home heating, of groceries, because of course if you tax the farmer who produces the food and the trucker who ships the food, you tax all who buy the food. It's a housing tax because it raises the cost of building materials that go into homes. With the report out today that 25% of young people had to go to a food bank in just 3 months, will he accept the common sense Conservative bill to take the tax off the farmers who produce our food?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition continues to make that argument even though he knows full well that farm fuels are 95% exempt from the price on pollution right across the country, Mr. Speaker. That is something that he ignores because of his ideological opposition to take any action in fighting climate change. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, in Conservative ridings right across the country, people are worried about droughts, people are worried about floods, people are worried about wildfires that are more and more severe. Canadians need a clean plan to fight climate change, which is something he hasn't put forward while we are fighting climate change and putting money in people's pockets.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's carbon tax applies on barns, on grain drying, on fertilizers, on off-farm vehicles. It costs literally tens of thousands of dollars for many individual farmers, all of which gets passed on. But the Prime Minister, instead of defending his taxes, resorted to a really wacko and unhinged claim that if Canadians just paid more taxes, there would be suddenly less fires. I thought that water and not taxes put out fires. But maybe the Prime Minister can clarify, how high would his tax have to go for forest fires to stop?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing the impacts of the extreme weather events that come from climate change that are unfortunately getting worse and worse every year. That is why our government from 2015 onwards has stepped up in the fight against climate change, because not only are we reducing Canada's emissions to the lowest level outside the pandemic in 25 years, but we're also stepping up in the jobs and technological innovations that the world needs to successfully fight climate change. We will continue to fight climate change, Mr. Speaker, and put more money in people's pockets while he sits with his arms crossed and no plan.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He didn't answer my question. Now he says that his taxes are going to make Canada a high-tech wonderland. Before, his claim was that it was going to stop forest fires. It's him that made the link, not me. Obviously, I think the link between the two is absolutely ridiculous, because his tax is not an environmental plan. It's a money-collecting plan. It's a plan of government greed. So I'll ask the question again. He wants to hike the tax to 61 cents a litre. If it gets to that high and people are all starving in the streets, will that stop the forest fires?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the Leader of the Opposition's desire to make clever rhetorical points, he actually completely ignores the basic facts. The price on pollution is revenue neutral for the federal government. That means the money that comes in for the price on pollution, for the carbon tax, gets returned to the jurisdictions, and is why the Parliamentary Budget Officer found 8 out of 10 Canadian families in jurisdictions where the carbon price applies do better with the Canada carbon rebate that comes in 4 times a year than the price on pollution costs them. That's a plan to fight climate change and put money in people's pockets.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to be too clever for the Prime Minister, but he's the one who made the argument that high taxes would stop forest fires, and now he can't tell us how high the tax would go to put all the fires out. He went on now to say that his tax is revenue neutral. Well, you don't have to be too clever to read the government's own published documents, which shows that he has collected $2 billion more in taxes than he's given back in rebates. That's why 100% of middle-class Canadians pay more than they get back. So once again, will he tell those middle-class people how high the tax would have to go for the fires to stop?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we just saw is climate denialism at its finest. The fact is, as global emissions rise, as carbon intensity in the atmosphere increases, extreme weather events like wildfires, droughts, and floods will simply become more and more frequent. Now, his plan is to do nothing, Mr. Speaker, and let future generations fend for themselves. Our plan is not only to reduce our emissions, but to create the solutions that the world needs while we lead on fighting climate change, bringing down emissions, and growing the economy.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. A new study from the OQLF has established that French as a working language has gone down from 90% of young people to 58%, 64 rather, to 60%. Does the Prime Minister recognize that his linguistic policies are not at all stopping the decline in French and it has weakened it? Or can he address the perverse insults that were made to Quebec scientists? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are the first federal government to recognize that we have a responsibility in particular to protect French in Quebec. Yes, we are concerned with the decline of French that we're seeing across the country, including in Quebec. And that is why we are here to invest, to partner with the Quebec government to ensure that we are protecting the French fact in Quebec and official languages across our country. We're going to continue to be there to defend French, not for political ends like the Bloc is doing, but because it's the right thing to do for our country and our future. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals admitted that they're responsible, but they've acted in the opposite. They have not supported. They gave money to Anglophones in Quebec to protect them from a French assimilation. If the Prime Minister is so concerned for Quebec, can he stop objecting the Bill 96 in Quebec and allow Quebec to manage its linguistic laws? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Official Languages Act protects linguistic minorities across our country, and obviously, well, we want to protect Francophone minorities outside of Quebec, and also we have a responsibility to protect both official languages in a bilingual country and to protect all linguistic minorities, and we're going to continue to do so. But it doesn't prevent us from doing everything we can to protect French. It's not the Anglophone minority in Quebec that is being threatening French in Quebec. We're going to continue to fight to protect French in Quebec, across the province and across Canada. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost of housing, which has doubled. But today, the Parliamentary Budget Officer released a damning report that showed that after the Prime Minister promised he would eliminate chronic homelessness, it's actually gone up 38%, and the number of people living in unsheltered locations is up 88%. This after he spent $500 million on homelessness programs. So if it costs $500 million for him to drive up homelessness, how much would it cost to drive it down?
Wow. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, whether it's the pandemic, whether it was global inflation, whether it was international economic situations, we've seen more and more Canadians suffering, including from the opioid and toxic drug epidemic that the Leader of the Opposition continues to attack and vilify. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we've invested billions in countering homelessness, and we're going to continue to invest in eliminating encampments and supporting Canadians and communities, in vulnerable communities across the country. The Leader of the Opposition solution is to do less to fight homelessness, to invest less in vulnerable people. That's what he's doing when he votes against our current budget.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Again, he brags about his billions in spending. Mr. Speaker, people can't live in billions. They live in homes, and his billions build bureaucracies that block those homes. In 2015, there were 284 homeless people in Halifax. Now, there's 1,211. Wow. There are over 30 homeless encampments in Halifax alone. 10 years ago, there were 3,000 Quebecers who were homeless. Now it's 10,000. Why is it that the more he spends, the worse things get?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government has chosen to invest to support Canadians through difficult times. We saw it through the pandemic, where we stepped up to put money in Canadians' pockets, money in community organizations, money in businesses and restaurants, in mom-and-pop shops right across the country, and we came out of it stronger economically. We restored full employment faster than the United States. We know that investing when people need supports is the right way to build for the future. Confident countries invest in themselves. What the Leader of the Opposition is proposing is austerity and cuts to programs at exactly the time that Canadians need them.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians are already living through austerity, according to a PBO report. It has shown that since the Prime Minister promised to eliminate homelessness, it has increased by 38%. The number of homeless people in Quebec has risen from 3,000 to 10,000, Mr. Speaker. Yes, true, he's spending more money, that he's making everything more expensive. But when will he recognize that big government in Ottawa will never end homelessness? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, no one in this country thinks that a Conservative government that will cut and offer austerity will help fight homelessness in our country. That's not how things work. It takes investment in housing that is affordable. It takes investment in programs to support people who are homeless. It takes investment in programs based on compassion and data to fight drug issues. This is the investment that is necessary. But he's just proposing cuts and austerity while Canadians are suffering. But we are here to invest in vulnerable communities. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Devastating reports in one day demonstrate the NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost. First, we had Food Banks Canada and the Salvation Army that say record numbers are forced to go to food banks, that over half of people are worse off than they were a year ago. And now the PBO says there is more homelessness. There's more homelessness and hunger. He's got three explanations. One, he can blame the rest of the world for his mistakes. Two, he can promise more of the spending that caused the problem. Or three, he can own up and admit that he caused the misery Canadians are living.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative leader likes to going around saying Canada is broken, we choose instead to invest in Canadians, invest in supporting food banks, invest in community organizations that are on the front lines of supporting vulnerable Canadians, investing in the kinds of programs that are lifting Canadians up, like the 2 million vulnerable seniors who are now accessing health care, dental care for the first time. 100,000 people in just 22 days have gotten dental care when the Conservative Party has consistently voted against it and indeed tried to block it both in this House and across the country. We will continue to be there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Ireland, Spain, and Norway announced that they will soon recognize the State of Palestine. This is a crucial step towards peace and justice for Palestinians and Israelis. But Canada is missing in action. In February, New Democrats asked this government to recognize the State of Palestine. They refused, and they turned their backs on Palestinians and Israelis who are looking for peace and justice in their region. The Prime Minister can take a stand today. Will he join with the consensus of international community and recognize the State of Palestine?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we urgently need to build a credible path towards lasting peace. We oppose efforts by the Netanyahu government to reject a two-state solution. At the same time, Hamas, a terrorist group, currently controls areas in Gaza and has not laid down its arms or released its hostages. We are prepared to recognize the State of Palestine at the right time, not necessarily as the last step along the path. We were pleased to be able to support the NDP motion of a number of months ago. We will continue to work forward on promoting peace and working towards stability in the Middle East.
The Honourable Member from Nunavut.
Last week, I met with the Tumikulut Saipakivik Daycare in Iqaluit, a daycare that provides culturally appropriate care in Inuktitut. Because of a lack of funding, they are on the verge of closing. In 2022, the Liberals promised millions of dollars to Nunavut Daycare. The funding is taking too long to make its way to Tumikulut Saipakivik Daycare. Will the Liberals ensure Tumikulut does not fall through the cracks and get the urgent funding it needs to stay open?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Investing in early learning and child care right across the country that is affordable, that is high quality, and that is available for families is one of the cornerstones of this government's policy of the past few years. We've worked closely with provinces and territories to make sure that money is delivered on the ground where it is needed the most. I will follow up on this particular case and make sure that the government of Nunavut is passing through the money and is accessing all the funds necessary so that child care in the north and indeed right across the country continues to be delivered as the social program and economic program that it is.
The honourable member from Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as a family doctor who delivered close to 500 babies, I am concerned about access to reproductive choice. Claiming to support reproductive choice is not enough. We must pass legislation that makes it fully accessible to all. The Pharmacare Act is a start. It will provide free contraception to over 9 million patients. Unfortunately, our Conservative colleagues oppose it. They also oppose access to safe abortion. Will the Prime Minister reaffirm his government's promise to defend a woman's reproductive rights in spite of the opposition's efforts to deny it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Vancouver Centre for her decades of leadership. We will always support a woman's right to access reproductive health care, both in our words and in our policy. The Leader of the Opposition pretends to be pro-choice, but supports his Conservative caucus members tabling anti-abortion legislation. He cannot have it both ways. If the opposition leader truly believed in the right to choose, he'd condemn any effort to restrict reproductive choice and freedom, including from within his own caucus.
Hear, hear. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 9 years of this Prime Minister, the cost of housing has doubled because of his inflationist spending and the bureaucracy that he's funding, which is preventing construction. In Le Soleil today, we learned that those who have not yet found a home for the coming year are panicking. And there's a major risk that many people will be forced to camp this summer because they can't find a home. Is this Prime Minister's plan, after doubling the cost of housing, to provide tents to people who are going to have to go camping because they can't find a home? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, I'm happy to be able to talk about our plan, which assures fairness for every generation. Our housing plan will build 3.87 million new housing units across the country by cutting bureaucracy, by changing zoning, and by lowering construction costs, and by using public land. We are going to bring back the dream of access to a home for young Canadians by helping them save money tax-free, and by allowing renters to use their history when asking for a mortgage. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The inflation that is hurting Canadians is the result of the inflationist and centralizing spending of this Prime Minister. No surprise. What's surprising is that the Bloc voted for $500 billion of that spending. And, you know, this isn't the money that's already in the main estimates. This is money that's doubling fees for consultants, for example, including money for ArriveScam. Does the Bloc Liberal government realize that more money for the federal government means less money for Quebecers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see the Conservative leader completely ignoring facts and data in all of the rhetorical arguments that he's putting forward. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the inflation, which has hit the entire planet, hurt Canada less than many other countries, and now over the last 4 months, inflation has gone down because of the investments and because of the sound, responsible financial management of our government. We will continue to be there to invest in Canadians while lowering inflation. That's what he doesn't understand.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, inflation in housing is worse in Canada than in any other G7 country. It's the second worst of the 40 OECD countries. But the question was about inflationary spending and centralizing spending that the Bloc continues to vote for. The Bloc Québécois has become a socialist party that wants to increase the size of the government. But they're focused on the federal government. So that means a bigger federal state and less autonomy and money for Quebecers. And Why is it only the Conservatives who are defending Quebecers?
Premier Minister.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Now, Mr. Speaker, we all remember what these Conservatives do when it comes to Quebec. We saw the cuts to social health services and healthcare. We saw the cuts in the health transfer. We saw the cuts to arts and culture, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are standing up today to attack the Bloc Québécois for not properly defending Quebec. Well, that's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the Bloc is to defend Quebecers. They do it less well than the federal government can do it, but the attacks from the Conservatives against Quebecers are a bit ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, here. The Liberal Bloc Party. A beautiful coalition, a beautiful coalition. Now the Prime Minister, the so-called Federalist Prime Minister, says that the Bloc defends Quebecers. What? What? And the Bloc is voting for centralizing spending here in Ottawa. What? What is going on here? Everything is confused, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it time to forget this ridiculous coalition and replace it with a Conservative government that has a lot of common sense? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, apparently, unlike the leader of the Conservatives, I believe fundamentally that every member in this House is there to defend the interests of the people who elected them. That is our individual responsibility and collective responsibility. Every person here in this House is doing that. Yes, people know very well that I disagree with the ultimate goal of the Bloc Québécois, but at the same time, we can certainly find moments where we can work together with respect to protect the French language, to create economic growth in Quebec. We are there to work together, not to play political games and to just attack everyone. That's what the Conservatives are here to do. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, in the western St. Lawrence Gulf, there's only one fishery that's open. That's crustaceans, crab, and lobsters. All the other fisheries are closed or in crisis. However, the member for Gaspésie and the Minister of Fisheries is closing all kinds of fishery areas throughout the region. What is the Prime Minister saying to fishers who have to go back home to port and who are seeing another fishing season disappear in front of their eyes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, we understand the distress and the challenges that fishers are facing in eastern Canada. We're seeing a very difficult moment because of climate change, because of changing and diminishing maritime populations. We are going to be there to support the fishers, but part of being there to support them is also protecting our international markets and filling out our scientific responsibilities and in respecting international law. We are going to be there to help the fishers, and we are also going to be there to protect endangered species and our trade agreements in the future. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I'll give him another chance, Mr. Speaker. It's because of the right whales that the fishery areas are closed. Everyone wants to protect the whales. But the government is threatening them by opening up new areas for oil exploration. Fishers, scientists, the Bloc Québécois have proposed some ideas. The department's not listening, the minister isn't listening, and the fishing sector is facing an unprecedented crisis. Does the Prime Minister believe that fishers should respect the minister? Does he have trust in the minister? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are working closely with industry, with scientists, and with our international partners to manage a very, very difficult situation. We understand the extent to which this is a difficult situation for fishers, and we are going to continue to be there for them. And we are going to make sure that the decisions that we're taking are going to respect the interest of the industry and also the environment, obviously, and will protect endangered species. It's a very complex issue, Mr. Speaker, but we're going to be there not with simplistic solutions, but with the necessary support to ensure the long-term success of our resource. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After 9 years of this Prime Minister and the Bloc Québécois, Canadians are exhausted. They don't have any money left in their pockets, and many are hungry. They need vacations, but it's too expensive. The Prime Minister has doubled the national debt. That has increased the price of everything. Interest rates have gone up as well. So that's why the Conservatives, the common sense Conservatives, are proposing a vacation on gas and diesel taxes to allow Quebecers to have a break. Will the Prime Minister have the common sense to accept this great idea? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers know too well what happens when the Conservatives bring in austerity measures when it comes to affordability and the cost of living. That's why we will continue to invest in families. We will continue to be there to help seniors. We will continue to be there to help children with a school food program. We are going to be there to create more daycare spaces. All of these are proposals that the Conservatives have voted against. They will cut in social programs, cut social services, cut help for families, because of their ideology of austerity. We'll be there for Quebecers and Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The NDP Liberal Prime Minister has implemented a wacko and radical drug decriminalization and handout program. He's literally handed out tax-funded opioids. The result has been tragic, a nearly tripling in the number of overdose deaths, and where the policy has been most deeply implemented, in BC, a 300% increase in overdose deaths. Prime Minister did a last-minute reversal on decriminalization in that province, only to vote back in favor of decriminalization yesterday. Isn't it his plan to decriminalize across Canada if he's re-elected?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is we will continue to be there responsibly on a science-based, evidence-based approach that works with jurisdictions on the tools they need to counter the growing opioid and toxic drug epidemic. I understand the ideological desire by Conservatives to simply look at every problem as if it's a nail because all they have is a hammer. We're going to continue to be there investing in community supports. We're going to be there to continue to work with jurisdictions who want to help people struggling with addictions, and we will continue to be there to ground in science and evidence.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Imagine you're a young couple in a hospital welcoming your newborn into the world, and all of a sudden you smell meth or crack smoke coming down the hallway. That was the reality up until just a few weeks ago in British Columbia, when because the Prime Minister and the NDP had decriminalized crack. And if those parents had asked the nurse to stop it, they would have said, no, that can't happen. These drug uses are now legal. We're introducing the Safe Hospitals Act to ban all hard drugs from hospitals. Will the Prime Minister support it? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to be clear, those things are already illegal in hospitals. We know that nurses and hospital staff need to feel safe in their work environment, and it's our government that has invested billions of dollars into the healthcare system to ensure Canadians have access to the best care possible, and support goes to our frontline health workers. The important difference between the Conservative Party and us is that while they look to criminalize the most vulnerable struggling with addictions, we are rolling up our sleeves and working with all levels of government to put an end to this crisis and help these most vulnerable Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many, costs are an obstacle that prevent access to health care, particularly when it comes to reproductive health care. The right to access to an abortion is threatened in Canada by the March Against Abortion, which took place here in Ottawa, encouraged and followed by Conservative members who promised again to restrict access to health care. Young people here in Ottawa-Vanier are worried. They want to know, what is the government doing to fight against these threats on the rights of women? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Ottawa-Vanier for her very hard work and her leadership. Across the way, the Conservative members are proposing anti-choice legislation. They participate in rallies against abortion, and the Conservative leader not only refuses to oppose his caucus, but even voted with them on a bill that would have classified the fetus as a person. Women have the right to choose, and that's why we are making prescription contraceptives free, and we will continue to defend the right to choose.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister's wacko crime policies, extortions are up 218% nationally, 263% in Ontario, and roughly the same in Alberta, and roughly 400% in British Columbia. The Prime Minister passed a law that would allow extortionists out of jail faster after they've used a gun. Will he reverse himself and support my common sense Conservative deputy leader's bill to crack down on extortionists and put them in behind bars to stop the crime?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the problem with the Conservative leader's approach on crime is it consistently gets struck down by the courts. That's what we saw through 8 years of Stephen Harper, which actually led Canadians worse off than before. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, our approach on cracking down on criminals while at the same time making sure our communities are safer by strengthening the gun laws the Conservatives are continually voting against in the pocket of the gun lobby is not keeping Canadians safe. That's why we worked with the provinces on bail reforms that are going to make sure we're keeping Canadians safe while making sure we're charter compliant.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was not forced by the courts to allow career car thefts to do their sentences in their living rooms, playing Grand Theft Auto. He chose to do that through his bill C5. He chose to bring in catch and release bail through C75. He chose to pass a law allowing Paul Bernardo out of Max Penn. Mr. Speaker, now we can make another choice. Instead of trying to ban Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle, will he put extortionists who use machine guns in jail?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has continually pledged to make assault-style weapons legal again. We have banned them for the past 4 years, and we will continue to make sure that they stay banned in this country while the Leader of the Opposition wants to bring back assault-style weapons to our communities and to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That's not how to keep this community safer. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, in the name of protecting Canadians from crime, he's willing to suspend their fundamental freedoms by using the notwithstanding clause to override the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That's not responsible, and it makes you wonder what other rights is he going to come after on Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, military-style assault rifles have been banned since the 70s. The Prime Minister held a press conference with a big, scary gun on the front of his podium 4 years ago and still hasn't been able to figure out how to ban that scary-looking cartoon gun with 1,500 guns under amnesty to this day. And he says he won't be able to figure out how to do it for at least another 3 years. So, will the Prime Minister stop his made-in-Hollywood approach to crime and actually lock up the hard criminals so that we can stop the crime?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the past 4 years, it has been illegal to buy, sell, or use assault-style weapons in this country, and that is exactly what the Conservative leader has promised to overturn if he gets elected to government in this country. The reality is he wants to bring back assault-style weapons in this country after we banned them back in 2000. We're going to continue to be there to make sure Canadians are safe while he stays in the pocket of the gun lobby. That's not what Canadians want. That's not even what Conservative Canadians want, but he's going to do it anyway.
The honourable member from Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, while our government works to provide pharmacare, expand childcare, introduce a national school food program, and build housing, Conservative MPs are giving speeches at anti-abortion rallies. Reproductive health is health. Women have the right to choose when and if they start a family. With members of this House threatening to take this right away from Canadians, what is this government doing to strengthen reproductive rights?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Davenport is right. Reproductive health is health, and abortion is health care. The Leader of the Opposition pretends to care about freedom, but whose freedom was he defending? By threatening to suspend Canadians' charter rights, by voting to restrict abortion, or by removing the right to vote from thousands of Canadians when he was Minister of Democratic Institutions. That is the very opposite of freedom. We will never back down from defending all Canadians' fundamental rights and freedoms.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Windsor West.
2 years after the illegal border blockade at Ambassador Bridge, the Liberals are stiffing the City of Windsor by not paying back the city for costs for handling this mess. Canadians are used to being ripped off by big grocery stores and big telecoms, but now they can add the Liberals to that list. And where were the Conservatives while this happened? On the sidelines, cheering on this harm. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister asked Windsor to protect our country, so why is he rewarding this attack on the economy, public safety, and frontline workers by not paying Windsorites back the money that they're owed?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows full well that we paid back a significant amount of the costs incurred by the City of Windsor during the Conservative-supported convoy. There is a matter of a dispute around whether those legal fees were to be covered by the federal government. And I know the Minister of Public Safety is meeting with the Mayor of Windsor tomorrow, and I'm sure that'll be on the discussion. In the meanwhile, we've continued to stand up for Windsor with historic investments in jobs and opportunities for Windsorites that, quite frankly, Conservatives continue to stand against, while we will continue to be there for the people of Windsor.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the University Network for Human Rights published a 100-page report concluding that Israel's actions in Gaza constitute genocide. Now, the International Criminal Court's chief prosecutor is seeking arrest warrants for both Hamas terrorists and Israeli leaders. There's no equivalency being made. These individuals may simply be accused of breaking international law, which the court is tasked to uphold. Will the PM support the ICC's process, as is the will of this Parliament from March 18th?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously we're closely monitoring the processes as they unfold at the ICC. We respect the independence of the court. There is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas. One is a state, the other is a terrorist organization. As we've said from the beginning, all parties have a necessary obligation to comply with international law. In the meanwhile, an immediate ceasefire is urgently needed, and a lot more humanitarian aid needs to get in, and hostages need to be released. We will continue to stand for a two-state solution. We will continue to call for peace in the region.
Colleagues, that is the end of question period, but I wish to draw to the attention of members in the gallery to the presence of the Honourable Paul Calandra, Government House Leader, Minister of Legislative Affairs, and Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for the province of Ontario. It being 3:20, pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Allison to the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-69. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Madame Freeland.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Valdez, moved that Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16, 2024, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
Mr. Allison, seconded by Mr. Lehoux, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16, 2024. Since the bill fails to implement, may I dispense? Since it fails to implement a common-sense budget that would A, axe the carbon tax, B, build homes without bureaucracy by requiring cities to permit 15% more home building each year as a condition for receiving federal infrastructure money, and C, cap the spending with dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation by requiring the government to find $1 in savings for every new dollar of spending.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Delpech.
Mr. Delpech.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Perkins. Pardon me. Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lob.
Mr. Lob.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Miss Kara.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton East. South.
South. Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Mr.
Carr. Mr. Carr.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Monsieur Desjardins.
Monsieur Desjardins.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Question from the House. The electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Schmale. We don't hear you, Mr. Schmale. I see you're putting a finger up, but... A thumb is a finger. Okay, we don't see Mr. Schmale putting his thumb up. Okay, no audio is working there.
I vote in favor. I vote in favor.
Mr. Schmale, yay pour.
All right. Anybody else? Anybody else in the chamber have technical difficulties? No. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Anybody else? Yeas pour, 115 centimes. Nays contre, 203, 203.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion, and the question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mrs. Valdez, moves that Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16, 2024, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them now to rise and indicate to the chair. The Honourable Whip for the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives request a recorded division.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed with the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those Those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming proceedings.
The electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Nobody online, but I also see the Honourable Whip for the New Democratic Party on her feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the photo for the member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro, Medonte does not show up on the app, so I don't think we can count that vote.
We'll remove that from the count. Anybody else with technical difficulties or things to bring up? Nope. Le Bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 143, 143.
La motion est...
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-381 under private members' business. The question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Mr. Uppal, seconded by Mr. Soroka, moves that Bill C-381, an act to amend the Criminal Code extortion, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Uppal.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Fifth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Back to Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
In the fourth row.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Monsieur Shampoo.
Monsieur Shampoo.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
In the second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Miss Findlay.
Miss Findlay.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Que tous ceux à ma...
All those at my right in favour of the motion will please rise.
Sixième rangée. Come on! Cinquième rangée. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Troisième.
Third row.
À ma droite. Deuxième rang.
Second row.
Première.
First row.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
In the fifth row.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Troisième.
Third row.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième.
Second row.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Première.
First row.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
All those to my right opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Fifth row at my right.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr.
Morrissey.
Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
In the third row.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kuzmierchuk.
Mr. Kuzmierchuk.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Deuxième rangée.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Première rangée.
Ms. Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had issues with the app, but I would like to cast my vote as yay.
Leslie, yay pour.
Anybody else in chamber? Le Bureau.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 173, 173.
I declare the motion defeated. Daily routine of business. Affaires courantes ordinaires. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 21 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Depot de
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House, in both official languages, the reports of the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the 66th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference in Accra, Ghana, from September 30th to October 6th, 2023, and the bilateral visit to Guyana, November 13th to 18th, 2023.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two reports to present. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 21st report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities in relation to Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulations 212. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Mr. Speaker, the second report. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 22nd report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Main Estimates 2024-2025, Vote 1 under the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, Votes 1 and 5 under the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization, Vote 1 under the Canadian Centre for Occupational Health and Safety, and Votes 1 and 5 under the Department of Employment and Social Development. And while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day.
Here, here. Mr. Morrissey, seconded by Mr. Lemerer, moves that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes the request recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. I hear on division, but I'm guessing someone standing, the Honourable Member Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, in the defense of democracy, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Here, here. Call in the members. La question.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Morrissey, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Hutching.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Sgro.
Ms. Sgro.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Serry.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
The House will now wait for electronic voting. Oh, still over.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Speaker, my camera is not working, so I'd like to vote in favor.
Mr. Van Bynen, yea pour.
Quelqu'un d'autre avec des problèmes techniques?
Anyone else with technical problems?
We will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 144, 144.
I declare the motion carried.
I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill, which the concurrence of the House is desired. Projet de loi.
Bill S16, an act respecting the recognition of the Haida Nation and the Council of the Haida Nation.
It's also my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, je dois faire connaître à la Chambre
the questions that will be raised at adjournment.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston on Correctional Services of Canada. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York on Diversity and Inclusion. And l'Honourable Député de Leeds, Grenville.
And the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Innovation, Science and Industry.
Okay. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to Government Business number 39, I move, seconded by the Minister for Justice, that the debate be no longer further adjourned.
Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Mr. Varani, moves that in relation to consideration of Government Business number 38, the debate shall not be further adjourned. So, conformément à l'article 60.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period.
Wish to ask questions to raise their hands so that the chair has some idea of the members who wish to participate, which always is a number of people who want to participate. So, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the government side why they felt the need to do this to shut down debate on a gag order, because Motion 39 is a gag order being directed at the Standing Committee on Health. And I'll also remind them that before they gave me talking points, that just 2 days before Motion 39 was tabled before the House, 2 days before, the Minister of Health said the following. He said that there will be time for the committee to conduct a study. He continued on to say, yes, it is important to debate. However, there's plenty of time for debate in committee and during the rest of the House process. So what is the truth, Mr. Speaker? Why are they moving to a gag order on the gag order?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I thank the member for his comments, and what I would offer to him is that the proposed programming motion contemplates committee study. And there's several hours of committee study that's being contemplated in what's before. And what's also important for this House to understand, and for Canadians that are watching to understand, is that when we're talking about pharmacare and a precedential expansion of the medical system envelope that is provided in this country, we're talking about a significant feature that will help promote better healthcare outcomes, more equality for Canadians, and specifically giving women reproductive rights and reproductive control over their bodies through the provision of free contraception.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if my colleague would join me in imploring the Conservatives to actually stand up for their constituents. 18,000 constituents in each and every Conservative riding in the country will benefit from the diabetes aspect of the pharmacare program that the NDP has pushed forward and forced the government to put on the table. 25,000 people on average in each Conservative riding will benefit from the contraception. And we're not asking Conservative MPs to even lift a finger. They don't have to do any work at all for all these benefits to flow to their constituents. All we're asking, Mr. Speaker, is Conservatives stop blocking legislation that is going to save lives and is going to help people. We're not asking them to do any work. They don't have to do anything at all. All they have to do is stop blocking. Will Conservatives stop blocking stuff that actually help their constituents, thousands of their constituents?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, what I would put it to, and I thank the member opposite for his commentary, what I would say is that certainly there are many reasons to get behind this kind of legislation, but there's also an economic reason. So I appeal to the red Tories that I'm standing opposite right now. And I would say that according on the diabetes stats alone, unnecessary costs are incurred from lost productivity and elevated healthcare system use due to diabetes and its complications, which include heart attack, stroke, kidney failure, blindness, and amputation. So if we provide diabetes medication free of charge, what we can do is, on an estimate, save around between 27 billion and 39 billion from our healthcare system in this country by 2028. That makes fiscal sense, let alone ethical sense.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that if we take a look at the whole concept of a national pharmacare program where diabetes is in fact being highlighted and the many different benefits that society will receive is there, and it's very tangible, as the Minister just made reference to. The concern that I have is the Conservatives have made it known that they do not support it, which means that they are prepared to do whatever it takes in order to prevent the bill from passing. And I'm wondering if the Minister can provide his thoughts on the importance of ultimately the legislation passing. And without using this particular tool within the government, the Conservatives would not allow the bill to pass itself.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I thank the member opposite for his contributions today and every day in this chamber. What I would say is that it's critical. It's critical for basic equality. It's critical for basic things such as women's control over their own bodies and their reproductive rights. I know that that can sometimes be a divisive issue on that side of the House, and in particular within that caucus. On this side of the House and amongst progressive parties that are represented in this chamber, it is not controversial whatsoever. We stand by a woman's ability to control her body, to control her reproductive processes, and if that means providing free contraception, that's exactly what we will do with this bill, and we will proceed with haste to achieve that goal.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the government seizing the opportunity to stop debate on an important bill, and on a bill that we could have evaluated in its intention to butt into provincial jurisdictions once again. Debate is being stifled. This means that we can't have important discussions about this, and it's once again an opportunity for the government to butt into provincial jurisdictions, including the one of health, the province which is fully capable of working its healthcare and insurance programs. Mr. Speaker, I would like to hear what the Minister has to say about this. I know that this is a subject that the Bloc loves to talk about, but with good reason. It's an important one. It's about interference in Quebec's jurisdictions. The Minister will listen. Will the Minister still listen to Quebec's request to have full compensation in its right to withdraw from the program in all healthcare programs, including this one about pharmacare?
The Minister de Justice et Procureur Général du Canada.
Je ne suis pas d'accord.
I don't agree at all with what was said across the way. It's not a question of interference. When we're talking about the healthcare envelope, we provide to Canadians, to Quebecers, and all Canadians, in fact. It's a question of equality. It's a question of control and autonomy, especially for women. Women from Quebec or elsewhere, they have the right to control their own reproductive system through contraception. This measure will help them. It's as simple as that. It's a very important question for the equality of women, and I hope that all members of the Bloc will vote for this bill and for a Study Act committee as targeted in the motion before us. Because the time to act is now. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fully agree with the objectives of this bill, C-64, but I have an issue with the alacrity here in this House. There needs to be debate.
We had time, and I understand the pressure that things in this place seem to face so many obstacles, that the concern of the government is that things will get bogged down. as the leader of the Green Party, we've been in every platform for I can't remember how many elections, calling for a universal single-payer pharmacare that actually means that Canada will be properly a country with universal health care. We're the only country in the world that has a nationalized health care system that doesn't provide for universal pharmacare. The big pharma industry in this country and globally makes indecent levels of profits over drugs that they haven't had to put investment in for research. Mr. Speaker, I will wrap up fast just to say there are lots of issues to discuss with pharmacare. The Hoskins report scratched the surface of the ways we could in this country save billions of dollars from our healthcare system, but not with a piecemeal approach. I very much fear that the piecemeal approach of what I support, absolutely, diabetes medications, absolutely, contraception available for free. But I fear that we may be setting up a system where, because we don't see savings, we may even see an increase in costs. But universal, single-payer pharmacare will save our healthcare system billions of dollars a year, and this isn't it, not yet. So I want to support getting the bill through, but I really object to seeing a constant loss of our opportunity to thoroughly debate issues because of the need to bring down le baillon, toujours la guillotine.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I thank the member for her contributions, and I have several responses. So first, there's been 10 hours of debates thus far. Secondly, this is not just about contraception and about diabetes. It's also about establishing, within 30 days of royal assent, a committee of experts to make recommendations to the minister regarding the operation and financing of a national universal single-payer pharmacare. Are we proceeding incrementally at the start? Absolutely we are. With respect to the financing component, that members from Sandwich Gulf Islands, in our own province, the estimate on the financial savings to the system just in BC from a UBC study is that no-cost contraception has the potential to save the BC healthcare system approximately $27 million per year. As I said earlier, and I'll say it again, there's an ethical case for proceeding with PACE. There's also a financial case for proceeding with PACE. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think that part of the difficulty that the Costly Coalition fails to recognize is that their continued spending on quote-unquote behalf of Canadians is costing them lives. What we know in the healthcare system that exists under their watch is that between 17 and 30,000 Canadians die every year because of a procedure or a consultation that they cannot get. And they still continue to spend money in a hand-over-fist fashion. And with the support of the Costly Coalition partners behind me, what we're seeing is another bill that's been rushed through, much like their botched dental care plan, which we know should have taken several years and now is failing Canadians. The other misconception that they want to peddle to Canadians is that this is a free plan that already exists. And what we already know is that there is no plan, that this is a simple pamphlet or an idea that, again, is there for photo ops and is going to cost Canadians money because they're going to have as the minister already talked about, some specialist committee to talk about it a bit more, and then they're going to create another Canadian drug agency, which is going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. So what we need is a responsible government, and whenever they're ready to allow us to take over, we're more than happy to.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The choice of government is for Canadians. It's not for him or I, Mr. Speaker. But first of all, as a medical professional, I find some of those interventions quite astounding. The notion that investing in the healthcare system is somehow inappropriate, that's not what his province advocated for us, nor did any of the other 10 provinces and 3 territories when we struck an almost $200 billion deal. What I would also say is that it's really fundamental to get straight what we were talking about here. We were talking about delivering healthcare for Canadians by investing in their medication. As the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands rightfully pointed out, we are alone in the OECD being a state that provides medical care coverage without providing coverage for medication. That is an anomaly of one that we are curing with this important step. Why is it important? Because it deals with reproductive rights for women and dealing with diabetes medication for something that affects 3.7 million Canadians. Those are 2 cohorts which desperately need our support. That is what we are providing through this legislation, and that is why we are moving with PACE to implement it.
Question and commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask the Minister about our concerns that we share with him about all the blockages that the Conservatives have been putting up on bills that would help Canadians across the country, whether it's dental care. They seem to think that they deserve dental care here as MPs, and needy families in the rest of Canada should not have that. They believe that we shouldn't have pharmacare, single-payer pharmacare that would save us billions of dollars a year. Canadians seem to think the Conservatives are good on the economy, but the Conservatives have no concept that this measure to create a single-payer pharmacare plan, the dental care plan, the contraceptions, all those things that we talked about will save us money. I'm just wondering if the minister could comment on that.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I think the fiscal case for proceeding in this manner is quite remarkably already laid out in studies such as the one at UBC that I cited, and studies that we've seen in other in other areas with respect to diabetes. What I would also underline is that if there was no need for these kinds of services, I would put to the Conservatives to query to them why 1.9 million seniors in this country registered for the Canada Dental Benefit if no actual need existed. I would put to the Conservatives also, if there was no need for extending that coverage on dental care, why we've already had 100,000 appointments being set in literally the first 3 weeks of the program. It expresses to me, on simplistic analysis, that the need is acute. We are addressing the need with the program. Does it cost money? It absolutely costs money. But that is an investment on the front end that cures cost to the system on the back end, which is something that a traditional red Tory would normally get behind.
The
Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a simple principle in politics that we know all. We need to add instead of subtract. We need to increase the number of people who approve of our position. And so, when a bill as significant as this one is tabled, the tabling party should look to provinces for their approval, but the government did not negotiate with provinces in Quebec to get their consent. The federal government simply decided to implement a program that's not of their skill set, not of their jurisdiction. And so today, they have to go through closure. The government of Quebec doesn't want anything to do with pharmacare under its federal iteration. The only person it pleases are the members of the governing party who try to bulk up goodwill in amongst their voters and their alliance with the NDP. But regular Canadians who just want good quality service see that this is an imperfect attempt. If the government truly wanted to help, they would increase health transfers to provinces at the rate that they are asking for. That's the question that my colleague should answer. The Honourable Minister for Justice. I completely disagree with what my colleague said. First of all, we have a federal program that will cost hundreds of millions of dollars. We've started signing bilateral agreements with each province, including Quebec. I ask him to talk to his diabetic constituents and his constituents who are women with regards to what they have to pay now. For oral contraceptive, it's about $25 a unit or $300 a year. And for diabetics, between $900 and $1,700 per year. For his constituents, I think that for his constituents, it's a good idea to move forward with measures that will save money for them and that will give them good care through their healthcare system. Thank you.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I find the Liberal NDP support of health care to be somewhat confusing. On one hand, they're saying they're providing all these supports and building a whole new bureaucracy, but on the other hand, they're making things much more difficult and restricting choices for health care, and I'm thinking specifically of natural health products, which most Canadians take in one form or the other. And their policies, what they're bringing in, their legislation is going to reduce the amount of choices that Canadians can make. And I just wonder if the minister can explain put it together. On one hand, they're saying, yes, we want to help. On the other hand, they're not, and just make it harder for Canadians.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his questions, and what I'm going to talk about is the actual medication that's covered right now under this proposal, and that is diabetic medication, and that is contraception. And I'm struggling to find any shred of basis or rationale for the Conservatives' opposition to this. One can only conclude that the very issue of contraception is somehow some sort of sacred cow for the Conservative Party, and because it touches upon the very important notion that we believe in firmly on this side of the House, in alliance with some of our progressive allies in this chamber, that women, and only women, have the right to have control over their bodies and their reproductive processes. What impact does this have on women? It has a significant impact, Mr. Speaker. Not having affordable access to effective contraception can increase the risk of unintended pregnancies. It can impact life plans, such as going to school or advancing in one's career. By giving women this control, we're not only helping their healthcare outcomes, we're helping their economic and education outcomes. Certainly that is not something that the member for Maple Ridge Pitt Meadows would oppose for his female constituents.
Questions? The honourable member for North Okanagan's. We'll try that again. Central Okanagan's Milkameen Nicola. He didn't ask a question yet.
Quickly, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to this legislation, I believe that there should be more debate on it because it is a wider bill. Right now, it takes about 7 years for an oncology drug to be approved in Canada, and that's partly because of the many processes that it has to go through. Health Canada, a provincial group that discusses drugs, etc. This would add to that, and I think that we need to have more conversation around that. But outside of it, I'd like just to correct the minister. It is within the purview of the government through the regular supply process to basically fund initiatives, and they can come to agreements with provinces to fund particular things under the fiscal power. They don't need to have legislation such as this. So would the minister please acknowledge that they don't need to have this legislation today in place so that they can make payments to individual provinces. Like in British Columbia, they already have approved contraception through their own budget process. That's something that was debated in their House and passed. He does not need to do that here and now. I am concerned with other measures within the bill. They do not need this bill to pass in order to make those payments to provinces, whether it be for diabetes or for contraception.
Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
No, I thank the member for actually offering a substantive question and comment into this debate. So we've got agreement that there are healthcare needs that relate to medication. That's useful progress. What I would say is that the need for proceeding with legislation in this context, with this very particular piece of legislation, is because the program is not meant to be a checkerboard where it's done on a bilateral basis, province by province. It's meant to be national, covering all 10 provinces and all 3 territories. That's the first very important point. The second very important point is that what I would say is that the very pressing issue that he raised about oncological medication for cancer treatment is something that deserves to be discussed and debated. By starting incrementally, we are opening the door towards pharmacare in this country, finally, as an important expansion of our medical care system. And through the Canada Drug Agency, through the new formulary, through the expert recommendations that will follow, we will learn more about whether oncological drugs should be the next salvo in terms of expanding this envelope. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
I understand that the Conservatives absolutely don't want to know anything about the measures that will help tens of millions of people, thousands of people rather, in their ridings, around 1,000 people that will benefit from medication to help fight diabetes, and another 25,000 people in every riding, Conservative riding, that will benefit from access to contraceptives. What I don't understand is why the Bloc is opposed to this legislation, why they want to block this bill. Even if all major Quebec unions have said clearly that this bill is very useful and should be adopted, there are many more Quebecers that are affiliated with these unions, and then people who voted Bloc in the last federal election. So this is the real question. Why will the Bloc be opposed to these measures that will help millions of Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Justice. That's another very good question. I'm wondering the same thing. There's the Bloc's tradition of promoting gender equality, women's rights, freedom, autonomy, their healthcare system. Now, it's somewhat of a sad and dangerous situation. In Quebec, women have to choose between if they can pay for their bills or for their medication. With this bill, this choice will be eliminated. They will receive care in a rather serious situation that affects not only Quebecers, but also roughly 9 million women across Canada. It's a rather serious issue, and we have to move quickly to meet their needs. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Jean-Pierre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to respond to my NDP colleague by saying that the Bloc is never opposed to progressive policies. What the Bloc is doing is defending Quebec's political autonomy, and that's what the Bloc is doing. And I'd like to remind my colleague that there are many unions that are part of the We Quebec Association that is in favor of independence. They can't say, is he against Quebec unions because they're against independence? Most Quebec unions, progressive Quebec doesn't have to be proved. The Minister of Justice seems to be making a link between the rights of women and the fact that the Bloc Québécois is opposed to pharmacare. There's no more progressive society than Quebec on women's rights. And if the Justice Minister wants us to have greater fairness between men and women, one of the best ways to do so would perhaps to have some legislation on secularism, because there seem to be some religions that make distinctions between men and women. I'd like to hear if he'd like to have a bill on secularism. What does he have to say about that, the Honourable Minister? An interesting comment, what I just heard. What I'd like to underscore is that right now when we're talking about women, there are impact on women as a group overall, and there's also a in terms of First Nations, Métis, people with African roots, and East and Southern Asian women. There are much more serious consequences for these women with respect to diabetes. They are disproportionately affected by diabetes. These are the women that I've just mentioned. So for a progressive people and party, I hope that they can stand up to women, particularly those who are disproportionately affected by current policies with respect to diabetes. Thank you.
So the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Speaker, I do remember I was elected at the same time this minister was, and I do remember the sunny ways and the accusations that the Liberals made against the Conservatives about our use of closure and our use of the ending debate here. And they had promised in the 2015 election that they would no longer do that. Is the minister proud of himself today? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud when I'm advancing the rights of women and I'm advancing the rights of diabetics in Canada. And what I'm a little bit concerned of is about, for the member from Peace River Westlock, about 2 short days after his leader basically cavalierly indicated he would be invoking the notwithstanding clause to trample Canadians' charter rights, the member from Peace River Westlock stood up and called for an end to abortions, protecting the preborn, and overturning the Morgentaler decision. That demonstrates quite clearly who's on the side of protecting women's rights and women's reproductive rights in this chamber.
Now, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time. Members may wish to refer to the Speaker's ruling from June 7, 2021 at page 8001. of the debates where the Speaker addressed the situation and indicated to the House that the question and comment period on a time allocation or closure motion will be interrupted if there's an opportunity to conclude the proceedings in the same sitting. Accordingly, I will remind members that there are 4 minutes remaining for questions and comments on the motion after private members' business. And I see the Honourable Député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU would like to take the floor. Mr. Speaker, there was consultation amongst the parties, and I think you will note that there is unanimous consent to be able to present a bill that I'd like to table today. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Agreed.
And all those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Carried. Madame Bérubé, appuyée.
Ms. Bérubé, seconded by Mr. Thériault, asked for leave to table bill entitled Act to amend the Criminal Code, Provincial Medical Aid in Dying. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I rise today to table this bill, this important bill, entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Provincial Medical Aid in Dying. The purpose of my bill is to allow people from suffering from an illness leading to incapacity to submit an advance request for consent to MAID with the unanimous will of the Quebec National Assembly. Recognition of advance requests for MAID in the context of a serious, incurable, and incapacitating illness would be a major step forward for the peace of mind of patients. Therefore, the text of this bill amends the Criminal Code to provide that MAID may be provided under a provincial plan, providing that a person suffering from an illness leading to incapacity to consent to care may make an anticipated request for MAID. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What do we say? The Honourable Parliament Secretary. Just a moment, I have to read this out. Madame Bérubé.
Ms. Bérubé, seconded by Mr. Thériault, proposes that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. At the next sitting of the House.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, as I've done in the past in regards to just getting the questions on the order paper on the record, I would ask for unanimous consent to do so, and I believe there was consultation that was done prior.
Those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu les noms.
The House has heard the words of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today: 2487, 2490, 2491, and 2497 to 2500. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if a supplementary response to question number 443, originally tabled on May 13, 2022, a supplementary response to question number 494, originally tabled on June 8, 2022, a supplementary response to questions number 628, originally tabled on September 20, 2022, a supplementary response to question number 9891, originally tabled on December 5, 2022, a supplementary response to question number 905, originally tabled on December 7, 2022, a supplementary response to question number 992, 1032, 1037, and 1054, originally tabled on January 30th, 2023, a supplementary response to question number 1164, 1176, 1177, and 1178, originally tabled on March 20, 2023, a supplementary response to question number 1215, originally tabled on March 27, 2023, a supplementary response to question number 1264, originally tabled on April 17, 2023, a supplementary response to question number 1295 and 1297, originally tabled on April 21, 2023, a supplementary response to question number 1412, originally tabled on June 5, 2023, a supplementary response to question number 1429, originally tabled on June 8, 2023, a supplementary response to question number 1517, originally tabled on June 21, 2023. A supplementary response to question number 1600 and 1620, originally tabled on September 18, 2023, and the government's responses to questions number 2488, 2489, 2492 to 2496, and 2501 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
It is the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand, and then I think we go to notice of motions after that.
Yes. Agreed? Agreed?
I believe, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand. And thank you.
Agreed? So agreed. Comme il est,
As it is 5:36, the House will now study private members' business.
Today.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-368, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, Natural Health Products, standing in the name of Mr. Calkins.
Debate, débat de l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charles Devoix. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the text of this bill amends the Food and Drugs Act to provide that natural health products not be therapeutic products within the meaning of that act, and therefore not subject to the same monitoring regime as other drugs. From the outset, we'd like to inform you that the Bloc will vote in favour of the bill at second reading so that we can essentially hear from experts on the best way to regulate natural health products. In fact, this bill follows up on what the government introduced slyly in a schedule to the 2023 budget in Bill C-47. And since the beginning, we made a distinction between natural health products and drugs, and that was fine. It was clear to us that natural health products, more commonly known as NHPs, are distinct from drugs in many ways. We're not saying that some of them are harmless, since we have to rely on the advice of pharmacists regarding these products, and we understand that there are interactions with drugs. But precisely for these reasons, we must look into them to determine what the best way to regulate them is. And what the Bloc would like is to be given the opportunity to verify whether the decision to subject these products to Vanessa's law, the Dangerous Drugs Protection Act, is clearly the best way to regulate them, or whether it places an excessive administrative burden on these projects, which are, after all, less risky and or have a different effect on health than traditional drugs classified by the pharmaceutical industry.
Mr. Speaker, there's a saying that sometimes the cure is worse than the disease, and regulation could have an opposite effect to what we're trying to achieve here, which is, of course, the well-being of people who use them. There are some 91,000 natural health products that exist. We analyzed 75 of them in a targeted way. We came to the conclusion that since 2014, Health Canada has not been doing its job in terms of guaranteeing that products are safe. That's what we concluded by checking the products that were sampled. We tried to give ourselves credibility by getting in this way. So the decision to subject natural health products to Vanessa's law follows a series of recommendations and a report by the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development of the Parliament of Canada. In the report, the Commissioner noted that the government lacked the legislative authority to compel natural product companies to detect unregistered products and to take appropriate measures to prevent them from being sold in Canada, to detect unauthorized activities and take appropriate measures to ensure that product labels and advertising comply with product approval conditions, and to obtain the information they need to verify and ensure that these products are no longer for sale in Canada, and to require a recall or impose terms and conditions to mitigate the safety risks associated with these products. The Natural Health Products regulations allow for the invalidation of licenses to prohibit the sale of a product or to have the product seized, but there's no provision which allows the minister to compel a product recall. Prior to C-47, recalls were voluntary, and there's no mention here of environmental risks, so there is data that is missing. So, as legislators, have we done everything that we can to maintain a certain balance when it comes to accessibility to natural health products and guarantee a free choice for consumers, while at the same time ensuring, of course, that when Health Canada approves a product, it's doing its job properly and carrying out the appropriate inspections? My esteemed colleague, the MP for Montcalm and a health critic for the Bloc Québécois, has already asked whether or not an impact study has been carried out on the industry, on small and medium-sized businesses regarding the required costs. He was told that the Treasury Board guidelines had been followed as the basis, so we assume that the Treasury Board's interest is to get its money's worth out of what's happening. What service is it going to render when, with all the taxes generated by the industry, it hasn't been able to ensure an audit or any inspections throughout its mandate? These are questions that must be asked. Where are the numbers which demonstrate how many secondary effects there have been over 17 years and adverse reactions? Where are the figures on adverse reactions linked to the pharmaceutical industry? We don't have an answer to that either. We know that even when they're approved by Health Canada, pharmaceutical products sometimes have very serious side effects, and yet they're not disqualified, and we don't discredit an entire industry. What's important is just that the job be done, Madam Speaker. If you're going to do something, you have to do it well. And it seems to me that this goes without saying. Here, it looks like the government doesn't want to do the necessary work to ensure the well-being of the population. Rather, they want to get rid of a hot potato, and they don't want to get burned with it. Madam Speaker, this government for a long time has demonstrated its tendency to sit on its hands when it comes to many issues, that it's incapable of doing the necessary work, and that a wall-to-wall approach is often the approach that they take. But it's a very bad option here. We need to appeal to people's intelligence. And if we're to protect them properly, we need to make sure they're properly informed, and we can't always make decisions for them. Nobody is forced to consume a natural health product. Nobody. If a consumer purchases such a product, it's because they have been informed about the effect of the product, and it's the role of laws and regulations to ensure there's a proper framework to allow them to make that decision. My grandfather took balsam fir gum for most of his life, and he died at the age of 103. Was this natural health product approved? Probably not. But if it was dangerous, well, obviously it didn't harm him because he lived to be over 100. It clearly wasn't a dangerous drug either. So to a certain point, if we let the government enforce its way of doing things, we'd probably eradicate balsam fir gum and deprive my grandfather of his ancestral remedy, which had supposedly cured him of consumption, and which he found one day in capsule form at the pharmacy after years of searching for it, even though the person who supplied him in the past had died. So that's why natural health products deserve to be treated responsibly with a credible and rigorous legal framework approach so that people can opt for a safe natural alternative whose component parts are recognized and identified, and the effects, positive and negatives, are known and have that information accessible to all doctors and therapists. So we vote on legislation here, Madam Speaker. We're not experts, but we need to act responsibly and with humility to make sure that we put in place the necessary legislative provisions to keep people safe. That's what needs to guide our actions here. Bill C-368 is now necessary, and it must be, Bill C-368 must be sent to committee so that we can do our work, the work of parliamentarians. If the government had been a little bit more transparent, if the necessary consultations had been undertaken, if everyone had worked together to find a way to move forward without harming an industry that Quebecers and Canadians have a right to access, well, then we wouldn't be here today having this conversation. But unfortunately, there has been no consultation to date. The federal government has been acting in a cavalier fashion and has avoided the debate. They prefer not to have the hard conversations. That's why we'll be voting in favor of Bill C-368. There's ample justification for this to be sent to committee so that we can do our work and establish a real assessment of the situation, especially given the government's claim that 88% of the 91,000 natural health products available in the country are either deficient or misleadingly labeled. This claim must be verified because the methodology the government has used is flawed. The products that have been audited in response to problems that have been raised, and therefore they've been targeted as being deficient. And so that obviously blatantly inflates and distorts the data. This is a very questionable method that's been used. Random selection should be the preferred method for any future audits. Do I need to remind this House that we have to do the groundwork so that we can make the right decisions, vote for the right things, and ensure that we're making decisions that are in the best interests of Quebecers and Canadians, and not, doing things wrong just so that we can, sweep them under the rug and not have to worry about them anymore because it's, simple and it looks good. It's a technique that's often used by the current government. In other words, they like to jump to conclusions without doing a proper assessment and then apply drastic, undifferentiated regulations, which often create more losers than winners. Their aim is clearly to be able to say, hey, we did this, we passed this law, and that other law, and wow, look at us, we're great. If there's a problem with natural health products, well, we'll make a law. It's not good enough? Well, no big deal. We'll do it anyway. We close fisheries. We put entire villages into socioeconomic dire straits. Oh, well, whatever. We're, making announcements. We make laws and establish legislative procedures to interfere in provincial jurisdiction. Hey, let's go. Is that all right? Does it comply with provincial legislation? Oh, well, doesn't matter. The important thing is laws have been made. We've spread our tentacles everywhere. We control everything. I'm very sorry, but, the honourable member has certainly charmed us with her speech, but her time, unfortunately, is out, and I did try to flag that to you.
The honourable member for Cowichan, yes, l'honourable député Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière on a point of order. Inaudible to the interpreter. We can hear people speaking outside.
Merci beaucoup. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased that I was able to get a chance to speak to this bill, Bill C-368. I'd like to thank the member for Red Deer Lacombe for bringing it forward for the House's consideration. And the reason why I'm very pleased is because this is an issue concerning natural health products that has garnered a lot of attention in my riding of Cowichan Malahat Langford. I have had a lot of constituents and local businesses approach me about this issue in particular. And I'm pleased to be able to stand here as their elected representative to let my constituents know that I will be supporting this bill at second reading. I was also very pleased to be able to add my name as a joint seconder to the bill. And to fulfill the wishes of my constituents, I will be voting to send it to committee for further study. So what are we talking about when we're talking about natural health products? I've always thought about how, when they're regulated under a statute like the Food and Drugs Act, it's kind of a weird thing because they're not really a food nor are they a drug. They occupy a special place for many people. Let's face it, humans have had relationships with natural health products dating back thousands of years. Many of these products have a very special place in human history, and a lot of cultures have very long relationships with natural health products. Today, in the modern world, they often come in a variety of forms like tablets, capsules, tinctures, solutions, creams, ointments, and drops. There's quite a large variety for people to pick and choose from. They are often made from plants, but they can also come from animals, from microorganisms, and from marine sources. They include vitamins and minerals, herbal remedies, homeopathic medicines, traditional medicines, probiotics, and other products like amino acids and essential fatty acids, and they find themselves in many everyday consumer products. So let's come to the bill in question itself, Bill C-368. This bill, as shown in the summary, is going to amend the Food and Drugs Act to provide that natural health products are not therapeutic products within the meaning of that act and therefore not subject to the same monitoring regime as other drugs. Now, before we get into the substance, I think we need to take a little bit of a history lesson on how we got here. And I do want to say that both Conservatives and Liberals have run into trouble when trying to regulate natural health products. In fact, the previous Harper government learned this lesson very quickly back in 2008 when it introduced Bill C-51. That was also an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act. Because under C-51, the term therapeutic products encompassed a range of products sold for therapeutic purposes, including drugs, medical devices, biologics, and natural health products. In the end, that bill was never adopted because of an election, but I do believe that the Harper government at that time learned its lesson because of the uproar that came in response to C-51, and they did not attempt to change Canada's regulations for natural health products again while in government. What they did do, though, was in 2014, there was Bill C-17, which, again, amending the Food and Drugs Act. That was also known as Vanessa's Law. So that did introduce a definition for the term therapeutic product. But what was different this time was that the definition of therapeutic product was worded in a way so that it did not include a natural health product within the meaning of the natural health products regulations. So then we fast forward to the present Liberal government with Bill C-47. That in a clause that was buried deep within a Budget Implementation Act again amended the term therapeutic product to make sure that that exemption from the natural health products regulations was actually removed. And that indeed, Madam Speaker, has caused much of the uproar that we see today. So I do want to point out that, first of all, as I said in my intro, natural health products have a long history of use in Canada as low-risk and affordable methods of promoting well-being. It is very important that I stand here today and say unequivocally that they must remain accessible to all Canadians. I'm proud to be a member of a caucus as New Democrats. We have long supported an appropriate regulatory category for natural health products to certify their safety and efficacy that is based on sound evidence, but also to ensure they are widely available for those who use and value them. And it is unacceptable that the changes to the regulatory regime under the Food and Drugs Act was snuck into a budget omnibus bill because it did not allow the proper study. And I'm glad to see that through Bill C-368, because it is a standalone and quite simple and easy to read piece of legislation, we are actually going to get this bill, I think, from reading the room with enough votes to committee where we can actually have the proper study, that we can hear from Canadians, we can hear from the businesses who sell natural health products, from the people, the practitioners who are involved in this every day, and finally get the proper scrutiny that this issue so richly deserves. I don't want to spend too much longer speaking to this bill, but I do want to talk a little bit about my riding of Couch in Malahat Langford, the people who have taken the time to write to my office, who took the time to phone me personally, and to come into my office and sit down. And essentially, like in particular, Madam Speaker, I want to recognize a few of the local businesses. Essential Remedies, we had Benoit Health, we had also some holistic health practitioners, the Community Farm Store, we had Botanical Bliss, we had a certified homeopathic practitioner, a naturopathic physician, Lynn's Vitamin Gallery. They all took the time in the summer of 2023 to come into my office. We had a great roundtable discussion, lasted well over an hour, and it was really enlightening for me as their member of parliament to sit down to hear their views on this subject and to really learn a little bit more about why this subject is so important. I mean, yes, my immediate family, we definitely use natural health products. I know many friends and relatives in my immediate vicinity who also use natural health products. But I think to hear from professionals who work with clients every day on why this issue is so important was particularly enlightening for me. And it's also important, Madam Speaker, to note that, 71%, that is a very big number. 71% of Canadians have used natural health products like vitamins and minerals, herbal products, and homeopathic medicines. So it is important that when the NHP community is speaking to us as their elected representatives, it represents a very clear majority of Canadians. And I think based on a proper cross-sampling of the correspondence that I've received, and I know that many other members have received, they want their elected representatives to treat this issue with the seriousness that it deserves, to give this bill full scrutiny. I want to take the final moments in my speech to really congratulate them. The NHP community and industry have been very actively engaged on this issue. And through their work, through the local businesses in my riding of Cowichan, Malahide-Langford, the constituents that live on Vancouver Island, I really want to single them out and congratulate them for their advocacy, for stepping up to the plate, for engaging me as their elected representative, because it has worked, Madam Speaker. It has worked, and I am proud to say that in this place, as their elected representative, I will be pleased to vote for this bill for C-368 to send it to committee. With that, I will conclude, and I appreciate having had this opportunity to make some remarks on this subject. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always a true honour to rise in the House of Commons and speak, especially on behalf of the residents of Peterborough-Kawartha and, of course, many of the Canadians across this country who rely on natural health products. I want to give a big shout out to my colleague from Red Deer Lacombe for bringing forward this bill. If we could have a round of applause, please, for my colleague. Yes. They're tired at this time of the day, Madam Speaker. It's hard to rally them up. But this is a big one. You know what? Maybe they need some vitamins. Maybe they need some vitamins. Maybe that's what they need to put a little pep in their step. And that's exactly what we're talking about today, Madam Speaker. We're talking about things that almost every Canadian uses. Maybe it's your toothpaste, maybe it's your deodorant, maybe it's your vitamins, melatonin, magnesium, protein bars, Chinese herbal medicine. These are things that many Canadians rely on every single day of their life to help manage their health, to help them live a better, more fulfilled life. And sadly, it's under attack. These products are under attack. And I think every member in this House would tell you that probably, I got elected in 2021. There's been 2 instances of extreme correspondence to my office. One was the invocation of the Emergencies Act. The second was this natural health products. Unbelievable correspondence that's come through my office about this, and people saying, why? Why would the Liberal NDP government want to attack natural health products? Why would they want to go after that and make it so that these businesses who offer these products, who offer these vitamins, who offer these supplements can no longer function? So let's break it down and talk about what this bill is, why Conservatives are very excited to support it, and to my colleague, as I mentioned, for putting it forward. So in a summary, the enactment amends the Food and Drugs Act to provide that natural health products are not therapeutic products within the meaning of that act, and therefore not subject to the same monitoring regime as other drugs. So for people at home, I always think about my sister who watches this. She goes, Michelle, what does that even mean? What does that even mean? Well, it means that, your prescription drugs, or big pharma, or let's talk about opioids, which is a massive crisis in this country, they are subject and self-funded by Health Canada, regulated. Natural health products have very strict regulations as well, but this bill in particular would ensure that they are safe and able to continue to be sold in the stores that they are sold. What Health Canada has tried to do here is, again, it's kind of like Groundhog Day in this place because it's the same everywhere. Overreach. They want to go into the pockets of these little micro businesses, often operated by women, and say, no, you're going to have to pay us more money we're going to decide what you do with your products, and we're going to ultimately bankrupt you and force these products out of Canada. So I'm going to do a little bit of some quick stats for you. So natural health products businesses contribute $5.5 billion to the Canadian economy and $2.8 billion in taxable revenue. 82% of Canadians use NHPs, and I bet you that number is actually low. Over 80% of businesses in the sector are small or medium-sized. 70% of brands have indicated that they will need to withdraw products from this market. So you can start to see if this private member's bill wasn't introduced, this would be detrimental to the industry based on the Health Canada policy that was put forward. 50% of small businesses in the sector have a woman CEO. 1 in 5 businesses are contemplating shutting down due to the proposed changes. 1 in 5 businesses are considering exiting Canada, and according to StatsCan, women are much more likely to purchase natural health products to manage their health and wellness. And we all know we have a healthcare crisis in this country because we have folks lining up to get to see a doctor. They don't have access to a doctor, and so for many people, accessing natural health products is a big thing. And I think every member in this House can stand up and tell a story where it's made a big difference in their life. I want to read to you some testimony, correspondence I've got, because I think it's critical in this place that we elevate the voices of the people who are outside of this House, the people who elected us to be here to elevate their voice. So these are some of the messages I've gotten about the Liberal NDP policy that would overreach and ultimately decimate the natural health product industry. Thankfully, with this bill, this will be able to protect them. So that's what we're really talking about today. But here's some of the correspondence. Recently, I saw your post regarding the Liberal government going after natural health products next. Truly, I was not shocked that they would go after NHPs, as many people refer to them as, because really there isn't much left for them to have their hands on. I use natural health products for a number of reasons. I do not support the tax of NHPs. Here's another one. Many people, including myself, use products such as iron, calcium, B vitamins, vitamin C, and I find it appalling that the government thinks that these products should be taken off of the shelves in Canada. They obviously only want big pharma products available to Canadians. And we know the mess that big pharma has created in this country. I always will take any opportunity I can to tell people at home to please watch Dopesick. When you look at our opioid crisis and addiction crisis in this country, it really paints a picture of how government and big pharma destroyed the lives of so many people. Another message. The new proposed laws concerning NHPs is very damaging to the future of my business. We have been a business for 20 years and have approximately 7,200 clients in that period of time. During that time, we haven't had a single problem related to the safety and efficacy of the herbs that we use. We currently use 485 separate herbs. As you well know, the vast majority of these herbs are spices and edible plants that any consumer could grow in their own garden. How is it that Health Canada could stop the people's access to their own medicinal properties? Many of these clients wish to use this mode of healthcare, which keeps pressure off of local hospital rooms and the medical systems, which are already overloaded and backlogged. There are many small businesses in Ontario like mine, possibly hundreds of businesses, which contribute well over $100,000 a year in HST and source deductions. Our business has 5 people on payroll. I feel that if these new bills are enforced and it erodes our ability to both buy and sell herbs, it will force us out of business. Has anyone bothered to do a total cost, risk, reward analysis to see what the actual benefits are to the constituency, the economy, and health outcomes will be in the long haul? I hope that Health Canada will come to the realization that their current direction and implementation of these bills will be a sad day for Canadians. And very interesting point in there, because when you talk to the Canadian Health Food Association, there wasn't proper consultation ever. And, we've seen this across the board in so many areas with this government. It's just overreach. And I guess I always come back to this question. I say, why? Why? Well, it's pretty simple. Because what happens is, If they overspend, and by they I mean Liberal NDP government, if they overspend and recklessly spend, which we've seen, right? Let's just take the Arrive Scam app, which should have cost $80,000 and cost a minimum of $60 million, or a green slush fund that cost $1 billion. They have to make that money up, right? Because it's just basic math. The government doesn't have any money. It has taxpayers' money. So, okay, wait, oh, we don't have enough money. Who are we going to go after? Let's go after the little guy. This is what they do over and over and over again. Small businesses are the heartbeat, 98% of this economy, and they are being trashed, destroyed, decimated under this Liberal NDP government. And these are the women-owned businesses. How much time do I have? 1 minute. So I want to just touch on this because Jules Gorham is the Director of Regulatory Affairs for Canadian Health Food Association, and she gave a very powerful testimony at one of the committees I sit on, Status of Women. And the big piece that really jumped out at me, and I think this is a really take-home message, because we have a government and a Prime Minister who is clearly a fake feminist. And they have a mandate, there is a Liberal mandate, of a gender-based analysis on things that they do. Guess where they didn't do a gender-based analysis? This is from her testimony. Unfortunately, it's a well-known fact that women have been historically neglected in research. There is a scarcity of data on women, and Health Canada's latest regulatory reform on natural health products is yet another example. Prior to publishing its proposal on cost recovery fees, Health Canada did not conduct any analysis on the impacts to Canadians, including a gender-based analysis. They left it to business owners to do the math and decide if they can afford to stay in business, despite having a mandate saying that they would. They don't put women first. They don't put Canadians first. They put their big government first. And I appreciate my colleagues.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss Bill 368 on natural health products and its potential impact on Canadians' ability to have confidence in the natural health products on their shelves. Les Canadiens s'attendent à ce que les produits.
Canadians expect Canadian products to be used and consumed safely.
Health products we use every day, such as vitamins, herbal medicine, sunscreen, toothpaste, and hand sanitizer. I do want to acknowledge the importance of natural health products, Madam Speaker. It is important. It's something that many of our constituents take for their own well-being. I've heard from many of my constituents as well. And there is no question that natural health products are lower risk than prescription drugs. But the reality is that they are not risk-free. They can actually cause serious harms in certain circumstances. In particular, if not manufactured properly, these products can contain unsafe levels of ingredients or be contaminated with other substances that can be harmful. They can also be advertised or labeled in a misleading manner. Take, for example, probiotics. While low risk and in fact beneficial in many cases, these products as a whole are not without risk. Over the last 6 years, there have been 6 reports of sepsis associated with one brand of probiotic, the majority of which were in premature infants and 5 of which had an outcome of death. This is why post-market safety surveillance is so important. In fact, between January 1st of 2022 and December 31st of 2023, Health Canada received 930 adverse reaction reports where a natural health product was suspected of being responsible for the adverse reaction, with the majority, that is 692, reported as serious.
Consumers place their health and well-being in these products, which is why we need to ensure that natural health products can be used safely and are not in any way misrepresented, rather.
And yet, Conservatives want to take us back to a time where we can recall a contaminated tube of lipstick or a head of lettuce, but not a contaminated vitamin or supplement. Now, Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about the subject of this bill, 368, which is Vanessa's Law. In June of 2023, Vanessa's Law, or the Protecting Canadians from Unsafe Drugs Act, was extended to include natural health products. This action was taken to correct a gap that was left in 2014 when Vanessa's Law was initially passed for other health products. This law gives Health Canada additional tools to take swift action if marketed products are deemed unsafe. As it stands now, Vanessa's Law gives Health Canada the authority to mandate product recalls and label revisions for unsafe natural health products where there are serious or imminent risks to the health and safety of Canadians. The tools afforded by Vanessa's laws are important for the well-being and safety of Canadians. They protect Canadians, but not at the cost of hurting Canadian businesses. In fact, there should be no impact on businesses that are following the rules in manufacturing and selling products to Canadians that are safe. These authorities are only used should a company refuse to cooperate in taking voluntary action to mitigate a serious health risk, as is the typical practice for other lines of health products and food. Le projet de loi say
Bill C-368 aims to repeal the extension of powers provided by Vanessa's Law, which would prevent Health Canada from requiring a recall of a dangerous product or adding warnings to labels when companies refuse to do so themselves.
The government can mandate recalls of other health products such as well as food, like produce contaminated by E. coli at grocery stores. But with Bill C-368, Health Canada would not have the authority to require the recall of a natural health product contaminated with E. coli, which could be equally dangerous to the lives of our constituents. Shouldn't users of natural health products also be afforded the confidence that the products on their shelves can be used safely? Adopting Bill C-368 would leave the health of Canadians in the hands of industry to decide when it is appropriate to take a recall or update the label with new warnings. Speaker, there is just no reason for natural health products to be exempted from Vanessa's Law. One of the main sources of problems comes from cases of deficient manufacturing practices that result in product contamination. Avant que les lois de
Before Vanessa's Law was applied to natural health products, Health Canada did not have the power to impose recalls and had only limited ability to withdraw unsafe natural health products from the market.
Speaker, the concerns I'm expressing today are not about theoretical risks. Since 2018, there have been over 300 voluntary recalls of licensed natural health products for safety issues. For example, during the pandemic, when hand sanitizer use was at its highest, Health Canada found toxic chemicals like methanol and benzene in these products, but had to rely on voluntary action from companies to remove these products from the market. Other examples of product issues resulting from unsanitary manufacturing conditions include contamination with bacteria, fiberglass, and other foreign materials. Through you, Speaker, I ask my colleagues, should we really rely solely on the goodwill of industry to recall a product contaminated with fiberglass or toxic chemicals? In 2021, the Independent Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development highlighted Health Canada's lack of power to recall natural health products as an important gap. The Commissioner reported that contaminated natural health products remain available to consumers on store shelves for many months because Health Canada could rely only on the goodwill of companies to undertake voluntary recalls. Between 2021 and 2022, Health Canada inspected 36 importers and manufacturers of natural health products and found high levels of non-compliance of safe manufacturing practices. Issues were identified at all 36 sites inspected, ranging in severity with 42% requiring immediate action. Issues requiring the Vanessa's Law authorities go beyond product quality problems. For example, in 2021, Health Canada conducted an online surveillance study of health claims made by natural health products and found that more than 1,600 authorized natural health products made illegitimate cancer-related claims in their advertising. Think of the impact this could have on a cancer patient who is looking for relief and puts their trust solely in a product that cannot back up its claim. This is unacceptable. In fact, it's dangerous. Canadians expect better, and they deserve better. Bill C-368 would roll back the protections of Vanessa's law, exposing Canadians to unacceptable risks. This includes potentially allowing unsafe products to remain on the market longer and subjecting natural health products to a different, less rigorous set of rules than all other health products and food. It puts the power to determine actions in the most serious cases of health risk in the hands of industry and not the regulator. Is that what we want? Speaker, I submit to you that Canadians would expect more from their government. They expect that the government is able to take action and remove natural health products from the market when they are deemed unsafe, just like it can remove a shipment of contaminated lettuce or a cough medication. Some members have raised concerns about how the extension of Vanessa's law could impact the availability of natural health products. I want to stress that product availability will not change with Vanessa's law. Unsafe products will be removed more quickly from the market, but safe products will continue to be available. Compliant companies and products will not be impacted. It's not just about recalls. Vanessa's law authorities also allow the court to determine a more appropriate fine or penalty should a company be convicted of an offense related to a natural health product that poses serious health and safety risks to Canadians, creating a legitimate deterrent for non-compliance. Speaker, Canadians are counting on us to safeguard the marketplace from unsafe products. Nous devons veiller à ce que la personne qui achète.
We have to make sure that someone who buys a natural health product can trust in the safety of the product. This is a question of public safety and security.
To leave to chance. It is too important and time-sensitive to rely on voluntary compliance. Vanessa's law gives Health Canada the authorities it needs to take immediate action to remove unsafe natural health products from the marketplace if a company refuses to do so voluntarily. It is an important tool that strengthens the market and the reputation of the industry in Canada as it helps ensure that these widely used products are safe. I encourage all members to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise. It's my colleague from Peterborough, Kawartha, talked about this being Groundhog Day, and it seems as we're talking about this particular topic over and over and over again. And my colleague who spoke just a minute ago from, I believe it was Ridings Ottawa Centre, is talking about the safety in these products. It's interesting because the reason that any health warnings were found about these products is because of the inspections already conducted by Health Canada. And therefore, we would, by grabbing more money from these small and medium-sized businesses that are actually producing natural health products for the benefit of Canadians, these changes are not going to make those inspections any better or any more frequent. So I find that a bit fascinating. I think the other thing, Madam Speaker, that's absolutely fascinating is what we have on the opposite side of the House is a government who had a crazy experiment, a wacko experiment, we might say, to actually decriminalize opioids, which we know failed miserably. And we also know that they were on the path without the Conservatives on this side of the House actually stopping them. They were on the path to wanting to legalize those types of drugs like meth, crack, cocaine, amphetamines, and fentanyl here in Canada, here in the backyards, in the school grounds, in front of businesses, in front of residences, all across this country. And thankfully for the incredible intervention of the team here, the Team Conservative, we were able to make enough interventions so that people realized how bad of an idea this was. The crime and chaos and drugs and disorder that have actually happened across this great country has been unfathomable. And it's certainly something that I think the Canadians need to bear in mind when we talk about the incredible want on the NDP Liberal side to take away their natural health products. I know that many of my colleagues spoke about this previously, but I do think it bears repeating. When we look at the multitude of issues that have come before this House in the last little better than 2.5 years that I've been here, the issue that people have written to me the most about and approached me the most about in the street, just walking along the street in our own backyards, is really related to natural health products. Canadians have made it incredibly clear that they do not want this government interfering, as they are wanting to do, with their natural health products. We know also clearly from statistics, and I know some of this is a bit repetitive, but I think it bears repeating, that over 80% of Canadians use natural health products on a regular basis. And I really listened with great interest when my colleague from Peterborough Kawartha talked about the impact that these changes that the government is on its road to making without the intervention of Bill C-368 is a harm to female entrepreneurs. And that cannot be said enough over and over and over again in this House, because what we hear is that, oh, you know, Conservatives are against women, Conservatives against women's rights. We hear this every single day. It's actually quite nauseating. You know, when we actually understand that on the opposite side, the NDP Liberal coalition are actually the ones who want to undermine the health, well-being, and financial success of female entrepreneurs, when we know that 80% of businesses in the natural health products sector are small businesses, and 50% of these businesses are managed by CEOs who are females. And there's no better way to ensure your success in this world to be the boss of what you're going to do. When you are the master of your own destiny, that creates a security and a need for nobody else. And from my perspective, my wife and I have been married almost 34 years. She is a female entrepreneur. And when I look at her success and the satisfaction that that brings of her knowing that she certainly doesn't have to rely on me, that she's incredibly successful, that is the kind of thing that I would want for my daughters as well, and for any entrepreneur in this great country, to be able to say, I am the master of my own destiny. When we look at the regulations also that have been brought in, again, the member from Ottawa Centre went on and on about safety, et cetera, et cetera. Well, it's interesting, perhaps, and I know he wasn't at Health Committee when this happened, and maybe we can cut him some slack based on that. But interestingly enough, the medical advisor for Health, the chief medical advisor for Health Canada was in Health Committee and talked about some of the disinformative statistics that the member spoke about previously. And when we pressed the chief medical advisor for Health Canada on where the statistics were, the answer we were given is, oh, you can look them up in the database. And of course, you know, doing our due diligence, we attempted to do so. And the conflated numbers that they actually presented in no way, shape, or form, you know, reflect reality. So when you begin to look at this, the safety of natural health products is beyond reproach. Are there oftentimes difficulties in manufacturing? Yes, and Health Canada, to their credit, have discovered some of those things, and that's important. That happens in many different industries where the manufacturing process is studied and said, hey, you know, you can make things better by doing this, that, or the other thing. That will be important to continue. But is it necessary to attempt to kill a small and medium-sized business-based enterprise in this country? Because when these regulations continue, if the rest of our colleagues don't realize the importance of Bill C-368, what will happen is this industry will die. And then what will happen? Because we know 80% of Canadians use these products on a regular basis, they will continue to use them. And when they continue to use them, that means they are going to have to buy them somewhere else other than the great from the great Canadian industry that we have, which we know is incredibly safe. And the regulations that exist here in this country at the current time, bar the changes that the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition wanted to make in the last budget, is the envy of the rest of the world. And we hear that, again, we did much research on this last year when we went through all this foolishness before. Australia says, of course, we want to adopt what Canada's doing because it's so great. The regulations are absolutely incredible. And when we tell them, oh, the Costly Coalition wants to meddle with them, and they would say, why would you want to do that? You have a great system now. So when we look at increasing the cost of products by 50 to 75%, when we see 20% of small businesses in Canada having to close, when we see some of the other kind of ridiculous regulations, increasing the label size to put more warnings and words and cautions, etc. on them. The anti-plastic crew over here is increasing the amount of plastic that's going to have to be used to do it at a cost, Madam Speaker, of about $200,000 per product. And it's often been said that this is a regulation looking for something to regulate and also looking for another way to fuel their ridiculous spending. So when we look at, again, at another industry, let's look at the prescription drug industry. And I know some of my colleagues briefly talked about this. But we know that the prescription drug industry harms seniors every year. And the cost to the Canadian economy is about $2 billion, yes, billion with a B dollars, every year by the harm created by prescription drugs. Now, do we hear that the NDP Liberal Coalition is saying we need to have more regulations related to that? No, we don't. We do not hear that. And I think that the other things that we need to know is what is the reason that they're going after this? The reason, of course, is related to an easy target to get more money to fuel their spending, which is costing Canadians greatly. We know that more and more Canadians, sadly, are going to food banks. And we saw the Food Bank Canada's 2024 report that came out showing 50% more Canadians they feel financially worse off compared to last year, and 25% of Canadians are experiencing food insecurity. This, Madam Speaker, is a bill to fuel their spending habit, which is a sad commentary on a government that's out of ideas and out of time. And we will continue to see these things which will negatively affect the health of Canadians and their confidence to make the right decisions about their health care at the right time on their own terms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, interesting listening to the Conservative doctor across the way. You know, at the end of the day, you listen to what the Conservatives are actually saying, and it's kind of like, what about having and expressing concerns in regards to Canadians and their well-being? And at the end of the day, when I look at what's being talked about today, why would they oppose a government having the authority to protect the health of Canadians? You know, the misleading information that just came across when the member said, well, we are going to see businesses close down, the industry is going to be devastated if this legislation doesn't pass. What garbage, Madam Speaker. That's what it is. We just heard a lot of garbage, misinformation, Madam Speaker. There are industry representatives that see the value of what it is that's actually happening and providing. You know, there was an interesting stat that really came to my mind in reading on this, Madam Speaker. You know, in 2021, Health Canada found that more than 1,600 authorized natural health products made illegitimate cancer-related claims in their advertising. You listen to members opposite, and you think that, you know, there are no issues at all in regards to it, Madam Speaker. That ultimately, if you just get anyone that wants to put together some sort of a recipe, maybe then compress it into a pill format, and they can go around and sell it. And don't worry, Canadians don't have to be worried, because all those entrepreneurs are not interested solely in money. They're also interested in the health and well-being of average Canadians. Well, I say it doesn't work that way. You know, the government does have a role to play, Madam Speaker. You know, and at the end of the day, I don't quite understand why it is the opposition parties would take a look at this legislation and say, yes, we are not concerned
about the government not being able to get something recalled. I think there are legitimate concerns, Madam Speaker. It's a wonderful industry, and I don't question that. There are many natural health products that are there, and we should look at ways in which they can be incorporated into our healthcare system, Madam Speaker. Many of my constituents use products, as I know many Canadians in all regions of the country do that. And we're not saying that there's no role or place for that in society. In fact, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. But equally, there is nothing wrong with ensuring that there's mechanism in place that protects the health and well-being of Canadians, whether it's through a product that might proclaim that it does X, when in fact there is no science to substantiate it, Madam Speaker, or it's completely misleading, Madam Speaker. We know that that does take place. We know that even in terms of medications, government has the ability to enforce some form of a recall. Why wouldn't you allow for something of that nature in regards to natural health issues, Madam Speaker? I would think that it just stands to reason. I think that the biggest concern that I have is the misinformation that's being provided from across the way to try to give the impression that, entrepreneurs and business people in our communities throughout the country will shut down the industry if this, in fact, legislation does not pass. I believe that you will find that a vast majority of people see the merit in terms of making sure that there is a safe supply, that there is opportunities for this industry to do well, and having some form of regulation is not a bad thing. It has nothing to do with the government trying to raise additional money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe for his right of reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank all of my colleagues for their support and speaking to this Bill 368. But I just want to remind people how we got here. There seems to be some forgetful folks here. I'd like to, even though I'm thanking the NDP for their position, I'd like to remind people, how did we get to this place? We got to this point with natural health products because of a Budget Implementation Act bill, Bill C-47, that was passed for Budget 2023. And where did the authority for that come from? It came from a promise made by the leader of the NDP in March of 2022 to form a coalition of supply and confidence agreement with this Liberal government, which meant carte blanche. They were going to support every budget and every Budget Implementation Act that they hadn't even seen, hadn't even discussed, or been party to, and they gave that power to the Liberal government, and that's why we're here today. Shame. So while I appreciate the NDP's revisionist history on this, they are the reason that this change happened in the first place. And I'm glad that they're supporting this bill to take the legislative framework back to where it was under the previous Conservative government under Stephen Harper, where we actually have the best regulated and the best natural health product regulations and framework and industry in the world. There is no need to tamper any further with the natural health product industry. And second of all, I want to talk about freedom of choice in healthcare. This is a huge, huge issue. So many Canadians, over 80% of Canadians, and I suspect it's even more, are using natural health products. This is about that freedom of choice and losing that choice. I believe the Health Food Association and the Natural Health Products Protection Association and the Direct Sellers Association and the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, when they say that the changes that are being proposed by this Liberal government through Health Canada, changes of the definition of therapeutic products to include natural health products, is going to kill and stifle business, I believe them when they say that, because we've got a 9-year track record of this government doing nothing but harm to the economy of this country. Right. And they're going to continue to do it to this beautiful, wonderful industry that gives Canadians the choice that they need to look after their own personal health. Exactly. And last, Madam Speaker, what I'd like to say is I want to thank all of the Canadians
who have reached out to members of Parliament in a very active campaign to let MPs know just how important this is to them. I want to thank the mothers out there that look after their families. I know my wife's the same way. Looking after our kids she had a full-time job on top of her full-time job, raising the family while I was here in Ottawa, and she just wants to help our kids. She just wanted to help our family. She wanted to keep us healthy. She wanted to make sure that we had the best possible health outcomes that we could. I want to thank all of the women who make up the largest amount of workforce and entrepreneurship in this beautiful industry. Right. The fact that there wasn't actually a gender-based analysis on this is striking. I want to thank the seniors and those with chronic conditions who are scared about losing their access to these health products, because when these organizations that I mentioned before said that they're going to lose these products, I believe them, these seniors believe them, these people with chronic conditions believe them. Right. This is how they manage, this is how they cope with their ailments, and we should be enabling that and empowering that, not scaring away investment, scaring away businesses, and scaring away opportunities. And I want to thank the wonderful people in the industry. Yeah. I want to thank the beautiful people that I've met from coast to coast that are part of this industry. I've never met a group of people that are more conscientious and more thoughtful and more creative and innovative. And I just want you to know I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you for the work that you do. And colleagues, I just want to say, for those of you that are going to be voting in favor of this, we're going to be voting on this next Wednesday night in a recorded division, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues for sending this to committee so we can actually hear from the experts, hear from Canadians about this, because this was snuck through in Bill C-47, and wouldn't you know it, they're doing it again right now with Bill C-69 in this place. Exactly. They're making even more changes to Health Canada and giving them more powers. Why aren't we talking about this in a separate piece of legislation so we can actually have a proper debate about it? Well, now we are with C-368, Madam Speaker. It's time to pass C-368. It's time to get back to basics. It's time to get back to making sure that Canadians have access to the health products that they deserve. And I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues, those of you that are brave enough and have the courage to do what your constituents want you to do and vote for C-368.
The question is as follows. Mr. Calkins, seconded by Mr. Viss, moved that Bill C-368, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, Natural Health Products, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to, the honourable member.
Request to record a division.
Hear, hear.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 29, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
The House will now move to number 39. There are 4 minutes left.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So to return to the debate on the gag order for the Standing Committee on Health, I want to remind the Minister of Justice that when he makes the same claim that the Minister of Health makes, which is that we need to quickly rush this through the process. This has been a promise that has been lingering for years from their side. There's only been 3 days of debate, April 16th, May 6th, and May 7th, according to what I see in the House of Commons record. This bill was tabled on February 29th. What they want, basically, is for the House of Commons and members of Parliament to ratify this, and we've already had a vote on it to send it to committee, to ratify this without knowing the full contents of those secret negotiations that they had between the NDP and the Liberal minister, because that was his claim, that there was enough talk because those two parties had talked to each other, and therefore that should be sufficient for the rest of us. And that 5 hours at committee of potential, not necessarily have 5 hours of witness testimony at the committee, is enough, because that's what the programming motion says will happen. So why does the minister want to gag order the committee so it can only have 5 hours of witness testimony to hear about the contents and the impacts that this legislation will have?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
So I thank the member opposite for his question. I would just politely remind him to take a look at the text of the actual proposed programming motion. It talks about the committee meeting for 5 hours a day on 2 further sitting days. So that would be 10 hours of hearings. There would be a third sitting day for actually clause-by-clause analysis. There's also already been 10 hours of debate on this important bill, and I think it's important for Canadians to understand why we believe this is important, because Canadians should not have to choose between paying for their bills and paying for their health care. And we know that cost has consistently been identified as the single most important barrier to accessing medications, and that cost is unevenly borne by women and gender diverse Canadians. And we know specifically with respect to diabetes, that's on the contraception piece. With respect to diabetes, 1 in 4 Canadians with diabetes has reported not following their treatment plan according to the costs and their inability to pay those costs. That's significant because, as I said earlier in this debate, what happens is people with diabetes that goes untreated, they end up having more significant healthcare consequences, which include things like stroke and amputations. The knock-on healthcare costs to our system are very, very significant, let alone the hardship that those people are enduring. What we can do through this legislation, which we are putting an emphasis on passing quickly, is we can improve the healthcare outcomes and the economic outcomes for these Canadians.
Questions et commentaires? Questions? Comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the reality is the Conservatives were wrong in blocking dental care. We've seen the success already. The NDP put in place dental care, forced the government to initiate the program. Over 2 million seniors have already signed up. Over 100,000 seniors have already had access to dental care, including in so many Conservative ridings. And so we've seen that success already. Now, with pharmacare, the NDP again, the member from Burnaby South, the entire NDP caucus pushed to put that into place. That's going to help on average 18,000 people in each riding in the country. 18,000 in every single Conservative riding, another 25,000 that access contraception. That means between those two elements of the NDP's pharmacare plan, over 40,000 Canadians benefit in every single riding in the country. Every single Conservative riding in the country. 40,000 people benefiting. Now, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleague, why are Conservatives blocking something that will help 40,000 of their constituents, many of them who are at risk of their lives if they don't take the medication?
The Honourable Minister in 5 seconds or less.
Well, the short answer is I'm not sure why they would block access to health care and medication being covered for their own constituents, which include 9 million women and 3.7 million people that are suffering from diabetes. Thank you.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The motion is as follows. Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Mr. Virani, moved that, in relation to the consideration of Government Business Number 39, the debate not be further adjourned.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request, the Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, I would ask for a recorded division.
Call in the members. The question is as follows. Monsieur McKinnon, appuyé par Monsieur.
Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Mr. Virani, moved that in relation to the consideration of government business number 39, the debate not be further adjourned.
10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à...
Will all those opposed please rise?
Dan.
Mr. Bisnan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
For Peterborough Kawarta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like my vote recorded as nay. My app was not working.
Le bureau va maintenant...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 166, 166. Nays contre 144, 144.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried.
Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders. Government business. Resuming debate on number 39. Proceedings on Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just to confirm, now that this motion has now passed, motion 39, I now lose my unlimited time, and therefore I have a 20-minute slot. So I will have to share my time then with the member for Cumberland-Colchester, even though I would have enjoyed continuing to speak on an issue that I hold very much dearly to heart, which is the approval of rare disease drugs in Canada and how patients can get access to it. Those two words actually only appear once in the legislation. They are some of the most needy patients in Canada. And as I said during the debate on C-213 back in 2021, the hardest medication to get in Canada is the one that's not approved and not available because the manufacturer says that Canada is too complicated, too difficult, not worth their time to try and get it onto our market. And that's because of all the regulatory hurdles and steps that exist that make it very difficult for patients with rare diseases to get access to their drugs they need. We saw this actually with cystic fibrosis drugs for patients who are trying to get access to Trikafta. It took many years between the time when it was available to patients in America before it was available in Canada, and it was regulatory hurdles that made it much more difficult in order to do so. So now that the government has passed this gag order on the gag order, it will now direct the Standing Committee on Health on how it will consider the matter.
I just want to apologize. I see that there's seems to be maybe a point of order. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie. Oh, he's the honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie. I'm not sure if he just took his hand out. Okay, sorry. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd, I do apologize.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, it's every right of every member to raise a point of order if they wish to. I want to draw the attention of the House to debate from May 6th, page 23,051, the Commons debate, where the Minister of Health actually, in responding to a question from the member for Berthier-Maskinongé, about the timelines of why they were limiting debate down. And at the time, the minister said there will be time for the committee to conduct a study. I would put to you, Madam Speaker, and to constituents back home that 10 hours of potential 10 hours of witness testimony at a committee is insufficient time to consider this pamphlet of a bill that the NDP Liberal coalition is pretending is pharmacare. And I have read the legislation in full, so I will comment on its contents as well. The minister actually went on to say, yes, it is important to debate. However, there's plenty of time for debate in committee and during the rest of the House process. It is time to get on with it and move forward. So with this programming motion, essentially what they have done is ordered the MPs on the committee to only consider it for a few more hours and then send it here. In fact, after this has passed, there's now only one more day left for amendments to be considered. How can you consider amendments to be proposed without hearing from officials and witnesses who might bring forward amendments that would be of value to be considered by the parliamentarians before that committee? Like, it seems this is completely backwards. On the issue of Conservatives delaying it, because this is like a favorite talking point now, I think, of the Liberals and their colleagues at NDP, and I want the member from New Westminster Burnaby to pay close attention to this. The bill was tabled February 29, 2024. I would suggest that almost 3.5 years into this mandate, this bill was not a priority of the government. Second of all, this bill was considered May 6th, May 7th, April 16th, 3 days of consideration by the House of Commons. There were secret negotiations held between the Minister of Health, because he says it's on the record, he's actually saying it, and then whichever person on the NDP side were negotiating to cobble together this particular piece of legislation. Now, I would put to you, Madam Speaker, and I would put to my constituents back home who deeply care about rare disease patients like I do, that there's nothing in this particular piece of legislation for them, and that is not the job of the House of Commons or members of Parliament to simply ratify a secret deal reached between the Minister of Health and that NDP negotiator or negotiators, plural. That is not the job of this House of Commons. Our job is to debate, to bring forward the ideas and potential amendments from expert witnesses, from stakeholder groups, and from individuals back in our ridings who deeply care about this issue. I will also mention that although Quebec has been mentioned several times, there is another province that has said openly it will not participate in this pamphlet of a pharmacare plan. It is my province of Alberta. Successive ministers of health have said they will not participate in it. One of the talking points I've heard is we have a patchwork system right now in Canada. Saying patchwork is a way to kind of denigrate the hard work of the public servants in the different provinces in Canada who work for these public insurance plans. And we have them all over. In fact, in Alberta, Blue Cross is available to anyone in Alberta who wants to obtain it. There are lots of different public insurance plans. There are lots of public servants who work for them and work very hard to make sure they cover as many Albertans as possible. So my province has said no. The province of Quebec has said no. And so you will still have a patchwork. Even if this passes, even if this were to do all the principles, the highfalutin language that I hear from the Liberals and the NDP on this, there will still be a patchwork in this country. You can't force a province to participate. As Section 6 of the pharmacare legislation in this particular case clearly states, nobody's medication will be paid for. There are separate agreements that have to be reached for the province. And it says very clear in Section 6, Sub 1, in order to increase any existing public pharmacare coverage. So that would suggest that every single province then has to either create or drastically expand a plan or successive series of plans that are single payer, because that's one of the principles that is referred to again in that section. Now, if a province doesn't do that, they can't negotiate a deal for future medication to be covered. No medication will get covered for either diabetes or for contraceptives when this legislation passes. None. There will be none because there are no agreements that have been signed yet. So my province has said no, the Quebec province has said no. The patchwork will continue. Now on to the legislation, because I did want to mention this, because like I said before during prior debate, there's a Yiddish proverb I used listening to the minister's speech on when he introduced the Motion 39, and he seems to think that pearls flow from his mouth, because when I compared his speech at second reading on Pharmacare C-64 and the Motion 39 speech, it was almost identical. He used actually the exact same three anecdotes to make the case for why this plan is necessary. In the summary of the legislation, when you review it and review the contents of it, it gets into a lot of areas of provincial jurisdiction. Actually, it's exclusive provincial jurisdiction because it's starting to interfere with how the provinces manage their public health care plans. And I'll mention this here. So the only time rare diseases is mentioned, because nobody with a rare disease will be covered by this piece of legislation. Nobody. Nobody will be covered, whether you have phenylketonuria, PKU, whether you have cystinosis and you need cystagon, whether it's someone with an MS, which is, I would say, I will put to you, Madam Speaker, the most common rare disease in Canada. None of their medication will be covered. If your kids or a family like mine that has Alport syndrome, none of their medication will be covered by these changes that are being introduced here. The funding commitment, and it says funding commitment, it doesn't say funding, it says funding commitment in Section 5. It says, beginning with those for rare diseases, the funding for provinces and territories must be provided primarily through agreements with their respective governments. So beginning with those. But then it goes on to say payments on Section 6, and it completely contradicts Section 5 because it says, for specific prescription drugs and related products intended for contraception or the treatment of diabetes. In fact, there will be no payment plan for anything else because there can't be, because this legislation will not do any of those things. So nobody with a rare disease will be covered once this legislation passes. And I have been, I hope, for the past 9 years, consistent in this place for rare disease patients. That is the focus of my opposition to national pharmacare, because it will not help them. Like I said, the hardest medication to get in Canada is the one not approved in Canada. And all the changes they have done to CADTH, so the Canadian Agency for Drugs and Technologies, all the changes they've done to Canadian Drug Agency, the PMPRB, the PCPA, like a lot of that is being repeated. The same mistakes are being repeated here. They say they're going to do bulk buying. Bulk buying is already done. It's done by the provinces through PCPA. They have an agreement for generics as well. They're not covered in this particular piece of legislation. There's no direct reference to generics. There's no direct reference to patented medication. They're not talking about those things. It takes years to get those drugs approved in Canada. And I put to you, Madam Speaker, and to my constituents back home who have emailed me, because they're also worried about this, this is a pamphlet of legislation. This is what this is, a pamphlet. The substance will be in the agreements that may come into the future, with 2 provinces already backing out and other provinces considering. Why is it that in 2019, when the government announced it was going to fund drugs for rare diseases, $1.5 billion, they have done nothing since then? Not a single medication prescription has been filled for anyone that I know with a rare disease in Canada. Not a single one has been filled. And that money is just sitting there. And now they've only started to put out RFPs to consider creating registries for rare disease patients. Registries, not medication. Most of the money remains unspent. They have not done anything. This is the same thing that will happen here. A series of broken promises, unkept promises, and they're being helped by the NDP to do this, giving people false hope. I tell people who enter my office, the last thing I want to do is give false hope, because rare disease families with rare disease like mine, and I've had 2 serious ones in my family, we cannot wait for this government to get its act together again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's truly amazing in terms of just how the Conservative Party doesn't get it. We're talking about millions of Canadians that will directly benefit by the passage of this legislation. And then the member wonders why it is that we have to bring in some form of a closure motion. The member himself is the one that started a debate and has already been debating it now for well over a half hour. And it's because the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, they do not support pharmacare. Unlike the Liberal Party, we understand the true value, and millions of Canadians are going to benefit by this program. Can the member be very clear and explain to his constituents and to Canadians why the Conservative Party does not see the benefits of supporting people that have diabetes? Think in terms of the seniors on fixed incomes. Why does the Conservative Party not support pharmacare?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
So, Madam Speaker, I will put this to my constituents, to you, to every member of this House. Look at my speaking time in this chamber. Look at that member's speaking time on government bills. He has delayed more government bills than any Conservative in this House.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague on one thing regarding the member for Winnipeg North. I agree less with him about the reasons why we oppose pharmacare. This is direct interference in Quebec's jurisdiction. But I'd like to note something. When we talk about rare diseases, at the beginning of the 2000s, there were 6 major pharmaceutical companies doing research. There are 7 in Canada, 6 in Quebec. And at the time, there was a program that allowed them to have tax credits. It was the Technological Partnership of Canada. But the government put an end to that. It was Stephen Harper's government in 2007. Does my colleague find that to be a bad idea? The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. I think the reasons that the Bloc in general opposes this bill, well, Motion 39 and this bill, well, it's of course Quebec's jurisdiction, but all provinces' jurisdiction. The provinces know how to best manage their health care system and their health insurance programs for patients and families in their provinces. Regarding programs that existed 24 years ago, many changes have been made since then in bills and in regulations passed by the government. I'm looking at what's happening now, not what happened 25 years ago.
Questions and comments? The honourable for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I like my colleague. I appreciate his fluent bilingualism. I have to say, Conservatives are very consistent. 60 years ago, they opposed universal health care, and they fought in this House to block universal health care. Today is our most cherished national institution. last year they fought dental care. And now we've seen with 2 million Canadian seniors signed up, 100,000 that have already received services in the first few weeks, they were wrong on dental care as well. And so the trial balloons he throws up on pharmacare, I think, indicate that, again, the Conservatives are wrong on health care. And the reality is, in his riding, more than 18,000 people will benefit from the diabetes medication. More than 25,000 will benefit from the contraception. I know he points out that there's 2 provinces that oppose it, though the national, all of the central trade unions in Quebec support this. And the reality is the most unpopular government in the country is in Alberta right now, and we have a premier that has been very erratic. There are advantages to Albertans in signing the deals, in passing this legislation. Why are Conservatives holding up and blocking this legislation?
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, I'd like to correct the member. I think the most unpopular government today is the NDP government in British Columbia. And I think Premier Eby is now going to be facing the electorate after going along with the Liberal plan to basically approve all hard drugs and just spread them across the streets of Vancouver. In fact, I will say this, Madam Speaker, it's interesting. I have door knocked in his riding. I have met church groups in his riding. I've gone door to door in his riding. I've gone door to door in several Burnaby area ridings. This doesn't come up. What comes up is the carbon tax and how much people are paying and how punishing it is and how grocery prices are out of control. That is what they're actually talking about, not pamphlet pharmacare that has been the dream of the elites in the NDP. By the way, another plan that will also go after unions who negotiate hard at the table for the benefits that they get and sometimes give up pay increases for better insurance benefits that are going to be taken away by stuff like this.
Absolutely.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise and speak on behalf of democracy and common sense Conservatives here in the House of Commons. What we see over and over again presented by the Costly Coalition is failed plans, failed opportunities, and failure to Canadians, which is very sad to see a government in its last throes of its mandate that it's been here for 9 incredibly long and difficult years on the backs of Canadians. We have a failed dental care plan. We have a failed opioid experiment. We have a failing, sadly, healthcare system, which pains me to no end. And now we have a failed pharmacare pamphlet. And why do we call it a pamphlet? Well, because it's a promise to potentially do something when in essence it's doing absolutely nothing. There's nothing here. It's another photo op. You know, when I go about, when I'm back home and we have our break week to go and visit those who've supported us and those perhaps who haven't, people say to me, hey, you know, this great pharmacare program, when can I get my free medications? And I have to go about explaining to them that again, what we see is a photo opportunity to announce a program that has to go a consultative route with an expert panel, and then it has to create another government agency. Sadly, as my colleague from Calgary-Shepherd rightly already spoke about, the numerous agencies that are created and opportunities that have been lost. And also then there has to be consultations with provinces to say, hey, is this something that fits into the framework of you, the provinces who deliver health care, who are responsible for that delivery? And we continue to see this opportunity that's being lost because of the crazy spending and wacko politics that we're seeing across the aisle over and over and over again. I spoke briefly about the failed dental care program. My colleague from the other part of the Costly Coalition wants to tout how many people in my riding might benefit from a dental care program. But, Madam Speaker, when we go out and we speak to dentists, which I've done, I've spoken to every single dental association across the country, what we know is this plan is so bad that dentists won't even sign on for it. Now, they're doing a bit of gaslighting that we see over and over again when they talk about how many dental professionals have signed up, because, you know, there are dental hygienists who are independent from dentists. But what we know is that, much like the healthcare system, what Canadians want is access to a dentist or to a primary care provider, which this government also promised 7,500 doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners. Now, we on this side of the House know that's not in the purview of the federal government, but be that as it may, that is something that they promised over there, which we all know they have not delivered. And we also know that the number of people who do not have access to primary care continues to climb. And I know that my colleague from Winnipeg Centre will get up and say, well, now you're talking out of both sides of your mouth to say, hey, you know what, this is not the purview of the federal government, it's the provincial government, because I've heard him say it before. But, Madam Speaker, the difficulty is it is his government, his side of the House, in concert with the Costly Coalition, who promised to deliver 7,500 doctors, nurses, and nurse practitioners. So when we see the system failing on the backs of the promises that they continue to make, then we know that they are continuing to fail Canadians. I talked briefly about, in my opening remarks, about the opioid experiment, which is another failure. This NDP Liberal coalition, for some reason, had made a decision, which we hope that they will finally actually walk back on and make it law not to continue these types of experiments. But interestingly enough, on behalf of Canadians, we know that there's reasonable evidence that the opioid epidemic that exists in North America was probably started because of access to OxyContin. Purdue Pharma and the Sackler family was successfully sued in the United States for their complicit nature in that epidemic that has existed. And because of that, now we have an opioid epidemic which is often related to fentanyl. And the interesting thing is how would a government believe that decriminalizing that drug and adding more of that drug and other drugs like it, like hydromorphone, on the street, and often in this case with their so-called safe supply for zero cost, as to how that could possibly fix the crisis, which was started originally because of too much OxyContin easily accessible. So, again, another failure that this government has supported. It pains me to no end to have to talk about the failed and failing healthcare system. Certainly the former president of the Canadian Medical Association, Catherine Smart, said it very concisely to say that we have a system that is now sadly on the brink of collapse. And why is it on the brink of collapse? Well, as Canadians know, the entire healthcare system in our country is predicated on the basis of having access to primary care. And the access to primary care then gives you access to other things, other services you need, other procedures, other laboratory tests, access to specialist care. And when you don't have that access, then there's several things that happen. Either you don't get any access at all and your health suffers because of that, because you give up, or you end up trying to access the system through episodic care, which is often related to visiting an emergency room, which we see are incredibly clogged up. So we know at this point in the history of our great country that approximately 7 million Canadians do not have access to primary care because of the failing healthcare system on the backs of the promises, as I've already mentioned, of this costly coalition. So when we begin to see that, what are the effects that happen? And we know that these effects happen on an everyday basis of every member of parliament in every riding across the nation. We know that sadly, incredibly sadly, people are dying while they're waiting for care in emergency rooms. We know that emergency rooms are clogged up for hours and hours on end. There are many stories about people waiting 12 and 24 hours. Madam Speaker, the most atrocious story that I've heard lately is the sad story of the gentleman who was a quadriplegic who waited for innumerable hours in an emergency room, who got bed sores, who then chose MAID over trying to improve his health. So when we hear these drastic and unfathomable stories of a healthcare system, then we begin to wonder why an NDP Liberal coalition wants to spend more and more money on healthcare, at least to the tune of $1.5 billion in this particular occasion, talking about contraceptives and diabetes medication. So we see that they have failed at dental care, they have failed at their opioid experiment, and now they are failing at a health care plan and failing at pharmacare. And what we also understand clearly is that this is not a plan. This is like saying, oh, look, I've built a mansion, when really you don't even own the land yet on which to build said mansion. It's a pamphlet, it is a photo opportunity, and it is going to be another failure, sadly, on behalf of Canadians who are already demanding their free medications, which we know is many years down the road with the plan that the Costly Coalition has created. We also know, because of their desire to ram this through as a piece of legislation, that there are already studies that are planned in the Health Committee, finishing the study on opioids, which we know is a disaster, looking at breast cancer screening, which would help save the lives of many young women here in Canada. Those studies, because of the ram down your throat nature of this motion on this bill, that those studies will be missed. Do I believe that we need more time to study this in Health Committee? Yes, I do. And I don't believe that having 10 hours of witnesses, when we have tens and 20s of witnesses who want to appear and talk about this, that's going to be a significant problem. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I do wish to move, seconded by the member for Fundy Royal, that the motion be amended by adding to paragraph A the following. Number 7, the Minister of Health and his officials be ordered to appear as witnesses for no less than 3 hours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Ellis, seconded by Mr. Moore, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding to paragraph A the following. 7, the Minister of Health and his officials be ordered to appear as witnesses for no less than 3 hours. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm not surprised from the member across the way, because he is someone that has consistently demonstrated the contrast between the government and the official opposition, the Conservatives. And that is that the Conservative Party does not believe in Canada's healthcare system. And their record will clearly demonstrate that. When you take a look at a holistic approach at healthcare, we've made a $200 billion commitment over the next 10 years so that future generations can see. We've negotiated healthcare accords with all provinces and territories. We continue to look at dental programs that is a success. This is an expansion of the pharmacare program, Madam Speaker. This is a government that truly cares and values our healthcare system, and we're working with governments to make a difference. The Conservatives, on the other hand, just criticize because they do not support a national healthcare system. My question to the member is why?
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, I had the great opportunity and privilege to be educated in this country as a physician, as a family physician, and work in this country as a family doctor for 26 years. So I take great umbrage at what the member across wishes to say about my feelings around a healthcare system. I would go so far as to say that it's one of the main reasons why I had my resident take over my practice, so that I could come here and have the opportunity to work inside this system to make the healthcare system better. What I don't support is a healthcare system where we see somewhere between 17 and 30,000 Canadians dying every year because of the lack of access to the healthcare system, which I place squarely at the feet of the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a lot of respect for my colleague. I work with the Health Committee, but he's really made the case for passing this legislation. First off, he did talk about the Harper cuts, the slashing of healthcare funding that has led to the crisis that we still see today. The Liberals have not been quick enough to actually restore the funding that the Harper government cut. But the Harper government is the major instigator of the problems that we have in the healthcare system today. Now, not just that, though, Madam Speaker. As you know, the emergency rooms across this country are populated by people who don't have access to dental care. The NDP offered dental care. The Conservatives voted against it. And the Canadian Nurses Association tells us that there are hundreds of people that have to go to emergency rooms because they can't afford to pay for their medication. Again, the NDP offers pharmacare. So I guess the question is, if he's aware of the problems in the healthcare system, does he apologize for the Harper cuts? And is he willing now to understand that dental care and pharmacare are actually key elements to trying to bring down the number of people in emergency rooms and give better healthcare to all Canadians?
Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, sadly, Madam Speaker, the member is obviously misinformed and trying to present disinformation to Canadians. We know that the Harper government, and I'm quite glad that the spirit of Mr. Harper lives free, rent-free in the head of the NDP Costly Coalition all the time. They love to bring him up. Yeah. But we also know on this side of the House that the funding for health care went up every year under a Harper government.
That's right.
The other thing that we know, again, the misinformation and disinformation provided by the member, sadly, I sometimes enjoy working with him as well. But what we also know is that people, the majority of people in emergency rooms are not showing up because of dental problems. That's just an absolute non-truth. And if they did show up because they couldn't afford their medications, then presenting to the emergency room is of no benefit. You don't get free medications in the emergency room. So again, it's just a bunch of foolishness to try to keep this government in power.
Temps pour une brève question, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
A brief question, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was closely listening to my colleague earlier. He's a doctor. And he spoke about gaps in the healthcare system. But I never heard his leader say whether he agrees with province's request to bring healthcare transfers up to 25%. I'd like to hear, to 35% rather. Would he agree with that?
L'honorable député de Cumberland Colchester.
Madame la Présidente, je voudrais...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Nine or 10 months ago, the leader of the opposition spoke about this. And the answer to the question is that we wish to respect the transfers that currently exist. That's very important. But we also need to find ways to improve the healthcare system and respect the provinces. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to rise to participate in this debate, but I am also saddened because we won't have enough time, because this government, with the complicity of the NDP, has limited debate, which means that today I cannot say everything I would have liked to share and debate with my colleagues, because we are under a time allocation motion for a very important piece of legislation which will have impacts on the provinces. It will impact and overstep into areas of provincial jurisdiction, and it may also cause turmoil in the existing system. I believe it would have been entirely reasonable to take the appropriate amount of time to debate this in order to cast light on some of the issues with this bill. And we know that this government and the NDP are in a hurry to tick a box so that they can say that they've brought in universal pharmacare, what's not accurate here is that this bill actually lays out a series of principles which, if they're adopted and if the provinces agree, perhaps one day, a long way down the road, there will be a pan-Canadian pharmacare system. But the best laid plans, Madam Speaker. First of all, Quebec has clearly expressed that it does not wish to participate in this program. It doesn't want to participate with the federal government, to create a pan-Canadian pharmacare system. Why? Because in Quebec we already have a pharmacare program, and we have had it since 1996. It's a hybrid system, which means that no one in Quebec doesn't have some kind of medication insurance. Sometimes because there's a collective agreement or some other arrangement to access private insurance, or failing that, there's access to the public pharmacare system,
which is administered by the Quebec Pharmacare Association and has been since 1996. Thus, Madam Speaker, the bill under study clearly meddles with Quebec's jurisdiction, because in Quebec we already have our own program. Now, I will answer my colleagues' questions before they ask the questions. So the NDP will not be able to ask me the question, so I will answer as if I'd received the question. In Quebec, unions mostly represent public sector workers. Unions pay huge insurance premiums for healthcare and pharmacare through their paychecks. The NDP and Bloc Québécois disagree on this issue. We will have to work with Quebec and with unions to find a solution, because yes, this is a disagreement, and that's an issue. But the NDP forgets to say that the National Assembly, the democratically elected assembly in Quebec, at the National Assembly, all Quebec parties, the Liberal Party, Québec Solidaire, the government, the CAQ, Québec Solidaire, all these parties in Quebec supported a unanimous motion stating that they do not want federal pharmacare. They said that they would only agree with federal pharmacare if Ottawa were to agree to send transfers to Quebec to run its own program, unconditional transfers. So we don't want Ottawa interfering with how Quebec manages public health care and Medicare, but we're ready to receive money from Ottawa. We're also willing to work toward a solution for public sector workers so that they're not paying unreasonable premiums and co-pays. I used to work in the public sector, and I noticed on my paychecks that I was paying huge co-pays, huge premiums. Now, pharmaceuticals pay for drugs because we're a small group paying for medications which are for very specific groups. So we do need to pay for research for drugs, and public sector workers currently are paying a huge part of that. We can agree on that. So, Madam Speaker, why did the government and the Liberals disagree with Quebec's unanimous request? Quebec is not against Medicare, or pharmacare rather. Quebec is willing to look at its system and improve it, but doesn't want Ottawa to be dictating how that's done. In the bill, many steps are laid out, steps leading to people having 100% of their medication costs reimbursed. Medication for diabetes and contraception. It will take a long, long time to get there, but we're being led to believe that as soon as this bill is passed, Canadians will have access to a universal Canada-wide pharmacare program, but that's not the case. In fact, it's not even possible. I listened to a colleague from Alberta speak. He's also against the bill. This bill will, in fact, take a long time to be implemented. Now, I know that time is running out, and I know that as long as I keep speaking, I am delaying the upcoming vote, but I do have a lot more to say, Madam Speaker. The Bloc is being accused of obstructing this legislation, but in Quebec we want to be masters of our own domain, of our own jurisdiction, and we are responsible for everything related to health, and that includes pharmacare. Now, there is a grouping for bulk purchasing of drugs. Quebec's health minister, along with a team of experts, draws up a formulary, that is, a list of drugs which are covered under our public pharmacare system. We also have a system so that doctors can determine when an exception is needed to the pharmacare system. So doctors in Quebec can make exceptions so that patients who really need a medication that isn't on the formulary can have access to it and be reimbursed. This can be done because doctors can, in fact, appeal to Quebec's pharmacare system. If Canada were to prepare a formulary of accepted drugs, and those drugs were different from the drugs on Quebec's list, it would be chaos. There would be a lot of confusion. And we've seen, in the case of dental care, that we don't need yet another Canada-wide program to tell us how to handle our health and social services. Moreover, Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me, I'd like to say that Ottawa isn't the one who knows best how we should handle our jurisdiction because it has enough trouble handling what's under its own jurisdiction. Ottawa should allow provinces to deliver services in their way. The best way that Ottawa can help Quebec and provinces is to send funding with the right to opt out without conditions. That would be the best way that the federal government could express its respect for provinces. Because in doing so, Ottawa would be saying that how the program is run is not important. It's just important that people have access to pharmacare. What we're seeing here in this bill is a communication plan between two political parties. Two parties who are doing poorly in the polls want to tick boxes, put in their track record, and then go to election. Well, that makes me feel uncomfortable. People ask me when they're going to have free medication in Quebec. I don't have a date to tell them, nor do I have any hope to give them, because what we're witnessing here is just a communication campaign. It's misinformation, and I find that shameful, Madam Speaker.
It being 8:07 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of government business number 39 now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moves that notwithstanding any standing order or usual House procedure, be disposed of in the following way. Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, A, during the consideration of the bill by the Standing Committee on Health.
The committee shall have the first priority for the use of, shall I dispense? No. For the use of House resources for the committee meetings. 2, the committee shall meet between 3:30 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. on the 2 further sitting days following the adoption of this order to gather evidence from witnesses, provided that any meeting on a Friday may start at 12 p.m. for a duration of not more than 5 hours. Numéro 3,
all amendments be submitted to the clerk of the committee by 4 p.m. on the second sitting day following the adoption of this order. 4. Amendments filed by independent members shall be deemed to have been proposed during the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill.
5, the committee shall meet at 3:30 p.m. on the third sitting day following the adoption of this order to consider the bill at clause by clause, or 12 p.m. if on a Friday, and if the committee has not completed the clause by clause consideration of the bill by 8:30 p.m. or 5 p.m. if on a Friday, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses, amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, and the committee shall not adjourn the meeting until it has disposed of the bill. 6. Un membre du comité puisse faire
6. A member of the committee may report the bill to the House by depositing it with the clerk of the House, who shall notify the House leaders of the recognized parties and independent members. And if the House stands adjourned, the report shall be deemed to have been duly presented to the House during the previous sitting for the purpose of Standing Order 76-1-1.
Sub 1 du règlement. B, not more than 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the bill at report stage and at the expiry of the time provided for the consideration of the said stage of the bill, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier. Any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment, and if a recorded division is requested, the vote shall not be deferred. Et C, au plus...
C. Not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the bill at the third reading stage, and 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders that day, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier. Any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment, and, if a recorded division is requested, the vote shall not be deferred.
Amendment. Mr. Ellis, seconded by Mr. Moore, move that the following amendment, that the motion be amended in paragraph A by adding the following. Number 7, the Minister of Health and his officials be ordered to appear as witnesses for no less than 3 hours. Si un député participant
If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried,
to the Government House Leader,
Madam Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
call in the members. La question est la suivante. Monsieur
The question is as follows. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moved that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, shall be disposed of as follows. Dispense? No. A, during the consideration of the bill by the Standing Committee on Health. 1.
Have the first priority for the use of House resources for the committee hearings. 2, shall I dispense? No. 2, the committee shall meet between 3:30 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. on the 2 further sitting days following the adoption of this order to gather evidence from witnesses, provided that any meeting on a Friday may start at 12 p.m. for a duration of not more than 5 hours. 3, tous les amendements soient soumis.
3. All amendments be submitted to the clerk of the committee by 4 p.m. on the second sitting day following the adoption of this order. 4. Amendments filed by independent members shall be deemed to have been proposed during the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill.
What? 5. The committee shall meet at 3:30 p.m. on the third sitting day following the adoption of this order to consider the bill at clause by clause, or 12 p.m. if on a Friday, and if the committee has not completed the clause by clause consideration of the bill by 8:30 p.m. or 5 p.m. if on a Friday all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses, amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every questions necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, and the committee shall not adjourn the meeting until it has disposed of the bill. And number 6, a member of the committee may report the bill to the House by depositing it with the clerk of the House, who shall notify the House leaders of the recognized parties and independent members. And if the House stands adjourned, the report shall be deemed to have been duly presented to the House during the previous sitting of the for the purpose of Standing Order 76.1 sub 1.
B. Not more than 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the bill at report stage. And at the expiry of the time provided for the consideration of the said stage of the bill, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted. And in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment. And if a recorded division is requested, the vote shall not be deferred.
C. Au plus un jour de séance soit accordé.
And C. Not more than 1 sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the bill at the third reading stage, and 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders that day, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted. And in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment, and if a recorded division is requested, the vote shall not be deferred.
Amendement, M. Ellis, appuyé par M. Moore, propose que
Amendment. Mr. Ellis, seconded by Mr. Moore, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended in paragraph A by adding the following. 7. The Minister of Health and his officials be ordered to appear as witnesses for no less than 3 hours.
3 heures. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Williamson,
Mr. Williamson,
Mr. Arnold,
Mr. Arnold,
Mrs. Vecchio,
Mrs. Vecchio,
Mr. Giovanni,
Mr. Giovanni,
Monsieur Terrien,
Monsieur Terrien,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Villemur.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Hutchings,
Ms. Hutchings,
Ms. Tassi,
Ms. Tassi,
Mr. Varani,
Mr. Virani,
Ms. Sachs,
Ms. Sachs,
Ms. Murray,
Ms. Murray,
Ms. Sahota,
Ms. Sahota,
Ms. Ian,
Ms. Ian,
Ms. Jazek,
Ms. Jazik,
Mrs. Romanado,
Mrs. Romanado,
Mr. Lamoureux,
Mr. Lamour,
Ms. Debruson,
Ms. de Brusen,
Mr. Fonseca,
Mr. Fonseca,
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East,
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East,
Mr. Badaway,
Mr. Badaway,
Mr. Maloney,
Mr. Maloney,
Madame Shanahan,
Madame Shanahan,
Ms. Khalid,
Ms. Khalid,
Madame Mendez,
Madame Mendez,
Mr. Van Bynen,
Mr. Van Bynen,
Mr. Meow,
Mr. Meow,
Mr. Carr,
Mr. Carr,
Mr. Singh,
Mr. Singh,
Mr. Julian,
Mr. Julian,
Ms. McPherson,
Ms. McPherson,
Ms. Idlout,
Ms. Idlout,
Monsieur Boulleris,
Monsieur Boris,
Mr. Desjardins,
Mr. Desjardins,
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands,
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function or rise in the House, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Robillard.
Je vote contre.
Monsieur Robillard n'est contre.
Mr. Richards. Whoops, oh, sorry. Mr. Richards?
I vote yea.
Mr. Richards, y est pour.
Si le député du Lac-Saint-Louis a bien une photo sur laquelle on peut
Does the member for Lac-Saint-Louis have a photo so that we can identify him? If not, then you will likely decide not to uphold his vote. Okay, we will verify his photo.
No, il n'a pas de photo.
He does not have a photo. Is he online?
No, il ne semble pas.
He does not seem to be online.
Okay. Son vote ne sera pas compté.
His vote will not be counted.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yea pour 139, 139. Nays contre 169, 169.
I declare the amendment defeated.
That was a good one, too.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. McKinnon Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moved that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, shall be disposed of as follows. Shall I dispense? A, during the consideration of the bill by the Standing Committee on Health, 1, the committee shall have the first priority for the use of House resources for the committee meetings. 2, the committee shall meet between 3:30 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. on the 2 further sitting days following the adoption of this order to gather evidence from witnesses, provided that any meeting on a Friday may start at 12 p.m. for a duration of not more than 5 hours.
3, all amendments be submitted to the clerk of the committee by 4 p.m. on the second sitting day following the adoption of this order. 4, amendments filed by independent members shall be deemed to have been proposed during the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill.
5,
5, the committee shall meet at 3:30 p.m. on the third sitting day following the adoption of this order to consider the bill at clause-by-clause, or 12 p.m. if on a Friday. And if the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 8:30 p.m. or 5 p.m. if on a Friday, then all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses. Amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, and the committee shall not adjourn the meeting until it has disposed of the bill.
6, a member of the committee may report the bill to the House by depositing it with the clerk of the House, who shall notify the House leaders of the recognized parties and independent members, and if the House stands adjourned, the report shall be deemed to have been duly presented to the House during the previous sitting for the purpose of Standing Order 76.1 sub 1. B, not more than 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the bill at report stage, and at the expiry of the time provided for the consideration of the said stage of the bill, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment, and if a recorded division is requested, the vote shall not be deferred. A, C, au plus.
And C, not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the bill at the third reading stage, and 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders that day, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier. Any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, And in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment, and if a recorded division is requested, the vote shall not be deferred.
Therefore, if a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we would request a recorded vote, please.
Alors, la période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu...
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Lever à la Chambre et la présidence...
Or they may rise in the House.
Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards?
Opposed.
I'm sorry, they didn't hear, the mic didn't quite come in right?
I'm opposed.
Richards, Nate Contre.
Monsieur Robillard?
Madame la Présidente, je vais voter pour.
Monsieur Robillard, il est pour.
Monsieur Lauzon?
Madame la Présidente, sur le vote numéro 1, j'ai appuyé sur le mauvais choix. Je demande le consentement unanime pour voter non.
Vote ici. Est-ce que vous avez déjà voté pour ce vote ici? Oui. Oui. Votre vote a été enregistré en tant que oui. Vous êtes bien avec ça pour ce vote ici?
Oui.
OK. On peut revenir sur votre demande après. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Non, monsieur. Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 139, 139.
I declare the motion carried. Monsieur Lauzon?
Oui.
Vous avez un point d'ordre?
Mr. Lauzon, on a point of order. Yes, for vote 1. I made a mistake in my vote, and I seek the unanimous consent of the House to vote nay. In order to request the unanimous consent of the House, all whips must be consulted, and I have not been advised about that. I have not heard anything from whips at this point, so it is not possible to seek unanimous consent at this time.
He has writing on the point of order as well?
Yeah, just for clarification, Madam Speaker, we would be prepared to give the unanimous consent to allow the member to have his vote changed so he's voting in favor.
I understand that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is prepared to do that, but the rules basically say that the whips have to be notified first, and the whips have to notify me. All of the whips have to notify me.
If you're not the whip, if you'd like to read
that. Those glasses are alive. Pursuant to order made on Wednesday, February 28, 2024, I regret that I have not received notice from all recognized parties that they are in agreement with this request. Should all recognized parties provide such a notice to the chair, the member would be able to make their request at a later time. And so, again, I would just ask members to go through the proper procedures first, and then we can entertain such a request. See, all orders of the Orders of the day du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at third reading on C-59, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Alors.
Merci.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to say that I'm happy to be here tonight to finally give this speech that I've been waiting a long time to give. Now, I'd like to begin by saying that C-59 does contain good measures. This is an omnibus bill, though. There are a few positive measures. A few merit being mentioned in this place. First, C-59 would make it more difficult to take advantage of tax havens. C-59 will go after two tax haven strategies. The Bloc Québécois has been talking about tax havens for a long time, and we do see that this will be interesting and positive. Two different positive measures, which were recommended by the OECD Working Group against tax haven strategies.
La création de filiales.
So one of these things would be the subsidiary in a tax haven is to lend to the Canadian parent company. So the interest paid by the Canadian company is then diverted to a tax haven where it is essentially untaxed. It is this loophole that Bill C-59 seeks to prevent, and that is a good thing. As for the implementation of the rules on hybrid arrangements, it responds to the recommendations of the project to combat tax base erosion and profit shifting, a project drafted by the OECD and the Group of 20 concerning cross-border tax avoidance strategies. This bill also takes up the idea of Bill C-323, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act in relation to mental health services, sponsored by my colleague from Cumberland Colchester, which was unanimously passed at second reading. The Bloc Québécois supports this measure. Quebec is a forerunner in legislating psychotherapy and has inspired several provinces, such as Ontario, to regulate psychotherapy. To offer psychotherapy services in Quebec, apart from doctors and psychologists, you need a permit from the Ordre des Psychologues du Québec. There is a tax inequity between the various professional orders. For doctors and psychologists, psychotherapy is part of their field of practice. The practice is therefore not subject to taxation. However, for all other categories of professionals, the practice of psychotherapy would be taxed. So this would establish fairness here, and we know that there's a growing need for mental health services. The bill also calls for a review of the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act. On the face of it, it's a modest step in the right direction. Madam Speaker, as you know, in this House, when it's good for Quebec, the Bloc Québécois votes in favor. When it's bad for Quebec, my colleagues and I vote against it. As I said at the outset, Bill C-59 has some good points. However, there's especially bad points. That is why the Bloc Québécois will be voting against Bill C-59. Bill C-59 is an omnibus bill of nearly 550 pages containing 60 different measures, amending or creating 31 acts and regulations. C-59 has good points, good things, but two measures mean that the Bloc Québécois is opposing it at second reading. There are two things that always stink to high heaven for the Bloc Québécois, and that won't change no matter what political party is in power on the other side of the House. The federal government's nth attempt to interfere in provincial jurisdiction. Second, subsidies to oil companies at the expense of Quebecers. $30.3 billion in subsidies to oil companies in the form of tax credits. When the Minister of the Environment says they've put an end to subsidies to oil companies, well, he needs to read his own bill from his own government. $30.3 billion taken out of taxpayers' pockets to give as a gift to the oil companies so they can pollute less when they clearly don't need the money. One thing's for sure, I'm afraid we won't be hearing much opposition from the official opposition, even though that is wacko, as they say. Another crazy idea, the creation of a federal Department of Municipal Affairs called the Department of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. This would mean more attempts at federal interference, endless discussions and delays, at a time when the housing crisis demands swift action, Madam Speaker. So these are two very bad measures, and let's not forget that the government has adopted none of the Bloc Québécois priorities that responded to the real and urgent needs of Quebecers. Needs that my colleagues and I, when we're on the ground, we hear on a daily basis calls to our offices. We call our constituents back, we go to see them, and they talk to us about these things. Worse still, in response to Quebec's demands, the federal government has once again decided to ignore areas of provincial jurisdiction: housing, local infrastructure, land use planning, municipal affairs. None of this is federal. And yet, Bill C-59 creates the Department of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. By creating a full-fledged department, C-59 gives the minister the ability to increase interference. This department will also allow the federal government to impose more conditions on the provinces and municipalities, in addition, of course, to increasing delays. Former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau attempted a similar maneuver when he created the Department of Urban Affairs in 1971, Madam Speaker. Well, it was a dismal failure. To prevent the federal government from meddling in municipal affairs, the Government of Quebec amended the Act respecting the Ministère du Conseil Exécutif to prevent municipalities, school boards, and crown corporations from dealing directly with Ottawa. This law is still in force, so the Department of Urban Affairs was a hotbed of bickering, once again, bickering created by the federal government with the provinces throughout its existence, and never managed to play a useful role, Madam Speaker. So it was finally disbanded to the great good of Quebecers in 1979, under pressure from Mr. René Lévesque's PQ government. So despite this disastrous experience, the federal government is trying again today. It took more than 3 years after the announcement of the National Housing Strategy for an agreement to be signed between Quebec and Ottawa. Just recently, the federal government refused to pay $900 million to Quebec without imposing any conditions regarding the creation of housing units. It's hard to believe that negotiations will become simpler under a new department. If we look at the other federal parties, the picture is no better. Essentially, they are proposing ever more centralization. The Conservatives have the same centralizing tendencies, except they're threatening to cut investment if the housing targets aren't met. This is a worrying trend, Madam Speaker, from all federal parties here in this House. Madam Speaker, you won't be surprised to hear that we will not support the creation of a department whose main task will be to interfere in Quebec's jurisdiction any more than we will support Bill C-59. Once and again, for as long as it takes, the Bloc Québécois will oppose any form of federal interference in Quebec's areas of jurisdiction for one simple but very important reason, Madam Speaker. Quebec does not and will never take any lessons from the federal government. We have the evidence, once again, Madam Speaker, that this government, this institution, the federal parliament, with the other federalist parties, we have the proof that there's no respect for the state of Quebec. No respect for the state of Quebec until it becomes a real state decided by its people with all of the tools it needs to achieve sovereignty, the independence of Quebec. And at that time, we will congratulate them when they create a new department that won't affect us. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I'd like to reassure him that our agreements with the Government of Quebec are going very well. I had the opportunity last week to be in the riding of Salaberry-sur-Roi with our colleague, the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, to make an announcement on housing with the member Claude read from that writing, and with the mayor as well. So it was a nice announcement for social housing. And at the same time, there were more announcements. So I'd like to hear comments. Does my colleague think that that's not a good thing? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, what I would say is great if there was an announcement made with my dear whip, the member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. I always say that I really like her. But when I'm told that the federal government is hand in hand with the government of Quebec, well, I need to hear how it is that the federal government is funding the court challenge of a law voted on by the National Assembly of Quebec. You can't tell me, Mr. Speaker, that they're working hand in hand with another government when they're funding a challenge of a law of Quebec. It's impossible. When the government of Quebec asks for $1 billion to pay the bill for receiving asylum seekers and the federal government doesn't answer, you can't say that they're working hand in hand. When Bill 96 on the French language is being contested with tax money from Quebecers, you can't say that they're working hand in hand. That working hand in hand will be when we're at the UN, each in our own seats.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Lac-Saint-Jean. I also have a whip I really like, but it's not the same one. Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to hear from my colleague, rather than hearing that the Federalist Party is the one in power, the one on this side of the House, the Conservatives, that supposedly we haven't moved Quebec's cause forward. And as he said, it's the people of Quebec who will decide. And Mr. Speaker, I think he was wrong about which parliament. If he wants to invite the people of Quebec to take Canada apart from the way it is now, I think he should be at the National Assembly. But setting aside partisan comments, I'd like to know from my colleague, what does he think of including accredited massage therapists in C-59? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in the 550 pages of the bill, he chose something very specific. I'd like to thank my colleague. I thank my colleague for having asked that question, but I'll pick up on what he said. Was I wrong about which parliament? If he's fighting for a united Canada, I would suggest that he also run for the National Assembly. Now, if Quebecers voted in favor of 32 Bloc Québécois members, there's no one who can call into question our legitimacy in this House. Mr. Speaker, I will never call into question the legitimacy of members from other parties who are sitting here in this House. This is democracy speaking. If Quebecers don't have a sovereigntist party in Ottawa, then there will only be one vision of that issue that will be presented in this House, and that's not acceptable. This is about democracy, representation. I represent the people of my riding who place their trust in me. I thank them every day. I'm doing it once again tonight. And regarding massage therapists, I'll speak to my colleague in the lobby. Before continuing with the next speaker, I think the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation has a point of order.
No. Merci, vous m'entendez, Monsieur le Président? Merci.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker? I have a point of order. During the first vote, I made the wrong choice, so I would ask for unanimous consent. There was an agreement with the whips, so I can vote no. You have consent with the recognized parties. They agree with this request. All those who oppose what is proposed will now say nay. Okay, the House has heard the motion. All those who oppose the motion will please say nay. Carried.
Reprise.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say at the outset, because I wanted to ask a question to the Speaker who just finished, when we look at the number of Quebecers who are already participating in the NDP's dental care program, hundreds of thousands of Quebecers, and now we know that every week there are thousands more Quebecers who are signing up for dental care, the NDP's dental care. I think that's very important. And we're also talking about pharmacare, the fact that all of the major Quebec unions have said that the NDP's bill C-64, about pharmacare is something they are very much in favor of. It's important to note those two things, Mr. Speaker. The NDP is moving things forward in the House to make a difference in people's daily lives throughout Canada. That's extremely important.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that the Fall Economic Statement, Bill C-59, we're supporting. I'm going to talk about some of the measures that the NDP has inserted into it. But let's start by saying that this is not an NDP budget. The NDP, as you know, Mr. Speaker, of all the governments in the country, the two most popular are the governments of British Columbia and the government of Manitoba. Two NDP governments, both of whom have been very effective. The Manitoba NDP government is new but extraordinarily popular because the NDP really knows that the essence of good stewardship, of managing a democratic government, is ensuring that it's not the rich that are taken care of, but rather regular folks. And each NDP government, we formed government provincially, of course, in British Columbia, and Alberta, and Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Nova Scotia. All those governments have been governments that have made a difference in the lives of people. The reason why the two most popular governments in the country right now are NDP governments is because, and the simple reason is found in the financial statements that are issued by the Federal Ministry of Finance. So, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, the Federal Ministry of Finance is not a hotbed of Social Democrats. It's not a hotbed of Democratic Socialists, but they publish the fiscal period returns. And you'll see, if you look through them, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you do this before the end of the evening, you'll see over the last 40 years that the best governments in terms of managing money, in terms of paying down debt, in terms of expanding education services, expanding housing services, expanding healthcare services, have been systematically, over the last 40 years, NDP governments. And that's why the two most popular governments in the country right now are NDP governments. It's because the NDP isn't beholden to lobbyists. The corporate conservatives are run by lobbyists. Their national executive is run by lobbyists. There are lobbyists permeating the Conservative headquarters, their caucus, their campaign team, all lobbyists for the corporate sector. And you can see, of course, when they're in government, how badly they perform. They don't understand the issue of stewardship. The infamous Harper tax haven treaties have bled over $30 billion each and every year over the last 17 years out of this country. $30 billion. It could have been used for health care and housing, could have been used for a variety of services for veterans, for seniors, for youth, could have lowered post-secondary education costs, could have made a big difference. But that's not what the Conservatives chose to do. And the Liberals, when they came to power, kept many of those tax breaks that have been given to the richest of Canadians, the wealthiest of Canadians who've never paid their fair share, and the most profitable corporations. The NDP's approach is different, which is why the fiscal period returns to the Federal Ministry of Finance show conclusively that the NDP and NDP governments are the best at managing money. So this is not an NDP budget by any means. There are elements that the NDP has forced into the budget that make a difference, that will make a difference in the lives of working people. And the reason why we're supporting it is because of those amendments that we've achieved. In the same way that we brought dental care now to Canadians, 2 million seniors signed up already, 100,000 seniors, many for the first time in their lives getting access to dental care just in the first 2 weeks of the new NDP program. NDP dental care is making a difference. Earlier tonight, we've moved the pharmacare bill to the Health Committee, which is where it should go. And I'm looking forward to those hearings over the next couple of days. For people that have been waiting for decades to have pharmacare added to our health care program and our health care strength in this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall in this House, as I'm sure you have a great depth of historical memory, that 60 years ago in this House of Commons, just a few feet from this temporary house in the West Block, in Centre Block, Tommy Douglas is the founding leader of the NDP, brought forward the universal health care, viciously fought against by conservatives at the time who didn't want to see people getting health care. But it was a minority parliament, and Tommy Douglas was able to successfully deliver universal health care to Canadians. Tommy Douglas always thought that we needed to make sure that health care was available from the tip of our heads right to the soles of our feet. And so he always envisaged that we would move to pharmacare, that we would move to dental care, that Canadians would have access to the full range of healthcare services that all other countries with universal health care enjoy. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we have the member from Burnaby South as our leader who feels the same way. And this has been a hallmark of NDP leaders over the decades. Every time there's been a minority parliament, the NDP has stepped up as the worker bees of Parliament, as the adults in the room, and we've gotten things done that have made a difference for Canadians, from universal health care to a whole range of other things, the Canada Pension Plan, all those things that make a difference in people's lives, employment insurance, all of them come thanks to the NDP, because that's our role in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So when we look at the fall economic statement, we can see already that NDP stamp that makes a difference. But unlike the corporate conservatives and the lobbyist liberals, we believe in not spending enormous amounts of money on the wealthy, on the pampered, on big corporations. We don't believe in funding massively the corporate sector. We actually believe in negotiating with the corporate sector. The reason why we're pressing so hard for pharmacare, of course, Mr. Speaker, is because countries that have universal pharmacare are able to have the bulk purchasing negotiating power that forces down the prices of drugs. New Zealand being a great example. A reduction of 90% in the cost of certain medications because the New Zealand government was able to say to the pharmaceutical companies, if you want to come into this market, you're going to have to pay our price. Currently, with the patchwork of plans that the corporate conservatives and the lobbyist liberals have put into place over decades, it's the pharmaceutical companies that decide what the prices are. And that has to change, Mr. Speaker. So this budget, this fall economic statement, does contain some measures that we believe will make a difference. First off, we believe firmly in starting to adjust for a taxation system that has become profoundly unjust and unequal. And we've said that when we look at the infamous Harper tax haven treaties that cost us $30 billion a year, according to the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer, when we look at all of the ranges of other loopholes that exist, it is important to take steps to ensure that those loopholes are closed. The real taxation rate for Canada's largest corporations is single digits, Mr. Speaker, because of the loopholes that exist, because of their ability to write off, because of their ability to take money overseas where they don't have to pay taxes on it. The real taxation rate is in the single digits, less than 10%. Now, try to ask a Canadian what their taxation rate is, and middle-class Canadians pay their taxes expecting that they will get services and support in return. But instead, under the Harper regime, we saw what they did is they slashed services and gave those folks, the taxpayers that had paid money into the federal government, they gave that money away. They gave it to tax havens. They gave it to the banks. $116 billion from the Harper regime unbelievably, to the banking sector so that they could prop up, of course, executive bonuses and corporate dividends. $116 billion. Now, the Conservatives have never apologized for that, and Liberals have never apologized for the $750 billion, again, in liquidity supports that they offered to the banking sector just a few years ago. It took 96 hours, Mr. Speaker, to provide $750 billion in liquidity supports. Between the two, the corporate coalition of Liberals and Conservatives over the past 15 years has given, unbelievably, in current dollars, over $1 trillion in liquidity support to the banking sector to prop up dividends and profits and executive bonuses. $1 trillion, Mr. Speaker. Now, we look at the health care problems that we're experiencing, the housing crisis, the problems that exist. We had today the member from Nunavut, who is an extraordinary member of Parliament, asking about daycare that isn't being adequately funded in Iqaluit. And yet, Liberals and Conservatives between them, $1 trillion to the banking sector, no problem. Now look at the tax havens. Look over the last 15 years. That's $500 billion at $30 billion a pop. That's according to the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer, given away to overseas tax havens without a penny of return to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And yet look at people with disabilities. Half of those who have to go to food bags to make ends meet, half of those who are sleeping outside in the parks and main streets of our country are people with disabilities. They're not getting what they need in terms of support. But Liberals and Conservatives between them, the corporate coalition, 15 years, $500 billion going to offshore tax havens. And Mr. Speaker, oil and gas CEOs, look at that as well. Both the Harper Conservatives and the current Liberal government, between them over the last 15 years, well, you see about $100 billion given to oil and gas CEOs. So there's a ton of money, Mr. Speaker, that goes to the wrong places in this country, and that's why NDP MPs are here, fighting on behalf of Canadians, delivering on pharmacare, delivering on affordable housing. Finally, we had to push the Liberals hard on that over the last couple of years. Delivering on dental care, delivering on anti-scab legislation, delivering on clean energy strategy, delivering on all those things, Mr. Speaker, because as worker bees in the Parliament, we believe firmly that the investments need to happen with families and regular people right across this country. Not the rich and the pampered. That's where the corporate Conservatives love to spend tons of money. That's where we've seen, sadly, this Liberal government spend tons of money. We believe it needs to go to regular people. So, when we look at this fall economic statement, there is a first step. Again, the NDP pushed hard for that. We finally will get an annual tax of 3% on types of digital services. This is earned by larger companies with more than $1.1 billion in revenue. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is an important step. It is a step that we support. Again, is this an NDP budget? No. But does it take an important first step? Yes, it does. As far as the investments in housing, the apartment construction loan program, $15 billion, and then affordable housing fund over the next 3 years for nonprofit and co-op and social housing. We support that as well. In fact, the member from Vancouver East fought hard for that. So did the member from Nunavut, to make a difference in terms of housing. Mr. Speaker, again, with all of the things that we put forward, and I do need to mention the anti-scab legislation for a moment and the work of my colleague from Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie, who did a remarkable job in making sure that finally replacement workers will be banned at the federal level. And Parliament will be called upon to get a final vote on that in the coming weeks. This is vitally important. The NDP MPs work as a team. Our leader is the member from Burnaby South. We've made an enormous difference in this Parliament. We made an enormous difference in last Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And you'll recall, at the height of the COVID crisis, it was the NDP that was pushing the government, and fortunately in a parliament where I think it's fair to say all parties did work together, to invest more than $40 billion to ensure that people were taken care of. Families were taken care of. People with disabilities and seniors were taken care of. Students were taken care of. Small businesses actually had the wherewithal to keep that shingle out as part of their small business by some rent relief. All of those things came as a result of the NDP fighting hard on behalf of people. So that's 2 consecutive minority parliaments where the NDP has made a difference. And so let me get to the crux of what is in Bill C-59 that we can support, and that is the amendments that were brought originally by the member from Burnaby South, the leader of the NDP, that enhance finally the Competition Bureau. This is absolutely fundamentally important. Mr. Speaker, we've had no consumer protection in this country. The corporate sector, the lobbyists, have really been paramount, and we've seen over the decades how successive Liberal and Conservative governments have refused to do anything to enhance consumer protection. Well, the member from Burnaby South, the national leader of the NDP, brought forward enhancements to the Competition Act that will actually ensure that we can crack down on the food price gouging that we're seeing, on the gas price gouging that we're seeing, that has happened with impunity because the Competition Bureau has not had the tools to actually take action against it. Well, you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Burnaby South actually tabled a bill in this regard, and the NDP fought hard. We negotiated hard. We did our work as the worker bees in Parliament. And as a result of that, many of those enhancements in the Competition Act are now in this legislation. This is important, Mr. Speaker, because despite the protestations of the member from Carleton who tries to pretend that putting a price on pollution is something that has led to food price, the difficulties, the challenges around the rise in food prices. We know that most Canadians understand, unlike the member from Carleton, that it's actually food price gouging that has taken place. We're seeing massive profits in the grocery industry. We're seeing record CEO bonuses. We have a Conservative Party that is absolutely inundated with lobbyists. Lobbyists run their national party, run their campaign team. And so it's no surprise that with the corporate Conservatives and all that they've done, their past track record of giving massive amounts of money to the corporate sector without ever asking for anything in return. It's not even like they're trying to get a benefit to Canadians. They just hand it out. The infamous Harper tax haven treaties. $30 billion each and every year handed over to the wealthiest of Canadians in the corporate sector, never asked for a thing in return. Mr. Speaker, this is why the NDP and the role that we play is so important in Parliament, because those Competition Act amendments that are brought in will actually mean that we can start cracking down against the egregious food price gouging Canadians are experiencing when they go to the grocery store. And the gas price gouging, Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, my colleague from Courtenay Alberni signaled this. And I know my colleagues in British Columbia, like my colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, can attest. The prices in British Columbia already all of a sudden skyrocketed by 30 cents a litre. No explanation, because the companies can do that now. They can do gas price gouging. They do this when we have peak season in terms of travel in British Columbia. It's a beautiful province. We like to get around in British Columbia. Well, the gas companies can gouge with impunity because the Conservatives have allowed them to do this. The Liberals have done this, allowed them to do this. And finally, with these enhancements, the Competition Bureau and the Competition Act will be able to crack down on this gas price gouging that has inflicted so much pain on British Columbians and Canadians right across this country. So these are two important elements that are part of this bill, and it's why we're supporting it. A final thing, and I wanted to shout out to my colleague from London Fanshawe. She had presented a private member's bill waiving the GST on counselling and psychotherapy. That the NDP has also put into this bill. That will make a difference for all of those who need the counseling, who need the psychotherapy, those who have experience with mental illness and mental challenges, mental health, know how important it is to be able to pay for those services. And this is another innovation that will make a difference. So on balance, the NDP has achieved a lot to improve the bill, and we will support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to highlight one of the aspects that I think is very important for us to take into consideration. And the Minister of Finance, Deputy Prime Minister, made reference to it in presenting the budget. And that was the degree in which we are getting direct foreign investment. If you take a look at the first 3 quarters of last year, Mr. Speaker, you'll see that we were actually number 1 in terms of a per capita basis in the G7. In fact, the G20. And when you can do a worldwide comparison, I believe we were actually somewhere around number 3. Foreign investment does matter. It creates all forms of jobs and opportunities. And I wonder if the member could just provide some thoughts on that particular issue.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member opposite. I would suggest in terms of what the NDP believes, and we believe in stimulating investment here at home. This is something that we believe very strongly in. The partnering of public investment and private investment. And this is something that we've lost sight of over the last few decades. Mr. Speaker, you know, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has pointed this out, that the infrastructure deficit in this country now is approaching $250 billion. That's sewage plants, bridges, roads that need to be reconstructed, schools, hospitals. What we used to do, and we saw this after the Second World War, when there was a fair taxation system that actually asked the rich to pay their fair share and asked the profitable corporations to pay a certain level of tax. And as a result of that, we were able to build a society that had that massive infrastructure that allowed us to build schools and roads and hospitals. And we've gotten away from that, eroded by conservatives, including the Harper Conservatives, and unfortunately not picked up by the Liberals after the 2015 election. They should have put in place a fair tax system which would allow for the public investments, that partnering with private investments would actually allow our economy really to take off. These are all reasons why an NDP government would be the best choice for Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable colleague for New Westminster Burnaby, there's much in his speech that I'd want to support, but I was particularly drawn to his reminiscences, believe it or not, of a better time that I think of quite often. During COVID, with the degree of cooperation that happened in this place, I remember distinctly the work we did, believe it or not, all the finance critics from every party, including myself for the Green Party, and the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby representing the NDP as finance critic, and we all were, and the member for Carleton, at the time, finance critic. He's doing something different now. And we all met on a regular basis with a former colleague, the Honourable Bill Morneau, who was Minister of Finance, on every other week. We brought news from the ground. This is not working for our businesses locally. This is working. And because we couldn't vote in this place, every single bit of that $80 billion in emergency spending to help Canadians was passed unanimously. Unanimous consent every time. And I just want to stop for a moment and thank all of our colleagues for the ability to pull together to help Canadians in crisis. And please, let's do it again.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, who's a good friend, for raising that point. It is true. During COVID, I think we saw the best of parliamentarianism in this country. All members of Parliament working together. You'll recall we didn't have the virtual Parliament to start. We had a scant number of MPs in the House because of social distancing. At the same time, we were able to agree on a variety of supports that made a big difference in the lives of Canadians. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, and I think my colleague would agree with me, that the climate crisis now calls upon that same level of cooperation. We need to work together. We're seeing the wildfires in northern Canada, a fire season that's starting earlier than ever. In British Columbia, we lived through the heat dome that killed 600 people, including 60 people in my riding. We've seen atmospheric rivers that have cut off portions of Canada from other portions of Canada. There is absolutely no doubt that the climate crisis is on hand. We all need to work together, and I would hope that we would find that renewed sense of cooperation among all members of Parliament to combat this crisis that is requires a degree of cooperation never seen before in our country's history.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. It's interesting to hear my honourable colleague speak because even during question period today, his leader rose and talked about greedy CEOs, and he got quite a reaction because it's fairly well known that despite the fact that the NDP leader constantly speaks about Loblaws and connections that he makes, that his brother is lobbying on behalf of Metro. And the NDP, particularly their leader, they take shot after shot after shot at the Liberal Party. And then what do? They vote with them time after time after time. And they haven't seen a single solitary thing, in my view, that the Liberals themselves have not taken credit for. At what point will he start providing the opposition that I've seen him provide in this House to the Liberals in the form of tangible opposition? And by that I mean voting against them when they're providing poor governance.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think he errs in one respect. I go up to Kamloops quite often, and I know that the people of Kamloops now are benefiting from the NDP's dental care program. In fact, he should be talking with his constituents. There's hundreds of them that have actually already received the support in Kamloops, which is wonderful. Now, of course, I would hope that he would vote for the NDP Pharmacare plan because there is about 18,000 people in his riding that will benefit from the diabetes medication, about 25,000 people in his riding that will benefit from contraception. So when he says that we vote with them, I think it's actually the contrary. When we're talking about pharmacare, when we're talking about dental care, anti-scab legislation, Liberals have been forced to vote with us, and I think that's a very good thing, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent intervention. I will be asking him about the Competition Act in C-59, particularly because it is the NDP who are the only party that's fighting corporate greed. And I'd like to give a specific example. As the member of the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, it was my motion that got the Northwest Company, a grocery company that is subsidized by this Liberal government, to offer subsidies to alleviate poverty. But instead of using the subsidy to alleviate poverty, the Northwest Company is helping to feed corporate greed. For example, the CEO, Dan McConnell, wouldn't answer my questions regarding his salary or his benefits or his bonuses that he gets, instead saying that he'd give me the responses in a written form, which he has now provided. That CEO in 2023 earned $765,000 and had in 2023, and in that same year received a bonus of just over $1 million. How will this Competition Act in C-59 help to address that kind of corporate greed?
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to make to my colleague from Nunavut, who's an extraordinary voice for Nunavut and for Northern Canada and for Indigenous peoples. She brings so much to the floor of this House of Commons and has been such a remarkable fighter for her constituents and for people right across this land. And it's appalling to me to hear these figures. So she's talking about nearly $1.8 million paid in salary and bonuses to the CEO of a company that has been part of what can only be described as massive food price gouging in northern Canada. In Nunavut, I've been to Nunavut. I've seen the prices. Unbelievable for any regular family to try to afford to put food on the table. If it wasn't for country food, people simply would not be able to survive. And this is why it is so important to have NDP MPs in the House and ultimately to have an NDP government. Simply, Liberals and Conservatives will never take on the corporate CEOs that gouge Canadians. NDP MPs and NDP government will.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's always a pleasure to be able to address the issue of budgetary measures, because I like to think there's a lot of contrast. A big difference between Conservatives and Liberals, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that. And maybe I thought one of the ways in which I can highlight that difference is to talk about some of the things that a caring government does, Mr. Speaker. And I can say virtually from the very beginning, back in 2015, you saw a government that in essence recognized the valuable role Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it play in giving us a healthier and stronger economy. All the way through where we saw tax breaks to the middle class, enhancements of child care programs, to increasing the guaranteed income supplement, programs that literally lifted hundreds of thousands of people out of poverty, carried into a worldwide pandemic, developing programs to support Canadians at a time in which government needed to step up, Mr. Speaker. Fast forward it to today, and what do we see today? I believe when you do a comparison, you get a real good contrast in terms of what type of a government we have compared to what type of a government we would see, heaven forbid, if the Conservatives were to win in the next election, Mr. Speaker. I think of the type of programs and investments that we've put in that demonstrate very clearly that we want to have an economy that works for all Canadians. We recognize the importance of fairness. Think in terms of the Generation X, the millennials, and the issues that they have to face, Mr. Speaker. This budget that we're talking about today is really and truly a reflection of what Canadian values are and their expectations are of the national government. Because we know that, Mr. Speaker, because whether it's the Minister of Finance, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Prime Minister, my colleagues within caucus that work within our constituency and bring the feedback that's so critically important here to Ottawa, so that Ottawa and this budget actually reflects the interests of the constituents in which we represent, Mr. Speaker. And I don't say that lightly, because I believe it is the reflection of what we have been told as parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker. That's why what you'll see within this budget and over the last couple of years, serious investments in people in a very real and tangible way. It's interesting, you know, when you take a look in terms of who it is that the leader of the Conservative Party is talking to. Contrast that to who it is that the Prime Minister is talking to. I've made reference to some of the events that have taken place in my own province of Manitoba. You know, just last week we had the Prime Minister in the Maples in Winnipeg, and at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we were talking about the budget and how within this budget we are going to be spending money to support children. 400,000 plus children in all regions of the country, ensuring that there is a nutritional program for children, Mr. Speaker, that need to have that food at a time in which they're going into a classroom. So we were at a school. We had the provincial minister of education, who was a former principal, from what I understand. It was a great opportunity in front of children and childcare providers and teachers, educators, and we saw firsthand the benefits of providing those nutritional foods, Mr. Speaker. A province that also saw the value of a program and is investing, I believe it's about $30 million in itself from the province of Manitoba. But what our constituents want to see is governments working together. And that's what we saw just last week in regards to the National Food Program for Children, Mr. Speaker. It's hard for a child to learn on an empty stomach. It's an issue that has been there for many, many years. When I was first elected, and I made reference to this in my comments, back in 1988 when Sharon Carstairs was talking as a former teacher herself on how difficult it is for a child to learn if they have an empty stomach. This is a government that's actually delivering on a program, Mr. Speaker, that's going to have a real, tangible impact. And you have the Prime Minister working with the provincial minister, highlighting and amplifying how valuable that program is going to be. And as a direct result, Mr. Speaker, we listen to the Conservatives, and they don't support the program. And it is unfortunate, but it's not alone. You know, we invested $198 billion over 10 years in health care for future generations. Talk to your constituents, I would say to every member of Parliament. We love our health care system. This is a commitment from the Prime Minister and this government to ensure that we have quality health care. We talk about mental health care. We talk about long-term health care. We talk about all sorts of needs that are there, family doctors and so forth. And we are actually materializing in a substantive way. It wasn't that long ago, a number of months ago, where the Prime Minister was again at the Grace Hospital, Mr. Speaker, where we had the Premier of the province. And the Premier of the province was complimenting how Ottawa's financial contributions was going to make a difference in a tangible way in terms of staffing, whether it's doctors, nurses. Talked about waiting times and so forth. As a government, not only did we commit the billions of dollars to preserve the health care that Canadians love, we also have health care agreements with the different provinces and territories. Because there has to be a higher sense of financial accountability, Mr. Speaker. There's an expectation that Canadians have. And again, we get a Conservative Party that opposes it. That they believe that health care is something in which Ottawa doesn't need to play a role in, Mr. Speaker. And we saw that during the Harper regime, Harper years, of which the current leader was in fact, Mr. Speaker, a part of that cabinet. And then, Mr. Speaker, if we take a look at the other issue, you know, last year I also had the Prime Minister out in Tyndall Park, where
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a special request. I seek the unanimous consent of the House to change the votes of 3 members on the amendment to Motion 39 for the members for Calgary, Middenbour, Perth, Wellington, and King Vaughan.
Oui.
I would like to change their votes from no to yes, and I would also like to add a nay vote for the member for Perth Wellington on the main motion.
J'aime le bilinguisme.
Thank you for the bilingualism. Will all those opposed to what the honourable member is moving please say nay?
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. And I'm sure the honourable member enjoyed the catching his breath. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader with 12 minutes left.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. But what we're talking about is think in terms of those progressive programs that this government has brought into place over the years, including this budget, to be there to support Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and how it is that the Conservative Party continuously and consistently votes against those programs. I made reference to the issue of health care. I made reference to the issue of child care, the $10 a day daycare, Mr. Speaker, in which the Prime Minister, again, in Tyndall Park, talking with child care workers and so forth about the benefits of that particular program, Mr. Speaker. Again, all provinces on board working with the federal government. We can talk about housing. You know, again, we had the Prime Minister not that long ago in Manitoba, where not only did we have the Premier, we also had the Mayor of Winnipeg talking about literally hundreds of millions of dollars in investing, recognizing the important role that the government plays in providing housing. Contrast that, Mr. Speaker. You know, the leader of the Conservative Party was the Minister of Housing, and in his time as Minister of Housing, you can count, you barely need two hands, Mr. Speaker. He actually built 6 houses. Units, I should say. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we are a government that is working on building substantial numbers. Over the next number of years, it's going to total close to 4 million homes, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the Conservatives will laugh at the premiers and the mayors and the other municipalities that are working with the government, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day...
Order. I know it does seem at times that we're having a conversation here, but the honourable member for Winnipeg North does have the floor. So I'll ask the chamber to listen attentively to the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, time goes by real quick here, and I'm trying to demonstrate to my friends across the way, whether it's health care, child care, housing, national food program, pharmacare, dental program, the first ever disability benefit. These are the type of progressive measures this government is taking to support Canadians, to support constituents across the country in all regions. And yet the Conservative Party consistently vote against this, Mr. Speaker. They don't quite understand that to build a strong, healthy economy, you need to support Canadians. And over the years, and including in this budget, we have brought forward programs to do just that, Mr. Speaker. We brought into programs to support individuals that are, whether they're seniors, people with disabilities, and so much more. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, what do we hear from the Conservatives? They constantly vote no. They constantly go around the country saying how Canada is broken. You know, it wasn't that long ago, it was the group in which the leader of the Conservative Party actually met with. It was the Diagolon. The Diagolon group, Mr. Speaker, that extreme right. These are the individuals in which the Conservative Party is actually listening to.
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I understand, you know, sometimes the rhetoric and hyperbole can be go a little bit awry here, but at the end of the day, he is suggesting something very serious when he's saying that he met with people from an organization that has espoused hateful language and
I have to say, I appreciate the conversation tonight, but that is descending into debate. So the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
I called it not a point of order, so the honourable parliamentary secretary, continue your time.
Okay, well, I suspect maybe a number of members of the Conservative might be a little upset with the fact, but he did actually meet with members. He actually went into the trailer. He actually met with members here on Parliament Hill. That's not a disputable issue, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, that's fine. If the MAGA right Conservatives, that far right element, I would suggest to you it's more of a Reform Party than it is a Conservative Party. You don't have to believe me. Listen to what former prime ministers have said. You have Joe Clark, who says that the Conservative Party has, in essence, left. The Conservative Party is left. Or he never left the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party left him. You have Kim Campbell saying all sorts of unparliamentary words about today's Conservative Party, especially with respect to the leader. You even have Brian Mulroney, which is very critical of the Conservative Party because he says they are no longer a progressive party. That aspect was amputated. You don't have to just listen to me. This is what people within the progressive Conservative movement have been saying about the Conservative Party today, Mr. Speaker. It is not a Conservative Party. It is a far-right Reform Party, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, I talked about the social programs, and there's many different progressive social programs that we have brought forward. But I want to emphasize from an economic point of view, to have a healthy country, you have to have a healthy economy. And if you take a look at the economy and what it is that we have been able to accomplish by working with Canadians, by working with the other entities, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that it goes so much further than what Stephen Harper ever did. You can take a look at the job numbers as an example. In 10 years, it took almost 1 million jobs were created under Stephen Harper. For us, we're talking over 2 million jobs, Mr. Speaker, and that's at 8.5 years, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, when I think of jobs and opportunities, one of the most powerful messages that was in the budget document was the fact that Canada, on a per capita basis, has more foreign direct investment than any other country in the G7 or the G20, Mr. Speaker. And if you want to look at it from a worldwide perspective, we are number 3. Why do people around the world look at Canada as a way to invest their money? Well, I would suggest to you it's a number of factors. Canada, this government, has actually signed off on more free trade agreements than any other government, Mr. Speaker. That is a fact. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, of things like that, recognizing the value of trade, recognizing the value of receiving foreign investment, we have actually hit significant records. Unlike the Conservatives who oppose government involvement in investments, let me tell my Conservative friends, look at the battery industry. We can talk about Stellantis. We can talk about Honda. We can talk about Volkswagen. This government, in working with others, in particular, in this particular case, Doug Ford, we have actually had substantial investment in an industry that was virtually non-existent in the past, but today is going to be providing tens of thousands of direct and indirect jobs, Mr. Speaker. These are good middle-class jobs into the future. They're green jobs, Mr. Speaker, and they are having an impact. From being absolutely nowhere in the world in regards to EV battery production, Canada is now in the top 2, maybe top 3 in the world in terms of that sort of production, Mr. Speaker. This is something in which is making a difference. But even on the economic matters, the Conservatives are offside. They don't support the Volkswagen investment. Even though Doug Ford recognizes the value of it, today's Conservative reformers, they don't support that, Mr. Speaker. It's the same thing with Stellantis. And now they're out there criticizing the Honda investment. I understand that it's the largest investment in America that Honda is actually making. When you talk about the Volkswagen, EV, the battery plant, Mr. Speaker, you're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of $200 football fields in terms of its size. It will be the largest manufacturing plant in Canada, possibly even North America, Mr. Speaker. It's because as a government, we recognize, when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister, we literally lost tens of thousands going into over 100,000 manufacturing jobs. This is the government that's bringing back manufacturing jobs, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of things in which as a government we have been proactive in dealing with. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that there are issues that Canadians are facing. Even though when you take a look at things such as inflation is something that's happening around the world, and even though Canada, in comparison to other countries, is doing relatively well, as a government, we were focused on inflation. Back in June of 2022, inflation rate was over 8%. Today, now, it's at 2.7%, Mr. Speaker, and it has been at a far better rate over the last few months to give us reason to believe and have hope that we'll actually see the interest rates go down, Mr. Speaker. We understand the affordability issue. We understand why it's so important that we make sure that Canada continues to have that AAA credit rating. Unlike what the Conservatives try to say to Canadians. Consistently, Mr. Speaker, they try to give the false impression as if Canada is broken. If they genuinely believe Canada is broken, well, by God, that would mean the world is broken, Mr. Speaker. Because at the end of the day, when you contrast Canada's overall performance over the last 9 years, I would challenge them to show what G7 country has done better? What G20 country has actually done better, Mr. Speaker? And it's because we recognize that supporting Canadians in a tangible way, lifting Canadians out of poverty, providing investments in apprenticeship programs, ensuring that there's a healthy economy, building in infrastructure. No government in Canada's history has spent more real dollars in infrastructure builds than this government has, Mr. Speaker. We understand the importance of a healthy infrastructure, a healthy economy, investing in people. That is the way in which we're going to be able to grow Canada, Mr. Speaker. And Canada has been growing as a direct result, Mr. Speaker. It is a country in which we believe in, and not only do we say it, Mr. Speaker, but we also invest in it in many different ways, not just through social programming by having the backs and supporting Canadians, but also by developing a stronger, healthier economy. All at the same time recognizing the importance, yes, the economy matters, but so does the environment. And that's something in which why it's so important that we keep having the price on pollution, Mr. Speaker, that we don't buy in to what misinformation the Conservatives put out on the price on pollution. Because quite frankly, more constituents of mine actually receive more money through the rebates than they actually pay in the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. And that is a fact that's been highlighted on many occasions. There's still much more to do, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to work day in and day out in the different regions of the country to improve and have a fairer and healthier country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I typically say Mr. Speaker, but on this occasion I rise with the difficult task of pointing out just what this member has done. He has spoken about a far-right group, and I'm reading from a global news story where they talked about sexually assaulting the spouse of a member of this House. And that member just compared the Leader of His Majesty's Opposition to that group when the Leader of His Majesty's Opposition himself said, quote, he called them, quote, odious and losers, made aware of disgusting comments made, and I'm not even going to use this man's name. This person who continually carries water for a prime minister who invited a Nazi into this House, who said that a woman experienced it differently, who has done all sorts of things, who pressured the first Indigenous Attorney General in this country's history into obstructing justice. And he has the audacity to do that. He should be ashamed. He should apologize and withdraw right now.
Hold on, I'll turn your microphone on in a second.
It's a question. Why don't you apologize, Kevin? Shame on you.
Order. I'll just wait. I'm just going to wait till we all calm down. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll try to get a copy so that the member can actually respond to one of the news articles on it. It seems that the Conservative Party is a little sensitive to the fact that I made sensitive to the Diagolon and the fact that their minister, their leader of the Conservative Party, actually went out to a trailer and met with and has had discussions with. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, if the leader of the Conservative Party actually did it, as I am saying that he did it, and if he didn't do it, well, then maybe the member should be a little bit more clear on that particular point. Did he not go out to the rally? If he's offended, well, don't be offended at me. Be offended at the leader of the Conservative Party who chooses the company in which he keeps. If he's consulting with the far right, if he's starting to adopt policies from the far right, don't blame me. Blame the leader of the Conservative Party. Obviously, he's very upset about it, Mr. Speaker. I'll see if I can find the information and provide it to him directly.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to note that the Liberal government is allowing the member for Winnipeg to speak. It's pretty rare to hear him in this House. But I simply wanted to focus on something. At the height of the pandemic, when there was a crisis, the member for Carleton went to visit the protesters who are illegally occupying downtown Ottawa and who are threatening our democracy, threatening this parliament. He went to distribute coffee and donuts. A couple of weeks ago, members of the Conservative Party went to meet with protesters who are calling to question women's right to have an abortion here in the country. And we found out recently that the leader of the official opposition stopped on the road to go meet an extreme right group, a far right group, and he shook their hands and had a discussion with them. I'd like him to remind us, what is the name of that group?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The short answer is Diagolon. But I'll warn the member that the Conservatives are very, very sensitive on this issue, because they don't want to be called out on it, Mr. Speaker. But if you meet with them and you talk with them, if you go through the trailer, take a look in terms of the protest that was out here during the pandemic, and who was out there, shaking hands, having a dinner, and so forth. That's why I say it's not all I'm doing is I'm just reminding members across the way the reality of to the degree in which the Conservative Party has gone so far to the right. It's not just me saying this. That's the reason why I made reference to the Prime Minister, progressive Conservative Prime Ministers. It's not just me, it's not Liberals, it's other individuals that have even noticed that the Conservative Party is a reform party. It is a very far-right party. Take a look at your voting pattern. Take a look in terms of the type of posts you put on your social media. Take a look in terms of the behaviors and what we witness day in and day out inside the House, Mr. Speaker. It all amplifies the fact that the Conservatives have taken a far-right turn.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Justice, Attorney General.
On the speech that's been given by my colleague, and juxtaposing that with what I learned when in a previous role when I sat on the Emergencies Act Committee for this Parliament. And what we learned about that far-right extremist group is that a weapons cache was found at the Coutts border crossing, that logo for the Diagolon group was found at that weapons cache. And in fact, members of that group were charged with conspiracy to commit murder against RCMP officers. And what I find most troubling about this lack of judgment on the part of the Leader of the Opposition is that he purports to stand for law and order and law enforcement officials, and yet he's meeting with, quite intentionally, people who have now been charged with conspiring to kill law enforcement officials. I wonder if the member could comment on that juxtaposition.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think that, and I appreciate the minister's contribution, and again, it highlights something in which that I have said. And I would like to remind my colleagues, and if they don't have the actual quotes, I'm more than happy to provide and get the quotes. I would like to refer to individuals like former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, who in essence said that the Conservative Party today has amputated, and I believe he used the word amputated, progressiveness out of the Conservative Party. There is no progressive nature to the Conservative Party. You have individuals like Joe Clark, again, a former Conservative Prime Minister, who says that he never left the Conservative Party left him. You have Kim Campbell, and I tell you, some of the words that she used, I can't repeat. And she's referring to the leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. So you don't have to believe me. You can listen to what progressive conservatives have been saying. Look at terms of their behavior. Listen to what it is that the leader of the Conservative Party is saying and the people that he is actually meeting with and the role that they're playing inside the chamber, Mr. Speaker. It draws me to the conclusion that it is and has become a far-right extreme party in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, and I think that there's enough that's out there to clearly demonstrate that that is in fact the case.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Lake Simcoe.
Lake Simcoe, York Simcoe. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is supposed to be a debate on the budget, and you can see where the Liberal Party is dragging us into their goofy debate about far-right extremists and everything else. It's very disappointing. So I'm going to allow the member for Winnipeg North to refocus. And I'm going to talk about how upside down things are in my riding. He spoke about the carbon tax, and we know the carbon tax disproportionately affects rural Canadians. And my riding of York Simcoe, of all things, has been classified as Toronto. We have a First Nations in the middle of Lake Simcoe, 70 miles from Toronto, that you can't even see the CN Tower, that doesn't get the rural top-up. And you know, it was funny, this government was in my riding. He talks about announcement. They came to announce money for Lake Simcoe. The only thing they came for was to let people know that they can possibly apply for money. This government is all talk, no action. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, people in York Simcoe has had enough of this.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to recognize all sorts of wonderful things that have been actually happening. You know, last week the Prime Minister announced a $1.6 billion investment in Port Colborne, Niagara, that will strengthen Honda's EV supply chain. It's a government that understands, you know, where these future green jobs are going to be and how we can contribute to creating better opportunities, good quality jobs. And the first part of my speech, 85% of my speech was either talking about the progressive aspects of our budget, whether it's healthcare, housing, and the list goes on, to the many different economic strengths that we've been putting into the budget to build upon Canada and create more jobs and make a healthier country overall.
Resuming debate on the budget, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to be sharing my time with the member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, who I'm sure will happily rise and comment about how proud he is to represent people from his riding. Now, after 20 minutes of absolute fiction from the members from Winnipeg North, I thought I would continue with a bit of fiction that describes so well C-59 and Liberal financing. It's from Hemingway from The Sun Also Rises. It goes, "How did you go bankrupt?" Bill asked. "Two ways," said Mike, "gradually and suddenly." And that is exactly this Liberal government. Another great line, which is not fiction, I wish it was fiction, but it wasn't. It's actually from the Prime Minister himself. Great line, the budget will balance itself. Does everyone remember that? Now, what do we get with the Liberal Prime Minister saying the budget will balance itself? Well, we end up with $1.4 trillion in debt. That's $93,000 for every single household in Canada. $3,400 per year per household just for interest on the Liberal debt. And you think about like the GST, 5% on everything purchased. You go out to a restaurant, you have a beer, you go to a Blue Jay game, or you perhaps go to the Edmonton Oilers game, not the Vancouver Canuck game because they're gone, but you could go to the Edmonton Oilers game. You pay 5% tax on the ticket. This year, we expect the GST is going to raise about $52 billion. Every single penny, the equivalent of every single penny of the GST collected is going to go solely to the interest on the debt. Not toward health care, not toward any of the fantasy things the member from Winnipeg North brings up, just for interest. The interest on the debt next year is going to be so bad, the GST will actually have to rise to almost 6% just to cover the interest. Now, that's more than we give to health care to the provinces, more than we give to defense. And over the next 5 years of the budget, it's going to be $338 billion of interest payments. $338 billion. Now, do you remember the Prime Minister also famously saying, when questioned about interest costs, condescendingly saying to Glenn McGregor, "Interest rates are at a historic low, Glenn." Remember that? Well, guess what? Interest rates are not at a historic low. And the Liberals, when they actually had a chance to lock in those interest rates that supposedly were at the historic low, didn't. They actually borrowed vast sums, almost $500 billion on short-term basis. And this debt is coming due, and they're going to have to refinance. So instead of paying 0.25% on that $454 billion, it's going to be a lot more. Billions added every year just in interest. Now, can you imagine you're buying a house and you're at the bank and you're negotiating a mortgage, and the bank's telling you, "Hey, we've got all-time low for interest rates, and you can lock in for a long time at 1%. And you say, "You know what? No, I'm going to roll the dice because I don't think they're going to go up." And then, boom, all of a sudden you'd end up with a 5-year or 5, 6, 7, 8% when you renew. You wouldn't do that. No one would be foolish enough to do that. But that's what the Liberal government has done. They just basically say, "No, we don't want long-term locked in. We're going to roll the dice." And what happens? We end up with massive increases. So what could we actually buy with that $338 billion that this government's going to pay just for interest rates or interest costs alone over the next 5 years? Well, the government could buy 5,600 ArriveCan apps, not at the $80,000 that it was originally going to be, but at the $60 million that this government paid for. They could buy 17,000 contracts to GC Strategies to develop apps and not actually do any work on. They could do 500,000 studies from contractors, such as KPMG, to advise the government on how to cut back on contracts from the government. This government famously paid KPMG $670,000 to provide advice on how to cut back contracts to people like KPMG. They could buy 42,000 luxury barns, like the $8 million barn they put up at the Governor General's property. Now, do you remember the Liberal cabinet spending $1.3 million on 3 luxury getaways to talk about the affordability crisis? They could actually afford 260,000 of their luxury getaways to discuss the affordability crisis. They could buy 37 million nights at the $9,000 a night luxury plaza that the Prime Minister took for his Christmas vacation. But, you know, just staying with friends like every other Canadian. Now, I say some of these things just to show how ridiculous that this spending is. But in real terms, we could actually build, with that $338 billion, just on interest, we could build a new hospital for the largest 100 cities in Canada. So basically every city above 35,000 people, we could actually build a brand new $3.5 billion hospital. We could actually increase healthcare transfers to the provinces by about 700%. We could buy 482,000 houses across the country at the current average house price of $700,000. Instead, it's going to interest. But that's okay, the budget will balance itself. And Glen, interest rates are at historic lows. We don't have to worry about it. And we could actually afford 800% of the current outlay of all Canadians are paying on pharmaceuticals. Not a fake pharmacare plan that the Liberal government is saying of contraceptives and diabetic. That's not pharmacare, that's 2 items. 2 items. The government could actually pay for everything with just 12% of what they're paying on interest right now. Now I want to get to C-59 itself, the fall economic statement. Just a couple quick items from the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And he talks, this is from his highlights. He says, revisions to the economic outlook and fiscal developments lower the outlook for the budgetary balance by $19 billion. So the PBO is saying things are getting worse by $19 billion. Government's announced $23 billion in new spending that was partially offset by $3 billion in refocusing. So lots of added spending. Fall economic statement claims to expand the budget commitment to refocus government spending with the goal to identify additional $2.4 billion in savings over a 4-year period. Now that's out of $465 billion a year in revenues, and about $500 billion a year, and costs over about a $2.5 trillion spending budget over the 5 years. They're going to save $2 billion, including $500 million this year, even though it's money that they're saying now is not needed, but went through the Treasury Board process as needed. He continues, there's currently little info available on the status of the $15 billion in spending reviews and savings announced by the government. Further, there is currently no publicly available information related to the $3.6 billion spending to be reallocated in 2023-2024. Now, one of the things the government has promised to cut back on in this $3 billion is outside consulting. Now, of course, if you remember in 2015, the member of Winnipeg North, I'm sure will tell you, they promised to cut back on outside contracting, consulting. What's happened instead is ballooned to $21 billion, including, as I mentioned, $670,000 to KPMG to advise the government on how to actually stop spending so much money on companies like KPMG. A couple of my other favorites that they spent money on with outside contracting, they gave Deloitte $250,000 to give a 4-page report saying don't buy sophisticated IT security equipment from despotic regimes. They paid $250,000 also to Deloitte for a fairness study on an RFP for a security contract for something that they sole sourced out under government policy. 50,000 people in public services whose job is to make sure the contracts are fair, but they decided they had to give money to Deloitte. Mr. Speaker, it's clear the government has no clue what they're doing with the economy. It's clear they have no clue what they're doing with the budget. The budgets will not balance themselves. The Conservative government, however, will.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that Canada does have a AAA credit rating from more than one credit agency, which is better than other G7 countries. When you take a look at our debt to GDP ratio, it is the lowest in the G7 countries. And yet we continue to recognize how important it is to invest in Canadians, something which the Conservatives don't invest in. My question to the member opposite is, the Conservative Party actually voted in favor of us spending billions and billions and billions of dollars in supports during the pandemic for small businesses. Does the Conservative Party regret that support?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague. I won't say my friend, because after his disgraceful speech earlier, I don't know if I will ever be able to call him that again. A couple of things. First of all, we do not have the lowest debt to GDP. We have the lowest net, but that includes if the government was planning on rating the CPP. So the truth is we do not have the lowest. Germany actually it does, and the government should stop misinforming Canadians. Regarding the spending, we actually heard in public accounts where Revenue Canada told us they begged the government not to just leave no fencing for all the money being given out. They begged the government. We heard from Bill Morneau. Instead, the government made a political decision to override the finance minister and CRA on protecting Canadians. And what happened? We ended up with the Auditor General saying about $27 billion at the bare minimum of taxpayers' money went to companies and individuals that did not qualify for the money. And that's the result of this government playing politics instead of following the advice of the then finance minister or the CRA for political reasons.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
So it's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I always quite enjoy listening to my colleague speak. I've learned a lot from him. I think he's actually the person who went through every line of the budget one year, did some addition, and realized that the government had gotten its own numbers wrong. If only the government was as scrupulous as its critics with its army of workers. So I commend the member on being somebody who actually really cares about the numbers and is prepared to get into the minutia. If he could distill one point that he wishes this NDP Liberal government would just figure out as far as missing the mark when it comes to the budget and fall economic statement, what would it be?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
If I could distill one thing upon this government is for them to understand that the budget does not balance itself and that Canadians will have to pay for their errors and their overspending.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. There is something in this bill that we're debating tonight about tax evasion, but there's nothing in here about the tax avoidance that goes on legally every year that costs us billions and billions and billions of dollars. I could go on about Vancouver mining companies that don't pay any taxes in Canada. They should pay hundreds of millions of dollars of taxes, but they have a post office box in Luxembourg. I'm just wondering if he would comment on that, on why we need to cut down on tax avoidance measures, make them illegal, and bring that money back to the people of Canada where it belongs.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and we have a bit of philosophical difference, and maybe it's just the wording. Tax avoidance, me investing in RRSP, like many Canadians do, or TFSA, is a form of tax avoidance. Companies will do what they can to reduce their taxes. If he's suggesting that we need to close loopholes to avoid taxes not being paid legally, I agree with that 100%. I also agree that perhaps with my colleague that we need to make our tax code a lot simpler, straighter, and we need to reform the tax system. We have to have a very fair but competitive tax program in Canada. Capital is very fluid. We don't want to have a system that we see right now where, despite what the members opposite are saying, we actually have a net outflow of investment capital from Canada. We do need, though, a simpler, fairer tax code.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I thank my friend from Edmonton West for clapping for me to say that. It really is a pleasure to rise. I always joke that I'm not sure how a kid from North Kamloops ended up in the House of Commons, but here I am.
Yeah, how did that happen?
I'm not sure how it did happen. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I want to recognize some people from my riding. The first is Bruce Barrett. Mr. Barrett, as I called him, was my art teacher at Westside Secondary School. I just saw that he passed away. Bruce Barrett, Mr. Speaker, had a very gentle heart. I didn't get to know him well, but I knew him to be a very good person. I send my condolences to his family, and may perpetual light shine upon him. I also want to recognize the life of Pearl Bostock. I went to high school with Pearl's grandchildren, some of them, and I see now that she has recently passed away. My deepest condolences to her family, and may perpetual light shine upon her. Last, Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the life of Marlene Campbell. I went to kindergarten with Marlene's son to the point where, to this day, I often called her Mrs. Campbell because I had trouble calling her by her first name. I was in her daughter's wedding party. I've known her for over 40 years. I still haven't come to grips with the fact that she recently passed on, and there are some lessons that she taught me that I'm going to touch on in this speech. I offer condolences to her husband, Bruce, to her daughters, Claire and Joan, and to sons, Matthew, Luke, and John. May perpetual light shine upon her. Now, I was speaking about Mrs. Campbell, and one of the things that I learned from her, and sometimes we would agree, sometimes we would disagree, but I learned the values of simplicity and frugality and transparency. In fact, I walked into her house a couple of years ago, and I said, wow, feels like I'm back in 1986, because the house was exactly the same. And there's a part of me that thinks government should be like that. Why does government have to be flashy? The whole point of the government is to get the job done. And if the government is actually getting the job done, we shouldn't need a 400-page document, or really looks like a mini phone book now, telling us how great the government is, that we've never had it so good. This is a government that is creating board after board, tribunal after tribunal, making government bigger and bigger. I believe the public service has grown by 42%.
Shocking.
And yet, is passport service any better?
No.
Is immigration any better? Heck, the former immigration minister and now housing minister lost track of, what, 1 million people? Potential leadership candidate? Lost track of all of these people, and this, with this inflation, not only in finances, but with government just building upon government. Perhaps the question we have to ask ourselves is not, why are we spending, but how should we be spending efficiently? And the reason I say that is because I have frontline government workers that come to me day after day, it feels like, Mr. Speaker, saying, Frank, we get told from the top, but nobody talks to us about efficiency. And we're actually told to cut because this government has promised so much. Let's not forget, and we chuckled when the member across the way talked about building, 4 million houses? This is a government that can't even plant 2 billion trees. planting a tree is a problem. Heck, staying out of the penalty box with the ethics commissioner is a problem.
That's right.
They can't even do that. They can't plant a tree. They're actually double counting. I filled in a committee, and the government was double counting from 2 different programs to make it look like they were meeting different targets in planting trees. These are not the lessons of simplicity and frugality, and the government can extol its programs all it wants and say, this is a success. I actually got a letter from a dentist that services my family saying, hold on a sec when it comes to dental care. This is not what you think it is. In fact, I'd love to bring it to the House. I didn't think I should. Perhaps I could bring it to the House and give it to the member from Winnipeg, and we can table it. Yep. They're so confident that dental care is the be-all and end-all. What about the people who can't find childcare services? What about that, Mr. Speaker? Unlike Mrs. Campbell, this is not a government that fashions itself on simplicity, transparency, and frugality. In fact, this is a government that said it would be open by default, and yet all it does is attempt to obfuscate when the going gets tough. Look at ArriveCan. Liberal friends got rich. And they don't want people to know that. They don't want people to know that. They are fine spending money, but more concretely, these Liberals are fine spending our money, your money, my family's money, the tax money. I love pasta as much as the next person. I'll admit it. My mom makes the best gnocchi out there. For those who don't know, gnocchis are a little dumpling, okay? By hand, 2 fingers, hand rolled. They're very labor intensive because you have to literally hand roll each one. So hey, I like pasta. I'd like to think I even make a mean carbonara, okay? Here, what do we have? A private business, presumably making profit, and the government is giving $1.7 million for 10 jobs. Hey, it looks great. They want to save the riding. $1.7 million for 10 jobs. They call that an investment. And the NDP will do cartwheels talking about corporate bailouts and corporate giveaways, and then they'll actually vote with the government on the line items that enable that very giving. Hey, I like pasta. And you know what? There's a lot of pasta to be bought. I don't know why the government is saying to perhaps 4 to 5 families, every dollar you pay in taxes will go to the tune of $170,000 per job. Let's talk about these auto contracts that they love to talk about. There are some estimates that we are subsidizing to the tune of $1 million a job.
Wow.
I drive an electric car. Great.
It's wacko.
I drive it, but what I'm seeing is that demand is going down. I really like my vehicle. I do. But if demand is going down, and we're saying we're investing. Well, you know what? I've made some bad investments in my day, and when the stock went down, we suffered from it. This budget talks about protecting farmers from the cost of climate change. They want to do something for farmers. Pass Bill C-234 in its original form. Rather than obfuscating, rather than the member from Winnipeg telling us we've never had it so good.
The farmer from North Winnipeg.
At what point will this government wake up and realize the budget doesn't balance itself, that they have doubled the debt, and now with interest rates being double and in some cases triple, Canadians are hurting? They talk about school programs. How many students are going hungry because of their policies? Mr. Speaker, I could go on for hours about this. Heck, I could go on for hours about what the member from Winnipeg said, but I'm going to move a motion at this point. And it's a sub-motion, Mr. Speaker, and it says that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word, quote, that, end quote, and substituting the following, colon, Bill C-59 an act to implement certain provisions of the fall economic statement tabled in Parliament on November 21, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, be now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering all of its clauses with the view to amend the bill so as to give Canadians a break this summer by eliminating the carbon tax, the federal fuel tax, and GST on gasoline and diesel. And that is seconded by the member from Edmonton West.
Great motion.
Mr. Caputo, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting the words after all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the fall economic statement tabled in Parliament on November 21st, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, be now not read a third time, but referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering all of its clauses and with the view to amend the bill as to give Canadians a break this summer by eliminating the carbon tax, the federal tax, the GST on gasoline and diesel. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting when you hear the Reform Party across the way talking about investing in jobs and their opposition to it. We can talk about Stellantis, we can talk about Volkswagen, we can talk about Honda, creating directly and indirectly tens of thousands of jobs, and yes, there is government subsidy that's going there. And it's not just federal government subsidy, but also provincial subsidy coming from Doug Ford, who is a progressive, underline the word progressive conservative. Does the member believe that Doug Ford also should be criticized? If you're criticizing the federal government and the Conservative or the Reform Party across the way does not support this investment, would he consistently then say that Doug Ford was wrong also?
Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
He talks about criticism. You know who I'll criticize? That member.
Yes.
I rose in questions and answers and pointed out to him something that was disgusting, something from a disgusting fringe group of individuals who said something awful about the member. And if the Liberals want to heckle me, they can go right ahead when they want to talk about sexual assault of the spouse of a member of this House. And then to equate that group with any member of this House is disgusting. And if somebody threatened that member and his spouse, I would be standing right with him. The fact that he would not apologize, he would not withdraw, is disgusting, and I will criticize that day after day. He should stand now and apologize.
Here, here.
A point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on that particular point that the member has raised, I'd ask for unanimous consent to table a document that shows exactly what it is that I was saying. It's a news report, and if the member would like to read it, I'm sure he might have a change of opinion.
I'm already hearing a number of no's. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for having a speech in the House so late at night and sharing his insight with us. And I'm eager for my colleagues to listen to the questions that I'm asking and stop bickering back and forth.
I'll back up a little bit because I didn't hear what the question is. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, you can start from the beginning.
Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague. You know, he started his speech this evening talking about how the Liberal budget was a 420-page document that was a bit of an advertisement. And it brought into mind something I remembered when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. And so I went back and I looked, and the 2015 budget was in fact 518 pages long. And it didn't address climate change. It didn't address many of those issues that are top of mind for so many Canadians now. And he also talked about the idea that dental care was not important. And I have to say, for me, to have 60,000 people already registered for the dental care program, to have hundreds of seniors in his riding who are already benefiting from the NDP dental care program, it seems quite shocking to me that he's using his opportunity to speak in this House of Commons and being not just dishonest, but not very kind to his members.
Order. We can't be calling one another dishonest. So I'm going to ask the honourable member maybe to back up, retract that, and then maybe find another word. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. The information that he was sharing with us maybe was not as accurate as it could have been, and I hope that, and I definitely would retract the idea that he meant to do that. I'm sure it was a failure of understanding in his part, but perhaps he could talk about why dental care is important to the seniors and his residents in his constituency, and why he thinks that all of us don't deserve dental care, why all of us shouldn't have access to those services. Thank you.
The honourable member Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Oh, I'd be happy to fund so many different things, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if my colleague heard me speak about what I did speak about right at the beginning. Perhaps she came in late. When I was receiving the information from my dentist saying, this is not as advertised. This is something that, in my view, is completely and overly bureaucratic and does not accomplish what it sets out to accomplish. It would be wonderful if this program did what it actually said it did, and yet this member who wants to have this laudable point and contribute to dental care, and yet consistently votes with a government that has doubled the debt, and now Canadians are lined up at the food bank. So I'm not sure how she can reconcile that with the point of view that the NDP is fighting for the working class and the poor. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just off the bat, I'll say that I am splitting my time with the very honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to rise today to speak about Bill C-59, which would deliver on key measures from the 2023 Fall Economic Statement to advance the government's economic plan to make life more affordable, build more homes, and build an economy that works for everyone. This is an economic statement that is about fairness. And not just fairness for today, but fairness for every generation and generations to come. I have been, Madam Speaker, continuing to work with my constituents over these past 8 years as a Member of Parliament. I have a very active youth council of dynamic members who continue to keep me updated on what is important to them in this generation. I have a very active women's council that continue to keep me updated onto what is important for them to make sure that they are thriving within our country. I have attended thousands and thousands of events over these past number of years to ensure that I am actually listening to what Canadians want. I have had stakeholder meetings to listen to what people have to say, to take in that feedback and to make sure that we are using that feedback to make good policy. And Madam Speaker, over these past 8 years, I put to you that we have made policy. We have made very solid and sound policy. And I'll say this because I have heard from constituents about those needs. Canadians are the backbone of our economy. And when we empower Canadians, we are strengthening our economy. And that is what the Fall Economic Statement is really all about. That is what we have done over these past number of years in government is all about. And I'll share a couple of examples with you. You know, for example, Lisa on my Women's Council has a startup on the environment. She works across the world to ensure that we are representing Canada, a global framework to sustain, to build sustainable development across the globe, to make sure that we are fighting climate change. Or another person on my Women's Council, Huma, who is starting a second career by going into college at this late stage in her life. Or a member from my youth council who is now studying in med school or is trying to achieve to go into law school. Mechatronics is a growing industry. And I love that people are heckling. I'm trying to get my point across for my constituents. If it's okay, guys, can you just settle down for a second? You'll have your time with question and answers. Is that okay? A little bit. Thank you. Appreciate that. I was talking about Ferdine, who is an engineering student studying mechatronics. If you may, please.
I'm really enjoying this time. I feel like I'm at home with my children. This is lovely. But if I could just come back, and listen to the honourable member just speak for her last few minutes, that'd be wonderful. No, it'll be okay. I've enjoyed it so far, but we'll just continue for the short bit. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very, very much for that, Madam Speaker. Really appreciate you in that chair. So as I was saying, Ferdine, who is studying mechatronics engineering in that STEM field, he's got great ideas talking about innovation and how he is going to build Canada's economy to do better for what is our next generation. The reality is, Madam Speaker, is that the framework and how the Canadian economy is working today is changing. Young people are not following those traditional paths in how we normally had jobs. The gig economy is real. How young Canadians are working is very different than how my parents worked. And we have to take into account all of that as we are building a better and stronger economy for Canadians in the future. So when we talk about Canadians being the backbone of our country, of our economy, we have to really make sure that we are establishing that foundation, strengthening that foundation, because when you strengthen Canadians, you are strengthening the whole country. So I can tell you from hundreds and hundreds of personal emails from my own constituents talking to me about how $10 a day childcare has impacted their lives so significantly. It has allowed people to join the economy. I can talk to you about how our youth employment strategy has impacted young people in my constituency who have taken advantage of that, who have been able to transition from school into the workforce. I can talk to you about the Canada Summer Jobs Program that creates, in my riding, over 400 jobs every single year, not only to support young people, but also to ensure that small businesses, not-for-profit organizations are doing well, that they are able to thrive over the summer while also building that relationship with our next generation of workers within our communities. I can talk to you about the countless efforts that seniors in my community have made to connect with us to ensure that the old age security that they receive, that the guaranteed income supplement that they receive is comparable to what their living costs are, Mr. Speaker. And having heard all of that feedback, I can tell you that the Fall Economic Statement is a step in that right direction to make sure that we are strengthening the foundation of what Canada is, and that is strengthening the people of Canada. When we strengthen our people, we strengthen who we are, not just as a country on the international stage, where we have one of the best economies in the G7, where we have one of the lowest inflation rates in the G7, but also internally to ensure that we are creating new jobs. 2 million new jobs, Mr. Speaker, of these past 8 years. That is nothing to sneeze at. The plan is working, and that plan is to strengthen who we are as Canadians. So when seniors in my riding came to me and said to me that, Ikra, we need to strengthen our dental plan, that we need to make sure that we have access to dental care, that was something, a consultation, that I was more than happy to advocate for. When not-for-profits like AFIA and my Women Council came to me and said, Ikra, we need a youth a nutrition program in our schools to make sure that kids don't go hungry in our schools, to give them the best that they can have, I was more than happy to advocate for that, and successfully, Mr. Speaker. We have a job to do as a government. We are not in the business of making money. We are not in the business of austerity. When we see that Canadians are struggling, and Canadians being the strongest part of what our economy is, individually, our middle class, our youth, women, seniors, our amazing workers, tech supports, nurses, healthcare workers, when we strengthen them, Mr. Speaker, we strengthen our country. And that is what the Fall Economic Statement has been about. That is what our Budget 2024 is about. That is what we have been doing over these past 8 years to strengthen Canada, to be a competitor on the world stage. And you know what that's done, Mr. Speaker? It has made sure that Canada is competitive. We are the only country in the world that has the most trade agreements across the world with G7 nations. This is historically the best time for people in my riding to be able to invest not just here in Canada, but across the world. And we've seen so much investment come directly into Canada, and it is because we invest in Canadians. It is because we are investing into what the future of our country is going to look like. And we are not about slogans. We are not about cuts. We are not about austerity. And I am proud to stand up and support this Fall Economic Statement, and proud of the work that this government has done over these past 8 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Castian Kamal-Taher, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it was very interesting for me to hear the member talk about her youth councils and the women's councils and all the people who are bringing their advice forward. I was wondering what they are telling her about the importance of programs like the National Child Care Program, like the National School Food Program, and what they're sharing with her as their thoughts about what would happen to their families if these programs were cut.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her very important question. That's just it. We have to listen to what people are wanting. When we talk to youth, their main concerns, yes, is affordability, it is housing, and it is climate change. And our policies in the Fall Economic Statement reflect that. I have had hundreds of conversations over this year with my constituents to talk about exactly how do we strengthen our communities. And I think that listening exercise and then transferring it into policy, very much like the National School Food Program, is so important because it helps us build stronger communities and ultimately building a stronger Canada. Thanks.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today is the 8th birthday of my niece, Ola, so I'd like to wish her a happy birthday. Ola is going to inherit more debt than any other generation as this young Canadian. And I was wondering if my colleague across the way could tell Ola in what year the Liberal Party plans to balance the budget.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'll thank the Reform Party member for asking that question. It is about, as I said in my speech, and I'm hoping that the member would have listened, it is about making investments into our future. It is not about cuts. It is not about austerity. It is not about axing and taxing or whatever it is that those fancy slogans are coming out of from that party. It is about believing in the ability, the talent, and the perseverance of our young people to ensure that they have what is needed for them to be successful today and for years to come and for generations to come.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I always find it special when the Conservatives ask questions about a balanced budget. When Harper was Prime Minister, they had deficits 8 years out of 9, and the 9th year, when they balanced the budget, it was just because they had sold off the federal shares of General Motors in a hurry. But I'd like to talk to my colleague. When they talked about youth and the future, we have a major housing crisis. There's a national housing strategy that's been set up, but after 7 years, it doesn't seem to have done much, even though $40 billion have been spent. There's about $40 billion left in that fund for the National Housing Strategy. Does she not agree with us that there should be investments in nonprofit housing, social housing that's truly affordable for our young people? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member raising this important issue that we do need to build more homes. And we are making those investments. In fact, we are on track to ensure that Canadians have the homes that they need to live in an affordable community. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we also need to make sure that Canadians, and especially young people, have the living wage, that have the support systems to ensure that they can live in a safe and supportive community. We have made significant investments through our housing strategy. We are going to continue to build housing for our young people, but at the same time, going to tackle issues of affordability for all Canadians, and especially our young people.
Questions and comments? I think member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I just want to let the member just clarify a comment that she made. She actually said this is the best historic time ever in Canada. And by every indication, this is one of the toughest, hardest times ever. And I think she just misspoke. So if she can clarify that she actually thinks this is the best historic time ever for Canada in 2024.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'll thank the member from the Reform Party for his very important question. This is a time for Canada to grow. We have established amazing agreements, international trade agreements, whether it's with the Pacific nations, whether it's a CPTPP, whether it is CETA, whether it is a renegotiated NAFTA. We have done the foundation and laid that foundation. We have seen the biggest growth of direct investment into Canada, whether it's Honda or so many other organizations that are coming in. But at the same time, Volkswagen or Stellantis. But ultimately, there are businesses in my riding that have seen growth themselves, and they tell me anecdotally, I can see that growth because we are making those investments in that right place. I'm not sure why that member or that party is so against investing in Canadians. Canadians matter, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure and honor to rise in this House, and obviously a little bit late this evening, but I still want to give a shout out to my family back home and my daughters back home in the city of Vaughan, who should all be sleeping because they have school tomorrow morning, and I wish them a wonderful day tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the formal remarks, I think the example I'm going to use personifies how we are doing the right thing to grow our economy here in this beautiful country and also invest confidently in Canadians and Canadian families. The recent transaction or the recent announcement by Honda to invest $15 billion into the Canadian auto sector and the development of electrical vehicles, along with the manufacturing plants. Last week, I was able to join the Premier of Ontario, the Prime Minister, ministers across the board, my honourable colleagues, many members that are sitting in this House, for an announcement of $1.6 billion by a Japanese company, Asahi Kasei, to develop separators for electric vehicles. And again, creating thousands of jobs in the Port Colborne area of Ontario, providing bright futures for the families there and their children, something that we believe in. You know, confident governments, confident countries invest in Canadians, invest in their citizens. And then at the same time, a few days later, I was able to visit Valori Corners Dentistry and Dr. Elena Panvosky and her staff to talk about the Canadian Dental Care Plan. And this dentist had sent out a flyer in my neighborhood, in many of the neighborhoods in the city of Vaughan, telling patients that if they're eligible for the Canadian Dental Care Plan, to come to her clinic. And she also had, the dentist had put a billboard up along a major regional road in the city. And I went and visited there, and I met Peter. Peter was an 80-year-old senior citizen in my riding. You know, one of these people that came to this country, worked hard, and he had his Sun Life Canadian Dental Care Plan card with him. And he was going to the dentist thanks to this program that we've implemented. And that is awesome. And that is progress. And that is why we're here and sent here to do what's right for our citizens. And in fact, as of today, over 90,000 seniors have gone to see a dental care provider across this country. If we don't all clap, so yeah, right on. I don't know what we're going to clap about. And the other side isn't clapping for the folks at home. Thank you. And over 2 million Canadians, eligible seniors, have signed up and been approved and will receive their cards. Why is that important, Mr. Speaker? Because since the day one when I arrived here in 2015, one of the programs that I know would make a difference in the lives of literally millions of Canadians is a dental care program, and that's what we've done. We've done so much. The Canada Child Benefit, raising personal income tax rates on the wealthiest, cutting them for the middle class, raising the basic personal expenditure amount, signing free trade deals with countries and entities around the world, being there at the table, and Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do so. Le projet de loi
The bill would implement important and fiscally responsible measures from the 2023 Fall Economic Statement to support our government's efforts to build more homes faster, make life more affordable, and create more good jobs. Our government is working to create a better future for all generations, and Bill C-59 is essential to making that goal a reality.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, with Canada's Housing Plan and Budget 2024, we are taking many steps to help increase the supply of housing in order to reduce the high costs faced by Canadians. Bill C-59 promises to contribute to this effort by helping to increase the supply of rental housing in Canada. About 1/3 of all Canadians rent their homes, but the number of available rental apartments has failed to keep pace with demand.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-56, the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act, which received royal assent on December 15, 2023, and the federal component of the HST on the cost of newly purpose-built rental housing, introduce a 100% rebate on the GST. Bill C-59 would extend the eligibility for the GST rental rebate to cooperative housing corporations that provide long-term rental accommodation. Our objective as a government is to incentivize the construction of even more rental units, Mr. Speaker, and that is what is happening in the Canadian housing market. We know that our growing, vibrant communities also require critical infrastructure like public transit, modern water system, and community centers, all infrastructure that Canadians depend on daily in their lives. That is why Bill C-59 would establish the Department of Housing, Infrastructure, and Communities in the federal lead for improving housing outcomes and enhancing public infrastructure. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of living is weighing heavily on household budgets. Bill C-59 would make life more affordable by strengthening competition to help stabilize prices in Canada. We have heard the public's concerns about increasing corporate concentration and the power of private sector giants.
Introducing Bill C-56, which I mentioned a few moments ago, Bill C-59's suite of amendments to the Competition Act and the Competition Tribunal will provide Canadians with more modern and effective competition laws. Mr. Speaker, as everyone knows in this House, I love capitalism, I love wealth creation, and that leads to higher standards of living. But what I don't like is corporate concentration, and measures that are introduced that are anti-competitive by organizations and companies. And that is why you need guardrails, and that is why it is smart for us to introduce amendments to the Competition Act and the Competition Tribunal Act, which I say, Mr. Speaker, the opposite party had ignored for the years that it was in power, and it can remain in opposition for many more years. Together, these amendments would represent generational changes to Canada's competition regime. I'll repeat that. They can remain in opposition for many more years. More competition means lower prices, more innovative products and services, and more choices for Canadians in where they take their business. The amendments are designed to empower the Competition Bureau to better serve the public in its role as watchdog and advocate of dynamic markets. Bill C-59 would further modernize merger reviews and position the Competition Bureau to better detect and address killer acquisitions and other anti-competitive mergers. The legislation would also support Canadians' right to repair by preventing manufacturers from refusing to provide the means of repair of devices and products in an anti-competitive manner.
Our plan also focuses on the well-being of Canadians. Therapy and counseling services play a key role in the lives and mental health of millions of Canadians, but they can also be costly. To ensure that Canadians get the help they need, our government is taking steps to make these essential services more accessible and affordable. Passage of Bill C-59 would eliminate the GST HST on psychotherapy and therapeutic counseling services. Our government is also looking after young families. Employment insurance, maternity, and parental benefits provide essential support for new parents. The legislation would introduce a 15-week shareable EI benefit and corresponding changes to the Canada Labour Code to ensure that adoptive parents working in federally regulated sectors have the job protection they need while receiving the new benefit. The legislation would go even further by creating a new paid leave for people working in federally regulated sectors to support families in the event of a miscarriage.
Speaker, I'd like to just turn very quickly to Canada's fiscal position. I see I have a minute left. We do know that Canada's deficit to GDP ratio is number one in the G7 and G20, i.e. we have the lowest deficit to GDP ratio in the G7. Our net debt to GDP ratio is also in the mid-30s range, top notch. We're one of the few countries in the world with a AAA credit rating. These ratings were affirmed and confirmed after the budget was delivered by the rating agencies, one of which I spent several years working for and covering many sectors that we talked about in this wonderful House and that continue to employ hundreds of thousands of Canadians and continue to grow our economy. Mr. Speaker, I am probably running out of time in a couple of seconds. It's been obviously an honor to rise in this House. And again, I wish all the residents of Vaughan Woodbridge a wonderful Thursday morning and a wonderful and safe travels to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. But in his speech, he actually said that he loves capitalism. I believe those are his exact words. He loves capitalism. Yet he knows that the Liberal Party has veered sharply to the left, so far to the left now that I think it can be accurately said that the Liberal Party is a party of socialists. And he knows very well that socialism and capitalism cannot coexist. I mean, when you look at this Liberal government's record, allowing large companies to merge, huge subsidies, billions, tens of billions of dollars of subsidies. And this guy asks us to believe that he's a capitalist. So if he's such a capitalist, why is he in a party like the Liberal Party that now has gone socialist big time?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable member for his hyperbole, and I do have a lot of respect for the member from Abbotsford. I've enjoyed many conversations with this honourable member, and I thank him for some of the contributions he made, including on CETA and so forth. I would obviously disagree with the premise of his question. Obviously, I do love wealth creation. I love job creation. I believe in obviously forming and strengthening our social safety net, and that's what we've done as a government. And you know what? If we made the choice to do the Canada Child Benefit, to do $10 a day daycare, to do the Canada Workers Benefit, to introduce a Canadian dental care plan, those are choices I fully support, and that's how you create a strong economy and a strong social net. So we lift all Canadians and we bring all Canadians forward as we continue to make this country the best country to live and raise a family and invest and work.
Yes.
And comments, the honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge for his remarks. Continuing on this theme of talking about the economy, I was recently at committee and one of my Conservative colleagues asked what I felt was a really good question of the Competition Commissioner. He asked, has the government ever blocked a corporate merger in Canadian history? And the answer was no, despite having this competition commissioner and having these ideas around the importance of competition and the importance of stamping out anti-competitive behavior, not a single corporate merger has been blocked or denied by the federal government. And I would ask him why that is, when we know that corporate concentration and anti-competitive behavior are one of the driving factors behind the affordability crisis that we're seeing. We're seeing these monopolies and oligopolies that are gouging Canadians every single day. And this government can put a stop to that. Why doesn't it?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
First thing I'd like to point out to the honourable member from Skeena Bulkley Valley is we did, as a government, make the $70+ million investment into Prince Rupert, and it's the water system and infrastructure there. I know I advocated for that. I know you represent that riding. That was the city that I was born and raised in. It's, again, our government investing in infrastructure and Canadians. With regards to corporate concentration in Canada, there are many reasons why there is such a high degree of corporate concentration, of course, and we can have a great discussion on that front. But we did make changes with, I think it's with regards to the efficiencies defense within the Competition Act. I think those are the technical terms, where the Competition Bureau and the Competition Act will have much more teeth to block mergers and acquisitions or consolidations within sector where it is not in the best interest of Canadian consumers and so forth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Niagara East. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week it was a pleasure to be in my hometown of Port Colborne, Ontario, along with the Prime Minister as well as the Premier of Ontario, making a $1.6 billion announcement by Asahi Kasei, a company that is going to strengthen the Honda supply chain, not only in Ontario but across the country. Mr. Speaker, this is a game changer for the Niagara region. It's a game changer economically, but as well putting people to work, as well as strengthening the Niagara Ports Trade Corridor. My question to the member, Mr. Speaker, is with respect to supply chains. How does this announcement, how does the actions by this government strengthen our supply chains, as well as provide an integration of our supply chains, not only here domestically, but also binationally and equally as important, internationally?
Almost no time left. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I want to thank the honourable member from Niagara Centre. Not only is he a colleague and dear friend, but he's a great advocate for the wine industry, for the Great Lakes, which is an economic driver of his area, and was a huge advocate in terms of attracting this multi-billion-dollar investment to Port Colborne. The honourable member who actually served as the mayor in that area as well. So congratulations to that member. With regards to the supply chain, it was our government put in place a supply chain task force. It's our government that, through the Minister of Labour, that is working with the railways to ensure that we continue to have smooth transportation sector and continue to make those critical investments, including in the National Trade and Corridors Fund, which the member is well versed in as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll be splitting my time tonight. What we heard in the last few speakers blows my mind. It is unbelievable the mental gymnastics you have to do to figure out the current NDP Liberal government. We have a member that has stated that right now in 2024 that it's the best historic time ever. Do you believe that? For the people watching at home, ask yourself, are you better off today or in 2015? The vast majority of Canadians are feeling the disastrous impacts of this federal government. There are countless examples of incompetency, outright fraud, and to have members proclaim that this is the best time ever, it's bizarre. It's wacko. What country or what part of our country believes this is the best time ever? It's an unbelievable statement. If you look at all the suffering and hurt that unfortunately is in our country because of the Liberal NDP policies, you think of the inflation that this government, this NDP Liberal government, has caused with their reckless overspending. Overspending, Deputy Speaker, to the tune of, well, this Prime Minister has added more debt to our federal government than all other prime ministers combined. This is the best time ever for the Liberals. Then we hear the nepotism from another member that answering a question from another member brags about the nepotism of helping getting funding for a water treatment plant. And they brag about this corporate welfare that goes on to every corner of Canada, billions of dollars here and there, and somehow the Liberal Party still believes this is the best historic time ever. Well, I have to correct the record, and I did bring the receipts, and I brought some emails from real Canadians in my riding that don't believe this is the best historic time ever, as the Liberal NDP government proclaims. It is one of the darkest times in our country's history. The suffering, we just heard from the food bank report, the annual report, that 25% of adults are needing to access the food bank. Tell them this is the best historic time ever. Tell that to a family that has just renewed their mortgage, that maybe they took the Prime Minister at his word that interest rates will stay low. Now their mortgage has doubled. And why did that mortgage double? Well, it was the interest rates. Why did the interest rates go up? Well, this NDP Liberal government has been printing money and spending at a pace that is chasing up the price of everything. We warned them 3 years ago, over 3 years ago, that this reckless path will lead to a dead end. And I'm fearful of that dead end coming too soon. This is a government that does not live within its means. A household has to manage their finances in a way that you're not going further in debt every paycheck. And unfortunately, for 9 long years, this federal government has added more and more debt and more spending that has ballooned the government. There's 40% more bureaucrats working in Canada. But for the Canadians that are relying on services from this government, do you think this is the best historic time ever for our country? I doubt it. But there is more pain out there. There is, unfortunately, this is a track record that we've seen over and over again around the world. When governments get in trouble and start printing money, the result is when Ottawa prints an extra dollar of money, the dollar in your pants is worth less. So the quantitative easing that they've did drive up the price. Also, when you spray money in every corner of the country, it's chasing fewer goods. It's math, it's economics. Prices will rise, and that is what we're experiencing today in Canada, unfortunately. And just on a moment on, the best time ever historically in Canada, we have an NDP Liberal government that has the majority. They have enough seats in this House that they can carry on in whatever fashion they would like within the rules. And the trouble that they find themselves in, this is the fall economic statement. We got typically October, November, December, fall. Okay, now we're into winter, December, January, February, March. No, that's spring, March, April, May. we're almost in summer. And the mismanagement of Parliament is at the feet of this incompetent government, is why this bill isn't even the fall economic statement. We're almost in the fall. And it's the mismanagement of the House is what's most embarrassing for this government. But let's get back to Canadians, and let's hear from Canadians. And I encourage, we got a few more weeks of this session, and once we wrap up, I would encourage people to go out and knock some doors and talk to real Canadians. Talk to people, pick up the phone. I'm sure there's callbacks waiting in your office or emails that from Canadians, regular Canadians, that don't feel that this is the most historic, best time in Canada. And I'm going to share some of those emails that I've received. So we have Gail that wrote in. Hi, thank you for voting for ordinary Canadians. I hope more representatives are added to your side in the next election. Please continue all that you can to halt this rampant government spending and to work towards a balanced budget for the sake of integrity and the benefits of all Canadians. Thank you. Thank you, Gail, for emailing in. Gail represents many Canadians that are watching in disbelief as this government continues to blow money and rack up debt that we know all has to be paid back. And it's the future generations that are going to have to pay back that debt. That debt now, Gail, is every dollar that we collect from GST across Canada goes to banks and bondholders, not services. It just services the debt. It doesn't even pay it down. And that's a disgrace. Randy wrote in, good morning. As you are my MP for Saskatoon area, I would like to make my voice heard. I'm really opposed to our Prime Minister's new budget and the mounting debt to my grandchild. The idea that Trudeau thinks it's okay to raise taxes to accommodate his spending habits is an abomination and an effort and an affront to me personally. Please keep on the pressure on the federal Liberals. I can't even imagine what it will take to fix this country once the Liberals are voted out. Good luck. I'm praying for change. Regards and blessing, Randy. Well, Randy, don't fear too much. We do have a plan. We have a simple plan that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. That's what we'll do in government. And I'll walk you through a couple of those ones, Randy, and I know we're going to hear more about our plans in the platform, but this is a good indication of how we're going to dig ourselves out of this hole. First off, we're going to axe the tax. The carbon tax is a tax on anything that moves, and we've seen the disastrous effect of tripling the carbon tax. Everything costs more because everything needs to be trucked and hauled to us. Or, inversely, if we are exporting goods from Canada, you pay that carbon tax as well that drives up the cost. So they drive up the cost of the transportation, the food that the farmers are producing, and even the retail operations as well. So we're going to axe the tax. We're going to make everything more affordable. We're going to build the homes. We're going to get the bureaucrats out of the way. We're going to get rid of the gatekeepers, and we're going to build those homes so that Canadians have a chance of home ownership, not rental forever. And we're going to fix the budget. We're going to bring in a law that it pay as you go. For every dollar of new spending, you have to find a dollar of savings. That's just common sense, conservative solutions. And we're going to stop the crime. There's too much crime in our streets, and it's repeat violent offenders out on bail that is conducting many of the violent crime in our community. And if we would change the bail system back to what we had before this disaster government, we will be better off. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. I look forward to comments and questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting. The member talks about the passage of Bill C-59 and blames the government. And what the member doesn't tell people that are listening is that the Conservative Party there's a great deal of tension in regards to filibustering and preventing legislation from passing. And this is one of those pieces of legislation. And it was just demonstrated by yet another amendment to the legislation, Mr. Speaker. And yet the member has, believes or tries to give the false impression as if the government is not able to pass the bill when they're allowing for opposition to continue in this fashion to prevent legislation from passing. And interesting enough, this particular legislation allows for the top-up being doubled for rural on the rebate. And I'm wondering why it is that the Conservative Party chooses to filibuster all legislation and then try to blame the government for not passing legislation, and yet they cry when we bring in time allocation.
Member for Saskatoon University.
Deputy Speaker, of the member that asked me a question, I had a very low opinion of him before tonight, and after tonight, I don't respect him at all.
Here, here. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. Then we'll move to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Well, it's really unfortunate the member would have that kind of an attitude. I think it's, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very low of the member. But it's up for him to decide whether or not he wants to answer questions. The Conservative Party continues to mislead Canadians consistently. And the best example of that is to talk about the price on pollution. When the Conservative Party tries to tell Canadians that they're paying more, when in fact the Parliamentary Budget Officer says that they are paying 80% plus, are receiving more money back in the rebates than the tax. My question is to the member, why is the Conservative Party, the leader of the Conservative Party, being so dishonest in misleading Canadians?
The dishonest stuff is getting late that night. I'd rather members not use that kind of terminology. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
That's okay, Deputy Speaker. No one respects this man either.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Couch and Malahat. Oh, sorry, we'll try that again. I know, and I had it right. I know, but I had it right earlier. Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Langford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague. It feels like perhaps it's the hour, but things are getting a little bit testy. And I thought I'd take this in a different direction because, of course, bills like this are always a mixed bag. There's stuff in them that some folks support, and there's stuff in them that some folks really oppose. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just pull one thing from C-59, this bill that we're debating, that he supports, that he thinks takes our country in the right direction. Tell us what it is.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
The best thing I can say about C-59 is it gets us a day closer to the election that will change the government and save Canada from the reckless NDP Liberal coalition government that is wrecking our country, and that we have a plan that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, that will save Canada and will make Canada the greatest country that we all love so much, the country that was so much better before this Prime Minister got elected.
Do have time for one quick question if someone wants. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Saskatoon University for his wonderful talk and very calm talk. I wonder if he looks back in the last 9 years, what's the legacy of this government? 2 million people visiting food banks, out of control debt, out of control crime, out of control spending, out of control ethics violations. What do you think the legacy of this government will be?
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
I think those are all terrible things that this government's going to be known for. I think it's the debt, though. You can't pile on more debt than any other Prime Minister combined. And what comes next? We've all experienced the 90s and the 80s, and all political stripes overspent, and then interest rates got jacked up. And you know what? Who hurt? Ordinary Canadians. And that is the legacy of this government, along with they are giving the next generation no hope for the future.
Resuming debate for a whole 4 minutes, the honourable member for Flamborough Glenbrook.
Bravo, bravo. For the 4 minutes.
So, Mr. Speaker, if you'll indulge me for a minute of my 4 minutes, to offer condolences to my Aunt Freddie and my cousins and their children on the passing of my Uncle Phil earlier this evening, and to my dad and his sisters, for whom that was their older brother. And he was a man who was a very generous man, worked very hard, gave to his community, gave to his church community, was loved by his family, and he loved his family, he loved Canada, and he will be missed. So in the short time I have, I'm going to really focus on one aspect of what I was going to speak about. As we look at C-59, the Fall Economic Statement, we've from last November, of course, we've had the federal budget since, and it has only compounded the cost of living issues and housing issues that we're seeing across Canada. And so let me focus on something that I hear so often from constituents in my community that weighs very heavy on their minds, and that is the interest rate increases that have resulted as a consequence of the inflationary spending, the inflationary taxes, the inflationary deficits of this NDP Liberal government. And whether it's the $20 billion of inflationary spending that was piled on in the Fall Economic Statement, or the $50 billion that was piled on in the recent budget, that has an impact. And we know from the report from Scotiabank that 2% of interest rate increases can be attributed to government overspending. And other banks have made the same comment. The CIBC made the same cautionary warning prior to the recent budget. And you see, in Flamborough-Glanbrook, we are on the western edge of the GTA, surrounding the city of Hamilton, made up of very fast-growing communities where people have fled out of the GTA to buy a house for a more affordable amount than they could get in Toronto or Mississauga. And so communities like Waterdown and Bimbrook and Elfrida and Hannon, that is where these first-time homeowners, often young families, new Canadians, or even seniors that are looking to retire on a modest savings, have seen these alarming rate increases. And I hear this from the mortgage brokers, I hear this from constituents. It is an absolute gut punch to see those interest rate increases that have resulted from the policies of this Liberal NDP government. And we had the report earlier in May from the Bank of Canada, which predicted the very steep incline we're going to see in the next few years in mortgage payments. If you've got a variable mortgage, the prediction is for a median monthly payment increase of up to 60%. If it's a fixed mortgage that you're renewing, a median monthly payment could be an increase by up to 20%. That have a devastating impact on household budgets, and that is, again, the consequences of these inflationary policies that, and the spending by this government. And so, in my final few moments, I will just say that hope is on the way. The common sense Conservative government will cap the spending, fix the budget, and axe the tax so that these people in my communities and across the Canada can actually afford their mortgage payments, or it's not impacting their rents as well. So hope is on the way, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time.
It being midnight, pursuant to an order made on Wednesday, February 28, 2024, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.